scenario, but we are in Torino. Could you explain better for us why it's so important for the city to have you here?
I think that for the city, we are here, right? OGR is the symbol of the kind of pathway that the city has been undertaking. Inflow of talented people showing the vitality of the socio-economic system, I think, will be the first important contribution. That is to say, to have an injection of new, fresh blood into the system and the proliferation of new entities. Because at the end, if we are talking about 30 new research units, you are talking about 30 entities developing their own way for artificial intelligence. And this is an important function. Second, I think, is the fact that Turin has all the technical, industrial, and financial credentials and skills to leverage it and to scale it up. So this is the other challenge that we have. Once we kick off and we start and we take off, then we need to immediately have an exponential growth of this entity. And I think that the ecosystem here is ready and is looking for it. And I'm sure that there is a natural complementarity between what we are going to do and what the system will like.
My last questions, generally questions. We know that artificial intelligence is a huge opportunity, but is it also a danger or it is not?
Open society will win. Democracies and their constitutional settings are there as a safeguard. And regulation, not necessarily or hopefully not introducing bureaucratic, but I also believe in self-regulation. We saw it in molecular biology many years ago. The debate that we are having reminds me of the debate that we had in the mid-70s, early 80s, about the danger of the new molecular biology revolution and genomics and so on and so forth. I think that what we are seeing already within companies, if you analyze the debate on safety, security, trustworthiness, and so on, companies are already introducing their own safeguards. And so I tend to believe in open societies, and I tend to believe in democracies. And you could say that I believe in fairness, but perhaps is this. I'm a little bit stupid about that. But I think that democracies will win over autocracies, also thanks to their capacity to self-regulate.
Okay, I think the same. Thank you to Fabio Pamolli, and thank you to
thank
you all.
You.
Bye. Grazie, Fabio.
Grazie.
Good morning. I'm Mazdak. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Avantart, a curated marketplace bringing some of the world's leading artists to a new generation of collectors and art lovers. And I'm very excited to be speaking with one of those world-leading artists this morning, an artist whose work explores the intersection of technology, politics, and satire, and who brought digital art to global prominence with the sale of one of his works at Christie's for $69 million only a few years ago. Can you please welcome to the stage the pioneering digital artist, Beeple?
We did it, we're here. Okay, when is this thing gonna start? Oh, there it is, we're rotating.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
So this is a very special moment because you're unveiling a major new work exclusively at Italian Tech Week. And I know we're going to speak much more about that work in a second, but we're going to start by playing a short video to give everyone a sense for the piece.
Let's do it. Cue the video.
So this is your very first interactive sculpture. Can we maybe start by just telling everyone a little bit about how it works? Yeah, in your own words.
Sure. So this is the piece is called the Tree of Knowledge, and it is the first interactive sculpture we've had. It has a little sort of like controller, and we've done other sculptures like this, kinetic sculptures, where they're sort of giant rotating boxes with screens on them that have different content. The first one we did was called Human One, and this piece is very much something that I wanted to explore, the kind of like interactive piece of it and our sort of relationship with nature and technology. And I think having a component where you have some sort of ability to control the piece, I think is something you'll see a lot more in digital art in the future, because it can change, it can be dynamic, and so that's something that I think is really exciting and something we really wanted to dive into with this work.
So I know people can see the work themselves.
Yep, it's in that way. I'm not sure, it's somewhere over there.
But describe a little bit about, because there's the controller, there are the 3 states. Would love for everyone to sort of hear from you about that.
Yeah, so it's basically, the piece, as you can see, is kind of a sort of giant rotating tree. And the tree has a bunch of sort of like technology on it. And on the controller, you kind of have a dial between sort of like signal and noise. And when you have it to signal, it's a very kind of peaceful sort of scene where nature and technology are coexisting. And then when you turn it to noise, it becomes very chaotic, and it is bringing in a bunch of sort of like stats and figures and stock tickers and real-time news. It's bringing in, news that happened in the last couple hours from a bunch of different news feeds all over the world. And kind of the analogy there is, we as humans have the ability to choose between these 2 realities. We can live in a world where we just go out into nature and it's pretty peaceful and technology and nature coexist. Or we can live in a world, on our phones where we're sort of like, oh my God, the world is ending. Everything's like, imminently about to be destroyed. And so I really wanted to kind of, sort of explore those 2 sort of like dynamics and maybe remind people a little that there is an option to sort of, choose between how much technology you want to kind of like let into your life and how much you want to sort of live in the metaverse and yeah. And so the third option that it has is this choose violence button. And that is a button that you can press 666 times. And when you press it, it kind of has a little sort of like performance almost, where the tree basically kind of explodes and starts on fire, and there's like a sequence there. And every time you press it, it's recorded on the blockchain, and it sort of like takes one more life away. And so with that, we wanted to kind of have an analogy where, again, as humans, we can choose violence many times, and we have chose violence many times, but not an infinite amount of times. And so I think that, too, to me, is something you'll see more in digital art moving forward, where there's these sort of special moments where people come together and sort of like it has its own sort of like performance. And I think that, to me, is something that I don't know, is kind of like a special sort of like interesting interaction that really speaks to the kind of potential of digital art. Because when you have a painting or sort of like a more static sculpture, like that's it is what it is. versus digital art has the ability to, change states and be different things at different times, and have different meaning to different people, the way they interact with it as well.
And this is, building on that, this is your first generative work. So you spoke a little bit about some of the inputs that are drawn from tickers and from news. What's the significance of that within your work? Do you think that's something you want to explore in the future, and why this piece?
Yeah, I think to me, making a generative work where we had a lot of generative work is sort of generative based on a random number. You basically have a set of sort of like conditions, you have a program, and then based on a different random seed number, it makes different outputs. I wanted to make something that was random based on the chaos of like real life. And so again, it's bringing in news that I don't know what's going to be on the box from day to day, because it's based on the news. And so some days you might turn it on and there's giant Donald Trump, face on it. And it's like, I didn't choose that. I couldn't, I don't know what it's going to be in the future. And to me, I think that's really exciting and something I think you'll see a lot of in the future too, where things are generative based on different events that happen in real life versus just based on sort of like mathematically random kind of like numbers.
To me, this work feels, next to your other work, which is often renowned for satire and humorous takes on technology and politics and social media, this work feels very serious. It feels almost prophetic. Can you say something about that and the sort of balance between delivering a message and your sort of well-renowned humor?
Yeah, I think to me, it's interesting, or it's a fun challenge to be able to try and play in many different sort of like arenas, especially when it comes to tone. I mean, many of the works, if you've seen them online, can be pretty crude. And I think that's fine, and there's like a time for that, but I think it's also important to me to do some works that are very, very different than that, and that are like, there's nothing really funny or sort of like, crazy or whatever with this. And so I think trying to sort of like play to both of those, kind of like make a balance between those two, to me, is something that, I really kind of enjoy doing. But yeah, I think the message of this is trying to pose more questions than it is tell you the answers to. And to me, I think the best works of art are something where it's not so obvious. It's not like, you should think this. And to me, the sort of dial and you being able to control that, I think allows you to sort of like explore the work and kind of say something about yourself by like, well, where do you, on the dial, like where do you like to see it? Because you can kind of have it be a little bit of sort of like information, or you can have it be, full out. And I'm someone who most of the time is living pretty hard in the technology realm. And so, even for me, it's kind of like really interesting to sort of like use this analogy to see where I could maybe dial things back a little bit.
And this feels like, one of the most prominent works you've made that explores the theme of climate. Is it responding to what you said earlier about it being around personal agency and people being able to manipulate the structure, the sculpture, and what that might mean more broadly, do you feel optimistic? Do you feel, what's the message, and also what do you feel is your role as an artist in delivering those sorts of messages?
Yeah, I think it's trying to present that question in a more sort of like nuanced tone. And the piece originally was sort of born out of a charitable donation. And the two charities that we worked with were Art into Acres and and Big Green. And one of them is a land conservation charity, and the other is a food justice charity. And so the relationship between nature and technology was always kind of a big piece of this. I personally have a very hopeful, maybe let's say cautiously optimistic kind of view on this. And I think that's what the piece was really trying to sort of like portray, a more nuanced view of this, because I think it's very easy to see in the news that it's like, oh my God, the world is ending and the ice caps are going to be melted in 3 months and everything's going to be, you know, just this apocalypse. And I don't think that's the case. I think there's a lot of progress being made around just technology and our ability to, you know, increase crop yields and figure out, you know, different ways to sort of mitigate the harms of technology. And so I'm actually, again, pretty optimistic, but also sort of recognizing that there's some things we need to kind of like watch out there for. But I'm definitely not on the sort of like, oh my God, the world is imminently ending end of the spectrum.
And to your point on the sort of charitable aspect of the project, you know, very practically, funds from the sale of the work are going to benefit those two charities. Can you say a little bit about, you know, how you met those charities and what they do for the climate?
Yeah, Haley Mellon is the person who runs Art into Acres, and she's been a huge, you know, sort of supporter of my work, and so really wanted to do something to be able to like give back there. And Kimball Musk, who runs Big Green as well, has been, you know, such a huge supporter. And I think both of these charities are ways that where I see, you know, technology being used to actually make a difference in a very, you know, real concrete way. And so it was such a huge, you know, honor to be able to work with them to do something that, you know, again, wasn't just sort of like preaching at people of like, oh, you should do this or you shouldn't do that, but giving a more nuanced view, but then also more practically like doing something that actually makes a difference. And I think both of those are really important causes that, you know, I think will be even more relevant in the future.
I wanted to end by asking about audiences. And, you know, you've built a huge online audience of millions of people. You sell digital works for millions of dollars. With one social media post, you can reach many more people than a museum might have visitors in a year. How do you think about the fact that people can see your work in person in this building for 24 hours, I should say? You know, how do you think about audiences experiencing your work in person versus experiencing them online?
Yeah, I think there again, to me, it's trying to strike a balance between those two things and trying to be able to sort of like play in each different world. Because I think there's experiences that you can have in person that are, you know, more visceral and sometimes more impactful, but you are, you know, sort of limited by geographical location, and somebody who's on the other side of the world, that's just not an option. And so I think, to me, looking at each one and looking at each medium and what is the way you can sort of, you know, use that to impact people is something that's a real challenge. But I think both of them have their sort of, you know, time and place in my kind of like practice. And so I think with social media, it presents an opportunity we've never had before to have this global conversation immediately. And that's, you know, how I sort of like gained a following and how I came up. And so that will always be a huge, you know, piece of my work. But I think being able to make physical works that people can, you know, have a different type of experience with too is also really, you know, sort of like fulfilling and an interesting challenge in its own right.
Thank you so much. And yeah, just again for everyone, I was lucky enough to see this sculpture in person in Beeple's studio recently, but it's mesmerizing and extraordinary, and you can see it within the building for just 24 hours, so I would encourage you to do that. We're now going to expand the field with two other pioneers of digital art. please welcome to the stage Sarah Mayojas and Quayola. Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Hi.
Rotating again.
Yeah, we started rotating again. It's very much like Beeple sculpture, which also rotates, so no detail has been left unthought of today. By way of introduction, Sarah is a conceptual artist and technologist who articulates the systems and complex operations of that increasingly govern our world, and she's been collected and exhibited in leading international institutions, from the Pompidou in Paris to the New Museum in New York. Quayola is an artist who deploys technology to explore seemingly opposing forces. So the real and the artificial, the new and the old, and explores classical sculpture, iconography, and landscape painting, all as points of departure in his work. So thank you both very much for joining us. The first thing I wanted to ask you all about was the notion of time in digital art. And I think, for many who are not, who haven't been in the space for a long time, it feels like digital art blew up in a very short space of time. And 2021, your auction result brought digital art onto the front cover of every newspaper in the world. And yet, Sarah, one of your seminal bodies of work, Bitcoin, was work from 2015, so long before all became incredibly prominent. So I wanted to ask you about A, if you can explain that project at a high level to everyone, and B, would love for you to talk about the sort of prehistory, if you will, of digital art.
Yeah, wow. So I'll talk briefly about Bitcoin. So in 2014, I forked Bitcoin, called it Bitcoin, launched it in 2015 as its own chain, and I backed every token that I released by my artwork. And I made these photographs that were visual metaphors of a blockchain using two-way mirrors so that they look like blocks extending forever. And this was an NFT before Ethereum launched, essentially. And the reason I even thought of doing this was because I was interested in the nature of value conceptually, and I was also operating philosophically in a way where I was looking at reality and taking trends I was seeing and pushing them to an extreme that was not practical. At the time, I had to give people a piece of paper with a public key and a private key, but by pushing trends to an extreme, you can then render reality more visible and make a case for what you think is really happening in the world. So that was the project then. At the time, it got a lot of press, but people didn't really understand it, and it took many years for that to happen. It does, to go back to time though, there are two interesting things. One is that I operated in this way for a few projects, pushing trends to an extreme and being, as a result, prescient about what would happen. And now I don't do that. I work with technology differently. And that's because I think our relationship to time and technology has shifted. And now what you dream about that could possibly happen happens in 3 months. And so by the time you finish the project, reality is there. And so the timelines have just shortened so much. That's one relation of art, technology, and time. And the other is that, while I made Bitcoin in 2015, there was a history of digital art for decades before, right? And this was just, one other moment. I just met Lynn Hirschman-Leeson in San Francisco, and she was engaging with these ideas, in the 90s. So, yeah.
Amazing, thank you. Quayola, Your practice explores tradition and modernity together. Can you talk a little bit about the idea of time, modernity, and tradition within digital art?
Well, when I started with the notion of making art with computers was like the late 90s. I was really a kid, teenager. And I remember kind of living this completely detached from this possible scene of media art, or knowing that there was some kind of infrastructure and around it. And then when I moved to London, in early 2000, then I started relating to this whole dimension and discovered that there was actually something quite vast around that. And the more I explored that, I realized that this really dated back in time. And this really sort of helped me envision this excitement of the relating to something new, but at the same time understanding this process that took quite a long time as a language to evolve as a collective language. And I think that there's a sort of difference between this excitement of fast that we have with technology. We are excited about these new things. We are inspired by these kind of fast cycles. But also art is something that somehow is very slow, sort of process and thinking and developing your own self into a language. It's very slow. So I think there is a strange contrast, in my work. I deal on one side with these cycles that are fast, as you're mentioning, but at the same time, this sort of looking at heritage. And I guess in my work, this idea of looking at heritage kind of goes beyond, transcend this idea of digital art and technology. I am very much inspired in processes, in traditions, in languages that perhaps exist from hundreds of years. And so I really like this kind of hybrid interplay, how something that has been done 200, 400 years ago could actually inspire us today and so on. And perhaps looking at, there is this book from Giorgio Vasari, which talks about the lives of the artists back in the Renaissance. And if you read that, it's actually incredibly contemporary. In fact, something that I sometimes go back to. It's the same struggle, it's the same kind of universal thing of doing stuff. And so I think realizing that you're not so special because you're living right now, but actually you're part of this broader thing, I think it's helpful in a way.
And very practically, one of your works that really blew me away was your use of ancient modes of sculpture production, but with algorithm and robots, and I think that sort of encapsulates it. Can you tell everyone a little bit about that project?
Sure. I was always really fascinated by these unfinished sculptures from Michelangelo, not so much for these figures embedded in the stone, but actually for the actions being represented into that block, the articulation of matter itself. Essentially, they are the apotheosis of the object that represents a process, that represents the history of its creation. So I was really fascinated by this idea of approaching sculpture in a sort of similar way, not so much with the objective of representing something finished, but rather documenting processes, documenting gestures. But the type of gestures that I document, they are algorithmic gestures, they are robotic gestures. They're not really driven by my hands, but they're driven by these robots that I program. So I have a very intimate kind of relationship with these machines. I program the robot myself. And again, you have some kind of strange similarities. The geometries that arise on these unfinished objects document a very different story, a very different type of craftsmanship. So really, this is an example of my work where truly becomes a documentation of a process in a way.
And Mike, wanted to ask you about, to stay on the topic of time, wanted to ask you about the Everydays series. And I think sort of inscribed into that body of work, so Everydays, was obviously the first 5,000 days was the work sold at Christie's that we mentioned. But inscribed into that series of work is time, decades of work was the culmination of that piece. I'd love to hear you talk about, what it was like in the prehistory of more than a decade of making digital art before it became, it came to the prominence it has today. And yeah, I think you touched on it a little before, but any more words on where you think it's going next?
Yeah, I think to me it's very, interesting how time relates to digital art, and I very much share your sort of notion that things are moving so fast now, and the tools that we have available, like when I started the everydays, I mean, it is just absolutely unimaginable how fast things are able to come to light and how fast you're able to sort of like realize ideas. And I think that's something that, you know, to me is quite interesting and quite sort of like unique to digital art, in that it is moving, you know, very fast. And when you look at other sort of like mediums, the sort of like scope of, you know, say painting or something like that, it's changed not a huge amount in the last sort of, you know, maybe 100 years. And just in the last 2 years, the amount of possibilities, the amount of different aesthetics and different, you know, things that you can do with digital art, to me is insane. And so that's something that the Everydays project has always kind of, you know, sort of like explored, is what are the sort of like latest tools and how can I use those to produce art faster? 10 years ago, you know, 15 years ago, that was using 3D sort of like modeling, and it was like, oh wow, I can create, you know, a picture every day, and it was like, oh my God. And, you know, that seemed really quick. And now you can create a picture every couple seconds. And so it's definitely, to me, really exciting and inspiring to constantly have these new sort of, you know, toys to play with, to imagine things in, you know, very different ways. Yeah.
I wanted to build on that and ask about craft within digital art. And I think whenever in art history artists use technology and new modes of production, there's often a reaction against those new modes of production. And I think, you know, the sort of typical critique would be, you know, these are just JPEGs. A digital art is just a JPEG and there's no craft. Sarah, what do you think about, you know, the technological era and what it's brought for production for artists, how they see the world, how they make work? Would love to hear you talk about that.
So can you hear me? Yeah. There are 2 series that I work on that are extremely craft-oriented and that are related to digital art in a way that you might not expect, as in the outcome is not on a screen, but, you know, there's a lot of technology within the process. One series I make are holograms, and so they're real holograms, as in they're recordings of interference patterns of light in a piece of glass. And so the piece is actually not plugged in, and the way to play it is essentially to shine light at it, which means that unlike something on a screen where, you know, the screen might update or change, a hologram in 500 years, you take it out of the box and you shine light at it and it works. And so we actually start digitally and we create 90 frames that we then turn into 35 millimeter film, make a wavefront out of that film, and then make a hologram of that wavefront. It's a very, you know, there are like 10 different people who are involved in making these things happen. So that's one very craft-oriented series. And the other one is that in my studio, we developed a 6 by 6 foot plotter to draw with pastels. So we 3D printed and created and designed some of the parts, and we draw roughly 1 million vectors per image and do an equal distribution of maybe 130 colors. And so this obviously starts digitally, and we're essentially taking a photograph and using math to turn it into these vectors in the precise way, in the precise paths that we want. But then it takes a whole week to just lay down the color. And the result, you know, if you look close up, is just this squall of color. But then you step away and it's extremely photographic. So again, this relationship between, you know, the data, the input, and then what craft you're putting it through to have an outcome that is very much related to your physical presence.
And I think I heard you once talk about your history at Yale Art School and you know, discovering that really concepts and ideas were at the heart of how you could make work and excel as an artist. How do you think about that as your craft as well as these sort of complex technical processes?
Well, it's funny because when I first started making art, it was like Bitcoin, Stock Performance, Cloud of Petals. These are the series that are much more story-driven. And now it's almost like the goal is to create something that people have never seen before using technology, but also sometimes push technology in a way that you would never do if you were creating a product, even a great product. No one is making a plotter that has specific springs for pastels, right? That just, no business would do that. And holograms are functionally obsolete. There's no commercial use case for traditional holography, right? And so we're the only lab in the world that is making holograms of this quality. It's extremely technical, but there's no commercial application. So it's now, the concept is essentially finding these niches where the methodology is unique, and as a result, the output is also, outside of anything that has existed, outside of the data set.
Quaoli, you talked earlier about sort of ancient craft and how you incorporate that into your work. I'm going to ask you to play the counterfactual for a second. Do you think there are any ways in which technology limits artistic practice? Do you think there are any ways in which it sort of, modes are lost or could you speak to that a little bit?
I think for me, the fact of using technology, it's not really bound to a specific decision that one day I made. It's simply the result of growing up today in this society. So it's kind of completely normal. I think the notion of dividing somehow the idea of a traditional craft versus some kind of new type of craft, I think it's quite obsolete. I don't think, we are all here because we celebrate a new type of craft. We don't think we found shortcuts. In fact, we found more complexity onto it. So I think the idea of craft simply transition into new languages, new modes, and we're all somehow, I don't know, I guess kind of masters of a new type of craft. We're suddenly inventing our own crafts, and I think what this, technology, it's good at. I think that there's another, strange notion that I tend to question a lot regarding digital art. The fact that because you create something through some computational means, or maybe create something that is inspired by some technological processes, becomes this kind of elusive digital experience, this kind of elusive digital files. That's not the case. I guess ultimately, in my work, the physical manifestation of something, it's incredibly important. It is essential, even with my video work, that are quite ephemeral files, in a way, computational processes translated into these files, but then they manifest themselves physically in a space as a physical experience. And my interest as an artist is to provide physical experiences for people in a physical space, in a way. So I'm very interested in this kind of line between digital and physical, and perhaps this boundary that is not so defined anymore, and maybe shouldn't be so defined. So when you talk about digital art, sometimes it is misleading because people imagine this to be something digital. But, creating a 7-ton marble sculpture, it's, really far from being, but although it's the essence of a digital process, or creating, a very large video installation, it is a very physical experience to live.
I really like the idea that you spoke about of, these works being a reflection of their time. And I've always been obsessed with the idea that, art reflects its sort of moment of production. If you think about Baroque architecture and all of its ornamentation, or the same thing in music versus modern electronic music, you can see that parallel very distinctly. You could argue that art has been very slow to adopt and reflect its time. Why do you think that is?
I think it's a good thing somehow, in a way or another, because also as artists, you want to put a few breaks onto things. You want to stop to think about stuff. So there are areas where actually artists have been incredibly fast advanced. She was talking about Bitcoin. A lot of the people never even heard about a cryptocurrency when she was doing Bitcoin, for example. So there's a lot of areas when we talk about surveillance, for example, and all of the problematics that we are now exploring. These have been explored extensively in the circuits of media art for a very long time. So there's a lot of things that have been actually tackled very fast. But other things took a while, because to develop a language takes time. And I would argue that ultimately what makes your work special as an artist is not adopting the right technology at the right time. It is you and how you do things, and you observe these over a long period of time, when you can see this kind of coherency and this presence of a person throughout time, throughout technologies, throughout many different type of works, then it's really kind of you that ultimately this is what is special. Then technology is just a context that surrounds us that will keep changing in a way. So I think, yes, sometimes it's good to go fast and experiment. Sometimes it's good to apply brakes and think of something that might require several years to unravel,
And Mike, when I visited your studio, there was, you've made works across every medium. There were paintings and sculptures and digital works. How do you think about, as an artist, the process of selecting your tools, particularly in this digital era?
I think, to me, it's about what can make the most impact with that sort of like medium. And I think the tools have become so powerful in, many different sort of like realms. In the digital realm, obviously, with AI and with, 3D rendering, you can make pretty much anything you can think of. And in the physical realm, there's, manufacturing processes and being able to order something off of Amazon and get it in 2 days, and okay, let me try that, and okay, let's, send this off to be made, different places. I think that opens up a huge amount of possibilities as well. To me, I think it's about taking those and leveraging those to have the most, sort of like impact on a person. And I think that's the thing that when you take digital work and make it physical, I think it has an ability to have a more visceral impact on people than they can kind of have on the phone. I think the phone is in some ways the best medium, because you can immediately distribute it and everybody can be in this global conversation around it, and you can share it and remix it and do XYZ. But it's sometimes very hard to have a kind of like really emotional impact on a 5-inch screen where you're getting text messages and emails are popping up and whatever. And so I think when you take digital art and make it physical and make it something that you can experience in the real world, which we all obviously still live in the real world, it can unlock that sort of like impact that other art has for people, where they're kind of like, oh yeah, I guess this is like any other sort of like medium, and it can have the same, sort of impact on a person that, a painting or, a beautiful sculpture would have. And so to me, it's really, I feel very lucky to be alive now when we have so many different options to kind of be able to kind of affect people emotionally with.
We spoke about time at the beginning of the conversation. I know that it's running out for our conversation today, but wanted to end with some trepidation, because it's a big topic, and wanted to end by asking you, Sarah, about, we talked about deploying technology and craft. How do you think about artificial intelligence as it relates to artistic practice?
Wow.
And you've got 90 seconds.
90 seconds. Artificial intelligence has solved images, right? But as an artist, and that's amazing. It's absolutely mind-blowing. But as an artist, it's actually sometimes hard to use, because you're not creating an image so much as searching for it. And that's a fundamentally different operation. And then also, other mediums like painting, for example, you can criticize it, but your claim on authorship is very strong. You start with a bunch of paint and a canvas. What comes out of it is very linked to you. Whereas when you're putting something into a model and getting something out, your claim on authorship is pretty weak, unless you then, put it through a hologram or make a giant sculpture, etc. And so, as a result, it's a tricky tool to use, and that's on the artistic side. On the will AI make amazing art that we all enjoy? We all want to listen to the same song because we all want to have a communal experience with art, and that's really important. So if you're seeing art that's different than what I'm seeing, we're not going to relate over it, and it's not going to become more than just the image that it is. And so those are just two thoughts on AI, but it's the future. We just might merge with it, and then art becomes something else.
I'm sure we could all speak about that for much longer, but I know the time is over. So thank you so much to Quayola, Sarah Mayohurst, and Beeple for a fascinating conversation.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Riccardo Bassetto. I'm head of operations at Core and Will Media. We are a media company, but most importantly, we are a community of people and companies aware of their impact on the future. And what we talk about in our content, it's how the world is changing, how it's evolving, and in particular, four kind of changes. Our founder identifies those, and they are the technological change, the demographical change, a change in how we create value, and finally, a change in how we think about climate change. And mobility, we think it's at the center of all these changes. And so I'm very happy to be here, to be your MC of this session, in which we're going to talk, actually different sessions, different panels, keynote speeches, in which we are going to dive deep into the industry of mobility. We're going to start right away with Jorgen Riers. He's the global he's the global automotive. Sorry, I missed the job title. Actually, he's Global Automotive and Mobility Lead at Accenture. Please welcome on stage Jorgen Riers.
Grazie Riccardo, and buongiorno a tutti e benvenuti alla mobilità del futuro. That's about it in my Italian, but it's for me. Coming back to Turin, I spent several years of my work life in this wonderful city, and thank you to Tech Week, and thank you to my colleagues here at Accenture in Italy for inviting me to this fantastic conference. So the state of the mobility industry, as Riccardo already pointed out, it's a very important topic to all of us, and it's going through a huge transformation. So if we look at the importance of mobility, it stands for 16% of global domestic product. So it's a foundation for prosperity. It's also very important for things like education and health and participation. And I think the key challenge is to make mobility sustainable, safe, and accessible to everyone. So that's our responsibility It's a huge challenge, and I'm convinced, and I'm experiencing this every day. I'm privileged to work on this with the sector, that technology can have a huge impact on this transformation. So if we look at the current state, so 50% of the urban population is actually saying that they are still lacking the access to mobility that they desire. So we are talking about a growth market. We expect 50% growth up until 2040 in terms of passenger kilometers. And the mix is also changing. And we hear later on more about micromobility. So this is a growing segment. We also see a shift from the use of personal vehicles to more shared mobility services. And what is really a game changer is making the mobility also intermodal for everyone. So really having the possibility to go from A to B in a seamless way. So key challenges that are in front of us is, of course, global warming, fighting climate change. The mobility sector stands for more than 20% of CO2 reductions, which is quite significant. We are talking about the urban collapse, so congestion is a huge challenge. Only in the US, there are 6 billion hours per year lost of people stuck in traffic. And think about how much quality of life you're missing, and also how much economic growth is actually missed by that. And then, last but not very least, the new user expectation, integrating mobility and your vehicle into your digital life, having a seamless connection with your digital life and with your mobile device, where we also still have ways to go and still have lots of opportunities. So two major driving forces or two major trends are driving massive change in the sector. The one is the future drives electric, and the other one is that we're really moving to a software-defined business architecture, including vehicles, enabling digital services, to really, go to that vision of having a life-centric experience for the user. Why electrified? Electrification is actually, from our point of view, the only viable path towards net carbon zero, especially when you talk about mass market vehicles. The efficiency of an electric vehicle is almost double as high as an internal combustion engine vehicle. Especially with the move to renewables, we look at an abundance of energy, the progress in solar power and wind energy. We have already in many countries today off-peak hours, especially during lunchtime when the sun is shining, where the cost of energy is zero or can even be negative. So you can technically make money with your e-vehicle when you charge it at the right time. So, and it's also fun to drive, as everyone who has already experienced it. Software-defined, it's a key enabler for offering digital services and to connect all the devices, all the vehicles for an intermodal and sustainable mobility service and offer. And also here we have ways to go. I mean, we see some delays and some slowdown in creating the software architecture. It's a huge transformation for many of the players to transform from a more hardware-driven business to a true technology and software-driven business. And in both areas, we are behind plan. We are facing challenges. When we look at the adoption rate of e-vehicles, they are slowing down at the moment. So in economies like Europe, the US, and Japan, we have roughly 15% of vehicles sold that are e-vehicles, so battery e-vehicles or plug-in hybrids. In China, we have already 40%, moving very quickly to 50% of vehicles sold that are electric. And China is also exporting more and more vehicles to the world. So only last year they exported 5 million vehicles, so the largest export country in the meantime. And also in software-defined. Many players in China had the opportunity to start a software-first business model coming from the tech industry. And also there, they have quite an advantage. So one thing is to go against this with regulation and trade barriers. I'm convinced the better path is to accelerate the transformation and to step up the competitiveness. And as I pointed out, I believe technology is a key enabler to not only enhance the various elements of the system, so offer e-vehicles at affordable prices and at higher performance, having an energy infrastructure which is smart grids, and to allow more charging points, having a faster transition towards digital services. We, for instance, see a potential of digital services around mobility services that can reach 1.5 trillion by the year 2030. And there's ways to go. And technology, from my point of view, can bring these elements together. Think about business models like autonomous vehicles for ride-hailing services, where you need a connection of the vehicle with the user and also an infrastructure which supports that. Think about vehicle-to-grid and grid-to-vehicle services, so truly integrating the e-vehicle into the energy system. And to enable that, we need more integrated data spaces. We see a lot of data spaces that are created, but they are in many cases still sector by sector. We need integrated data spaces. We need also more concepts like open source to accelerate the software-defined vehicle, open source to set standards and to also accelerate the speed of development. And last but not least, also the power of AI, and most recently generative AI, which is going more and more into scale and into production at an unprecedented speed, which will also be a big game changer for this transformation and will help to accelerate. So if we look at the adoption time for generative AI just as an example, right? So the curve have a pretty similar shape, but if you look at the timeline it takes to get to high level of adoption, it started with more than 20 years or 30 years, and cloud 10, 15 years, and with Gen AI we're talking about just a couple of years of adoption time, and very powerful integration of human and technology. We see this already in the entire value chain, so really improving the user experience to make it fully life-centric. So very personalized offers are possible with AI and Gen AI. We see this in accelerating the software-defined vehicle. A lot of algorithms supported by AI help to implement business models like automated driving functions, but also the connection of the vehicle to the infrastructure in a smart way, but also the creation of the vehicle. So to speed up the development time of a vehicle from 4 years to less than 20 months or 20 to 24 months is also where AI and Gen AI really helps to accelerate. And of course also the digital enterprise. We did a survey among several hundred executives in the mobility sector, and they told us actually the biggest reason why they're using AI and Gen AI is not cost reduction, it's innovation and speed of transformation and decision making. So the future of mobility is carrying a massive value promise. So we can really overcome traffic congestion as an example, offering people what we call the 25th hour, There is data that shows that accidents can be reduced by more than 70%. So the vision of really zero fatal accidents is a vision that is real, especially with automated driving functions. Zero emissions is a possibility with e-vehicles, and also, taking this to heart throughout the entire value chain, including circularity and, of course, also the quality of life, livable cities, life-centric services. So huge opportunity that will also enable economic gains. And for many European economies, this is a very important sector also for the region of Piedmont and also for the city of Turin. And with that, I'd like to thank you very much. Grazie mille. And I'm looking forward to the next sessions here on the panel. Thank you very much.
You came all the way to Munich and I got your job title wrong. I'm very sorry.
It's all right, Ricardo. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jürgen, Global Automotive and Mobility Lead at Accenture. I got it right this time,
You
right?
got it right.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you. One of the things Jürgen briefly touched on is the micromobility ecosystem and how it's reshaping our cities. It changed how we live our cities, how we see it, how we move around. And so I'm very glad to have this next panel exactly on this topic. And so please welcome, this time on the rotating stage, the co-founder and CEO of Upway, Toussaint Wattin, Void Technology co-founder and CEO Frederick Helm, and Tier.dot co-founder and COO Maxime Romain. And please also welcome Vento chairman Diego Piacentini.
Good morning, everybody. I still can't believe we're an Italian conference and we are running on time. That's perfect. Okay, so to create the context, obviously we have a small fraction of the mobility industry. I say we because I am, full disclosure, I'm on the board of Voi, this gentleman here, although he will get the harder questions, don't worry. And I'm also on the board of a company that does use micromobility and mobility a lot, which is DoorDash, so last mile delivery. Other comment on the context is micromobility started in the mid-2015, 16, 17 with Chinese companies that threw millions of bikes on the streets. They are in most of them in dumps now. Business grew up, investors went in at crazy valuations. COVID came, business kept going up, and now we're in the, I wouldn't call it the bust phase, but definitely we're in a down phase of consolidation, merging, acquisitions, efficiency, profitability versus revenue. So that's the context of this conversation. I would start with a brief introduction of who you are, what you did before joining this, what you are now, and to make sure the audience understands your background.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I'm trying to find my balance. So I'm Maxime Romain. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Dot. I'm based in Amsterdam. I'm French. My background is in retail. I worked for Decathlon, sports retail, Wayfair, which is online retail. So I have really this retail background. And I co-founded Dot in 2018 as a European player in shared micromobility. And the aim was really to create a company that would be responsible from a social standpoint, from an environmental standpoint, and help cities transform mobility, reduce air pollution, noise pollution, and overall make transportation much more enjoyable. And about 6 months ago, we merged with a company called Tier, which was a German competitor, and we created one of the champions in shared micromobility in Europe. We operate in about 450 cities across Europe and the Middle East. We do about 100 million rides a year. Yeah, and we hope to keep growing and serving the cities, including Turin, where we operate.
Very good. So moving to my left, we're going to one of the competitors.
Yep.
Frederick.
No, he is actually my main competitor. Great to be on stage together. No, so, yeah, my name is Frederick. I founded Voi. I'm the CEO of Voi. In 2018, we founded that company. Before that, I was in the real estate marketplace, founded another company there. Yeah, the vision was quite clear. We need to change how people move around in cities, move people away from heavy vehicles, combustion engine vehicles, cars, heavy transportation, and so on, to more public transportation, to more light electric vehicles, such as e-scooters, e-bikes, and normal pedal assist bikes. So that was the vision, change how people move around the cities. And fast forward to today, we haven't merged with anyone, even though we tried at some point with Maxim. But we're on our own. We have more than 100,000 vehicles out all over Europe. Profitable first year this time, so we can talk more about that later, because it's been this crazy boom bust cycle.
So profitability was reached after how many years?
7.
7.
Yeah.
Okay, I was at Amazon, and you did better than us. Okay.
Yeah, you were 13 or something, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tristan, you're totally different. The only thing you have in common is bikes.
Yeah, exactly.
The rest is different.
And
Go ahead.
increasing adoption of electric mobility. But so I'm Toussaint, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Upway. What we do at Upway is we built a platform that enables you to buy a used, professionally refurbished e-bike at a fraction of the price of new. Before that, I met my now co-founder, Stefan, at Uber. We both spent about 8 years at Uber, so in particular leading Uber Eats in different regions.
So we were competing.
So exactly. Stefan was leading Uber Eats in the US and Canada, so he would look at you as an old competitor, but
in this case,
good friend.
me is DoorDash.
Exactly. And so we spent 8 years there, and then we decided to leave to go build something new. And a few of the key motivations we had were, one, could we help accelerate adoption of light electric mobility? I think for all of the positive impacts that it has in terms of carbon emissions, in terms of public space savings, noise pollution in cities. The second was, can we help reduce waste? I think as the quality of life keeps increasing in the Western world in particular, waste per capita tends to increase too. And so we were trying to really find an opportunity to help reduce that waste accumulation. And the third was, could we help rebuild some of the industrial footprints in the Western world? And looking at all of these problematics initially separately, we quickly identified that we could have an impact on all three by providing those refurbished e-bikes on the market. E-bikes were incredibly popular as an ownership vehicle, but for a lot of people, they were quite expensive. And when people wanted to turn to second-hand, they didn't trust the quality of the product. They didn't like the idea of having no warranty if the motor breaks on you after 6 months. And so that's how we decided to build Upway, which is effectively buying used e-bikes from plenty of different players across Europe and the US, and to sell them after they were fully refurbished and sell them under warranty. Today we operate in 7 countries in Europe and the US, and we've been operating for just under 3 years. So
that's fantastic. And by the way, Upway is one of the portfolio companies of Exor. So here we have 2 similar models, sharing, which obviously is in favor of and supporting of a change in mobility in the cities, which is happening very quickly. I mean, cities are building more and more bike lanes, which sometimes make mayors not be reelected because the car drivers are really not happy about so many bikes. Paris is one of the examples. But in your case, you built a really closed-loop circular economy in that case. So the question I'm going to ask all 3 of you is the business model now different than when you started? Just to regroup, so you started in 2018. How about you?
2018, no.
in 2021.
2021, so the most recent one. So has your business model and vision changed since you started?
So one of the key questions we asked ourselves when we started was whether we should operate as a marketplace, connecting buyers and sellers, or should we actually buy the inventory ourselves, process the refurbishment, the inspection, and actually sell and carry that warranty ourselves. And so in our initial vision, we actually had both models being explored, and we were confident we would need both models to succeed. What we quickly found, like in the short term, the answer was quite obvious. There was no meaningful inventory, no meaningful selection available by third-party sellers.
No supply.
There was no supply, so we had to build our own supply, and so that meant building our own workshops, hiring our own mechanics, making sure we were able to perform the full chain ourselves by buying used inventory regardless of its condition, and then to resell it ourselves. But it was always in the back of our minds whether or not we should progressively start embarking more and more third-party sellers. At this point, we're still operating 100% in-house, and one of the reasons is what we've seen over those years is that it's truly enabling us to offer a one-of-a-kind experience to consumers, because we can offer the absolute best bikes available, the most popular brands, because we can buy them regardless of their condition. We know exactly what people want, and so we're able to be super targeted. We can do that with the best pricing, because when trusting third-party sellers, you tend to have an inflation of prices. We are really making sure that the data that we collect enables us to be as competitive as possible on selling prices, and we maintain a very high standard on quality. And so that experience.
You started with the platform model in mind, which obviously has low capital intensive, and you move into a much higher capital intensive model because you need to generate the products that are not part of the marketplace. That's very interesting. And by the way, as you know, a lot of the very successful startups would then become very successful companies. Most of them started with one idea in mind, and the great founders are the ones that are not stuck with their idea if that idea doesn't work. So this is a great example of how you pivoted into a new thing. Romain, how's the business now different than what you imagined?
I came, as I mentioned, from a retail background, and so I was always a very strong believer that to create a great user experience, you need to really control 100% your operations, like a little bit at Amazon, but it was true also at Decathlon, where we replicated the same operational model everywhere. And so when I started, co-founded Dot, my view or my vision was we need to control operations, we need to do it in-house. This is the way we can control the user experience in cities. This is how we can ensure the right level of safety, the maintenance of the vehicles, and control cost. And I still believe in it, but what I realize is that one, obviously, it's an extremely seasonal business, so you have big variations between winter, summer, when it rains or it doesn't rain, when there's a strike or not. So it requires a lot of flexibility. And the second thing is that obviously it's a very political game. Each city is different, there are different regulations, there are local politics. And so the way you operate in each city and the needs are quite different. And so I came from a vision of 100% in-house operation, which is the way we started, to now a view which is, I would say, a lot more flexible, where I consider that, okay, each city has different needs. Let's be flexible about it. We might outsource part of the operations. We might even find a local partner. Each city is different. And so now we work really in a custom fashion, I would say, based on each city, adapting the operational model.
Frederick, what would you add?
Very similar, actually, on the operating model side. But when we started, we didn't really have a strong view what would work best. To have gig workers do operations, to have 3PL, so third-party logistic companies, or to do it in-house. So we started actually more as a pure marketplace model, where we thought that, okay, we put vehicles out on the streets. We direct gig workers how they should charge batteries, do repairs, and so on. Which we quickly realized wasn't a good idea. It's not a good idea that like a random person here in Turin or Milan or Stockholm takes 10 e-scooters into their apartment, charge them, try to do repairs and so on. So we quickly had to change from that operating model. On the business model side, we we own the vehicles. Yeah, we rent them out to consumers. We have tried some other business models as well on the way, including reselling refurbished e-scooters to.
So he might buy bikes from you.
Exactly, exactly. I think we tried to do what he's doing, but we were not as good as he is at it, so we stopped that.
Yes, you need to do that. You mentioned data. I mean, for all of you that have been sharing a bike or using a bike on a sharing model, you probably did not realize right away how much software and data management, hardware engineering, and firmware, I guess, too, are at play. For you in a different way, but still there. Let me start with Romain about the complexity of running a company that is about renting things, but all the software from geolocations to safety and everything that is involved into the business.
Yeah, so, I think on the surface, it's true that our business is really extremely hands-on, so you have mechanics on the ground that are doing the maintenance, you have street
You do need to have those.
doing battery swaps and so on. But it's true that I think if you want to run all of this extremely efficiently, that's where obviously you need technology and use of data. And so, there are many ways we use data in general, but I think some of the key ways or most interesting ways that we use it is one, our job ultimately is to offer a service that is always available for people, so matching supply and demand, and based on our demand models, being able to position vehicles where people need them is one of the key ways we use data. The other one is about maintenance. We need a vehicle that is always in a good condition, so we use predictive maintenance models to predict in advance when a vehicle might have an issue and therefore already proactively conduct maintenance. And then, there's obviously customer service. There are many, many ways basically where we leverage data.
And that's, by the way, it's interesting because one of the analogies that I learned to draw between micromobility and a business like Amazon is load balancing. I mean, Amazon can deliver in 4 hours or same day, next days, because the right products are in the right place, which is an extremely sophisticated science behind that. And pretty much it's the same thing you have to do because you want to make sure that the right time of the day, you have the bikes and the scooters where the customers are.
Yeah.
And we need to make sure there's a lot of bike sharing outside of here in that way. Let's move to the same question, but more specific on safety. How is technology helping improve safety?
Massively. I think our industry, during the first years after we started, so we started in 2018 and 2019, had a reputation of itself of, especially the e-scooters, not being that safe, people were behaving in a bad way and so on. I think what we see now is that the companies that survived were also companies that care a lot about safety, about sustainability, about not only like delivering a service to the riders, the users, but also making sure that that service is delivered in a safe, sustainable, and clean way. I mean, no one wants e-scooters and e-bikes lying all over the square, the piazza here in Torino, or in Milan, or in Stockholm, or in London, or Berlin. And what we have seen on safety is that both on the product side, so on the hardware and software side, the vehicles are much more robust and safe now than the early generations, which were more consumer-grade vehicles. Also on the software and data side, I mean, now we talked about fleet placement, but if you think of, for example, predictive maintenance, if you track everything you do in the business, then you can quite easily predict, like, what are some signals of this potentially becoming a faulty, unsafe vehicle. So lots of things on the hardware, software, and product side, and then it's about education. Naturally, as our services mature, people are becoming better and better at using them. What we see in the safety data is that I think it's something like 80 or 90% of all the really bad incidents comes with riders that are beginners, so they've taken less than 5 rides, and are drunk, intoxicated. So if we can get rid of beginners driving our vehicles, or any vehicle, intoxicated, then you cut out a lot of the incidents. And final note, the biggest thing for safety in e-bikes, e-scooters, bikes, every two-wheeler is protected bike lanes. So bike lanes that are protected from cars and trucks and buses. Because if a scooter hits a bike, an e-bike hits an e-bike, yeah, you get some bruises, perhaps, yeah, break a leg, worst case. But it's really the cars and heavy vehicles that are dangerous.
So bike lanes are...
Protected bike lanes, would you know this?
Yeah, sure. We're going to go back to that. Well, how technology plays a role in a business where apparently there should be no technology.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's definitely quite a few areas where technology plays a major role. We have a tech team that's helping us build the best user experience that powers all of our operations, all of our multiple up centers, refurbishment centers. The entire back office is built in-house. But I think the single most probably telling and visual, or let's say clear illustrative example is on pricing, because there is no benchmark and there is no source of truth for what the market price is for any bike of any brand, any model, any use case, the age, the mileage. You know, you started having that in the car industry over time, but there is no such thing in the e-bike world. And so what we've built over the last 3 years, and it's continuing to improve at a massive speed, is that source of truth and that best understanding, a very refined understanding of what is the market price. And so we're able to use the millions of sessions that we get on our websites to understand what are the searches that are most popular, what are the pages and the product pages that are the most visited, what are the ones that sell and at what velocity, what is the conversion when we buy bikes from consumers, from retailers, what is the dynamic we see. Based on all of that data, we are able to get more and more granular. You know, I remember in the first few months of Upway, a bike would come in and be like, okay, cool, now how do we price this? And it would be like, okay, there is this spec and we did this last week, let's try that. So very much a finger in the air kind of move. And today it's an incredibly robust algorithm that really powers all of the pricing, and that not only is very specific to the exact bike that you have, but very specific to what is the market like now, meaning the same bike could have a different price 2 weeks from now and 2 weeks ago. And so that granularity is miles away from where it was 3 years ago. And in 3 years, I'm sure we will look at today as a bit of an antiquated approach. Yet we are very, very deep and granular in that pricing understanding. And I think that's helping us grow incredibly quickly, because we're effectively offering you the cheapest available option for the bike of your choice. And that's a very powerful thing to be able to do.
So in this case, we see the use of data for pricing algorithms, which I'm sure it's also happening at your companies. You said you had how many millions? 200 millions, right? Today?
120 million.
100, so I'm already telling you what the target is going to be, 120. So you have a lot of data.
Yes.
What is the... besides the internal use, you know, pricing, load balancing, all things that are incredibly important in there, what is the most important discovery you guys have made through data in terms of either customer experience? Because there is always a generic conversation about, you know, building your own data lake, data are the new oil, all that, you know, cliche things. But in practice,
I think the most interesting is that we are uniquely, as shared micromobility operators, able to help the cities improve their infrastructures. Because the cities don't really know, actually, in reality, where people are using their bikes today, because there's no tracking about that. I mean, there are some systems, but they don't have proper tracking. We know exactly where people use our shared e-scooters, our shared e-bikes, where they park them, where they start their rides, where they end their rides, where, you know, which roads they use and so on. We know also even where the accidents happen, right? And so by sharing this data with the cities, we are able to really help them to plan, okay, where should we put the cycling lanes because there is very high usage, at which intersection should we build a better infrastructure so that we protect cyclists, that they can plan also parking. And so I think we can have a huge role for cities to help improve the cycling infrastructure.
So at this point, I'm changing my question. I told you, you get the harder questions. Sorry. We are the industry is moving from fully unregulated, full anarchy at the very beginnings, which created really bad perceptions, both visually and for safety reasons. We're now moving into a situation where there are official bids, tenders, high regulations. Italy, as usual, goes from no regulation to excessive regulations in a heartbeat. It's going to be very unpractical to control. Do cities listen? You said we have all the data about where the accidents happen, how to improve viability, where to build the bike lanes and everything. Do you
listen?
I guess the answer is some do, some don't.
Yeah,
but let's.
Exactly. Depends on the day and depends on the city. In Italy, they listen less.
Yeah, let's in general.
No, overall, I mean, most European cities now, and really globally, but Europe is leading here, have their quite ambitious plans for 2030, 2035, 2040 when it comes to net zero, when it comes to like creating more livable cities with pedestrian streets, cafes, and so on. And they realize they want and need micromobility in that, and that's a big difference compared to 2018, when the cities didn't really know, do they want this or not? So they definitely want it, but then I think what I've learned here and with my other real estate company as well, there is always this tendency of kind of, if we can regulate, let's regulate a bit more, just because we can, which of course, in some situations harms the user experience, especially, and just creates a worse service for the people living in that city and visiting that city. I mean, we have best practices now between us, between them, and between Lime, our American competitor. We have best practices how this should look like. We are also not, we don't benefit from like chaos on the streets in cities. We want sustainable, long-term, functional schemes. So sometimes I think the city should listen a bit more to us and not trying to sit on their own room and come up with ideas like bottom up, because they don't have experience. Which is natural.
I'll come to you soon, but give me a practical example of a city, and you can name the city, that really changed the way, in a positive way, they looked at bicycle mobility.
So, I mean, Stockholm is one for sure, where I'm based. Cambridge and Oxford, two other.
Cambridge, yep.
In the UK.
Oxford, those are student towns, so I see that.
Exactly. I would say also most German cities, from in the beginning, be very conservative. They set their regulations, and after that, we've seen very positive development in many German cities.
If I may add, I think it's a global trend in Europe. I mean, when you visit cities, every city
totally. Even Milano, I mean, it's like
investing in new cycling infrastructure.
I mean, a lot of the drivers are unhappy, let's be clear, because they like to go around with their big cars, but yes. But let's jump forward, and I'm going to start with you. 20 years from now, 30 years from now, do you envision cities where bike lanes will have taken over? What do you see?
I think what I find interesting when trying to project ourselves in the future is to also look back in time, and what you realize is that the places that today look like the highest adoption of bikes and where the infrastructure is the most adapted, it feels like it was always the case, but it was not. I think a city like Amsterdam, where you live, when you look back in time, in the 70s, Amsterdam was a car-centric city. And what happened was the combination of the petrol shock and of a series of accidents involving children being hit by cars led to a public outrage, which led to a big push from the municipality to actually introduce massive public transport infrastructure and bike infrastructure. Fast forward 50 years, today it looks like a city that has always been bike-centric, but it was not true, at all points in time. And in the more recent past, I lived in Paris in 2015, then lived in London for 4 years, came back, the city had been transformed already, and it was completely mind-blowing to see the kind of journeys you could do by bike that was not the case before. So,
just to interrupt this, I was at the Olympics in Paris for the last day, and I went from the third around this month by bike to Stade de France, which is 10 or 15 kilometers away, and I think 90% was bike lanes.
Absolutely. It's mind-blowing the amount of change that has occurred. So what I would say is that there's going to be ups and downs. There's going to be a dependency on public finances to make it happen. But with the money involved in building, I think, 250 kilometers of highway, you can build about 50,000 kilometers of cycling infrastructure. So the reality is that you can go a lot further with every euro that you deploy by building this biking infrastructure. And I think that's something that speaks to cities.
And Roman, do you see, we got 3 minutes left. We haven't spoken about integration because bikes and scooters do take away people from the car, but it's also take away people from public transportation. I mean, you don't really know where those customers are coming from. Do you see an integrating modality between public transport and like for the very last mile? I mean, not all subway stations are near your final location. Do you see cities being sensitive to integrate their systems with
Yeah, I think we are very complementary. I think shared micromobility first really focus on the short to mid-distance trips. Public transport is better for the mid to long distance trips. And so when we meet public transportation companies, actually they are always eager to partner with us. And I think one of the reasons they want to partner with us is one, we help people get to the station or actually do the first mile or the last mile once they arrive at destination. And so if you take the case of DOT, I think there's we did a study, about 40 or 44% of the trips basically are connected with public transport. So they see us actually as a partner in the sense that we help people use public transport. The other thing is that public transport tends to be saturated during peak times, so in the morning or at the end of the day when people come back to work, and we help them also unload the network. So what we see, I think it's the same for VOI, is that we see peaks also of usage for our services in the morning and at the end of the day. And so we help basically reduce the load during this time on public transport. So I think there will be more and more integration. So first, we are integrating with a lot of public transportation platforms. And second, from a infrastructure, the cities are building more and more parking infrastructure that are connected with public transport to accommodate that.
Perfect. We could go on forever. This has been, in my opinion, very, very interesting. We want to demonstrate that we're going to finish 28 seconds ahead of time. And I'd like to thank everybody. And in case you're wondering whether we have motion sickness doing this, a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you all. Bye.
Here we go again. Okay, we were a little ahead of time, so we had this, this moment. Next, we have a panel with a different perspective, because on the rotating stage, I'm going to introduce 3 investors that have a legacy in the industry, and so they can tell us how things have evolved during the last few years and how they have seen things moving and what's their perspective on what the future for the mobility sector holds for us. So please welcome on stage the general partner at Generative, Nate Jarrett, senior advisor at Hearst Ventures, Megumi Ikeda, and founding partner at Neverlift Ventures, Charlie March. Please come. Hey. Hi, Megumi. Hi. Hey. This time I'm gonna be the moderator.
Where are the seatbelts?
Yeah. Is it fine?
There we go.
Yeah. Okay. Start moving. Let's see. Diego before said there can be a little motion sickness, but we'll see. We'll see. So I would start at first to I'd like you to introduce yourself, so to understand better what you do. Do you want to start first, Megumi?
Sure. Megumi, I'm a senior advisor at Hearst Ventures. Nice to see everyone. We are the investment arm of Hearst, which is a private conglomerate, 13 billion top line. Hearst, the parent company, owns a lot of transport databases. On the venture side, we've been investing for 30 years off the balance sheet. Portfolio companies include VIA, co-investment with Exor Ventures, other companies like Carmel or Drive Carmel, what else? Freight Waves, in China, FlashX, a few of our mobility investments.
Cool. Awesome. And also, you spoiled something in the backstage that you're starting something new, but I don't know if you can talk about it. We'll see. We'll see in the conversation. Okay, Nate.
Hey, I'm Nate. I'm a partner with a fund called Maniv. We're based in Tel Aviv and New York City. We're investing in early stage startups, seed, a little bit of Series A, pretty much around the world, but mostly focused on the US, Europe, and Israel. And then we make some opportunistic bets where we think it counts. We're investing in mobility, but we'll definitely talk about what that actually is. I think maybe that's a good place to start.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I'm Charlie. I'm the founding partner at Neverlift, which is an early stage fund out of New York. We invest kind of across traditional legacy businesses, focusing on mobility, but supply chain, manufacturing, aerospace, defense.
Awesome, awesome. I guess I have the right speakers for this session. Megumi, I'd like to start with you, because in the last few years, we have heard a lot about new trends, these huge trends, EVs, autonomous driving, sharing economy. And so I'd like to start with your view. How do you think what is the state as of today of the mobility industry? What have you seen? Are we in a moment in which things are changing? Are we still waiting for something to happen? Give us your view.
Absolutely. I think I'll say, and I'll elaborate in a second, that I think we're at the teenage years of mobility. But before we jump into my answer, I do think it might be good to level set how we all define mobility. I think when people hear the word mobility, perhaps it's different in this audience, but we think about car sharing, the electric scooters, bike sharing, etc. But I think mobility is much broader than that. I think it starts in the center with the movement of goods and people, and then expands beyond that. I don't know if one of you want to add to that.
I'll jump in on that one.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. But
I'm gonna. I'll take this in a slightly different way. So our fund actually used to mostly go by the name Maniv Mobility, and now we kind of just go by the word Maniv without the mobility, because of exactly what you were just saying, Megumi, which is that the term has become a little bit convoluted over the past 5, 6, 7 years. people kind of expect us to primarily invest in those things. And,
but it's more than that.
And I think it really maybe was constrained by what people know as CASE or ACEs, connected, autonomous, shared, electric, and everyone tried to force every single mobility company into one of those buckets. We kind of define our terms a little bit differently. We talk about two mega trends that are informing the next few decades of industrial transformation. We talk about the decarbonization of transportation, and we talk about the digitization of its value chains. And that's a comprehensive process that's affecting certainly the car and its usage, but also every single part of the value chain, from the moment that minerals are taken out of the ground in order to make their way into a battery, and all the way to the way that that vehicle gets scrapped, taken apart for parts, and a million other tributaries that come out from that world. So from our perspective, that also covers things like manufacturing, things like defense tech, which I think Charlie's going to want to talk a little bit about, and a lot of things that are changing, I think, more rapidly in the next decade than they maybe did in the past decade.
I think it's infrastructure, right? And I think it's things that are hard and real as well. It can be around upskilling, it can be about education, but it's a much broader ecosystem than simply the original sort of vision.
You have a third definition.
I think they're exactly right, and I think especially right now when we've gone through this initial cycle around mobility and the excitement around EVs and what that meant, and we're now having this kind of reset. I think a lot of the investing world is looking down the value chain at manufacturing, at procurement, at mining, at the critical materials that are used to make these batteries. And that's really defining this next generation of mobility companies that are being built upon a new digital manufacturing universe.
Yeah, and then
going back.
Exactly. Let's go back now that we have defined the perimeter of the conversation. How would you say things are evolving?
So teenage years, I said, because I think the technology and the dream and the enthusiasm of what has been venture-backed and the AI and the reality of hardcore infrastructure and society and people walking on streets and protection has hit, right? So I think you just had people here from Shared Mobility talking about sort of how it works with policy. So it's real now, right? Now we need to talk about how AV works actually on the street, how electricity actually works with our current grid systems. And so we're at that real point, which opens up a ton more opportunities in terms of the investment space.
Yeah, but then there's also, adding up on that, there are reasons why this thing has not happened yet, let's say. Do you think it's more of a cultural reason? Do you think it's more money? Do you think we lack infrastructure? What do you think? Why are we not there yet?
I think a lot of this stuff is really scary. And the questions that we've been asked about, maybe particularly about whether our transportation systems are going to become electric and autonomous, those are very complicated questions that cut to the core of industrial policy. They cut to the core of our social relations with huge labor forces that are that will be called into question by some of these things. It brings up the East-West divide, which we could spend way more than this panel on, and some of the questions that emerge from there. So the fact of the matter is these are such drastic shifts and were expected to happen so quickly that I think there was maybe a little bit of an error at the core of the assumption that, I remember McKinsey reports from 2015 that said that by 2019, 50% of cars would have autonomous capability or whatever it is. And they were just wrong. They were wrong for technological reasons. They were wrong because the amount of capital that went in wasn't necessarily tackling the right problems. They were wrong because the last 10% is a lot harder than the first 90%. On electrification, it's very complicated. It's largely geopolitical. The Western manufacturers are not ready to make the quality EVs with what they imply for what's inside the car from a supply chain perspective, from a computational perspective. These are fundamental shifts in the car that traditional automakers are still figuring out, and it will take them a while. They have not had the luxury of leapfrogging over traditional manufacturing processes in the way that we've seen in other economies.
And then,
so just to jump in there, like I agree with a lot of Nate's points, but I kind of disagree with the fundamental premise. I think we are there. I think that we are making electric cars. Electric cars are only 2% of the shared fleet right now. So there's a huge amount to go, but 2% in 10 years from zero is a crazy amount. They're growing massively. That growth has slowed down, but that number keeps on increasing. Like the EV world is not slowing. We're progressing towards a fully EV fleet, or at least a largely EV fleet over the next couple of decades. One question I think might be an interesting one just to ask everyone is, does anyone here actually think that we're never going to reach autonomy in cars? So if everyone here thinks we're going to reach autonomy, are those autonomous cars going to be electric?
So then the question is how, when, and with what support?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then it all comes back to defining the perimeter of the conversation, because before the first session we had with Jürgen, he showed some trends happening, and he was mentioning zero fatality, he was mentioning the 25th hour, and of course we're not there. So yeah, it depends from which perspective we're.
Yeah, I think you're never going to get zero fatalities. I mean, GM doing that 000 PR campaign was the most stupid thing in the whole world. Like, promising that is just crazy. There are always going to be risks. People are always going to make mistakes. But there are Wave cars driving around London right now. There are Waymo cars driving around San Francisco right now. I don't think they have any deaths.
Brilliantly.
You can literally go and order one. Like, this is here. This is real. It's happening. It's just a question of scaling, and it's a question of productionization.
Yeah.
It's also a question of cost. I think that it's no surprise that the autonomous vehicles that we do see today are ones that generate revenue and not privately owned. You're not going to see a Hyundai Accent with level 4 capabilities anytime soon. Let's get that out of the way, guys. But when a vehicle is generating revenue 20 hours a day, you can actually underwrite the cost of an expensive LiDAR stack and an NVIDIA Jetson in the trunk pretty quickly. Yep. And so that's something that we have not seen the cost curve catching up with yet, but for those types of vehicles, it might not matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, there's a big difference on the B2B side than the B2C side, and the growth you're seeing on the B2B side can be quite substantial. I think also there's an infrastructure play here, right? Like, where I live, there's a bridge. There's no way that bridge can support an EV truck. It's just impossible. It's not built for that. So there's fundamental shifts that are societal, and it's scary. And it's also, this is now about working with cities and regulation. I think there was just a conversation about that. So it's real. It's real, which is what is exciting.
Yeah, and then I think there's should be another variable that is the markets. And I think maybe you're working both in the Middle East and in New York. So maybe you can give us your perspective on that. What do you think are the regions that are primed for innovation?
Yeah, I'm going to actually talk about my home market, Israel. Charlie may have heard this before, but we're going to use Israel as an interesting proxy. 5 years ago, the Chinese market share for all vehicles was 0%. Today, they are about 20% in 5 years, and 80% of the new EVs sold in Israel are Chinese. That happened in 5 years, guys. That's a show-stopping statistic. I think that there are, we can look at this in a few different ways. The fact of the matter is that the volume and quality of EVs that are coming out of China is spectacular, and I think that we should assume that nothing is going to change that in the foreseeable future, except pretty aggressive policy, pretty aggressive tariff regimes. What came out of Brussels a few months ago was not even close to scraping the surface. And so we're starting to see that, that strategy affecting markets, and I think that we're going to start seeing this in Europe in a pretty amazing way. The fact of the matter is these are excellent cars at very low prices, and we don't need to go into why they're so cheap, but they're really cheap. On the other side of the coin, something else is happening, which is that developing economies, places like India, places like Brazil, are actually positioned to electrify a very different type of vehicle very, very quickly. The two-wheeler market, which predominates in these markets, are already electrifying at stunning pace, especially in places like India. India has some really good subsidies that help bring down these costs and make them pretty much at cost parity. We've already had one electric two-wheeler company go public, a company called Ola. A second one called Aether is going to go public later this year or early next year. We're invested in a third one. We think they're going to go public sometime pretty soon too. And all that adds up to a robust ecosystem that requires a less fragile infrastructure, less fragile grid.
Skipping.
And in many ways, it's the leapfrogging of the global south over that of developed economies. It's also true that the 6 kilowatt battery that goes into a two-wheeler is a whole lot cheaper than the 75 kilowatt battery that goes into a sedan. And so we are seeing a very rapid rate of adoption in some of these markets. We think that that's going to continue in a number of other emerging economies. And in that sense, this may be the same thing as what we saw with mobile phone adoption in the global south, where in many ways they simply skipped over what we did here in more developed economies, where we first had laptops and only then did we get iPhones. They kind of just skipped the laptop part and went straight to iPhones. And that's a pretty remarkable thing to keep your eye on, because the most important thing is that there are way more people living in the global south than there are living in the rest of the economy. Right? We're talking about 350 million people in the U.S., 350 million people in Europe, and we're talking about 1.5 billion in China, 1.5 billion in India, about 1 billion in Africa, and 800 million in Latin America. So these are economies that the impact of electrifying will be disproportionately felt at the global scale.
Awesome. You mentioned the 3 companies that you invested in. I'm going to ask you, the 3 of you, the same question, and you can't answer the same way. And I'm going to ask you, which metrics do you evaluate when looking at the potential investment? Which metrics do you believe it's the most important one? Do you have it?
If they have too many metrics, then they're probably too late for me. I look at the founder, make sure, and if they're exceptional, then and I don't hate the market, then I'll invest.
Okay.
He's early, right? So.
What about you?
It really depends on the business model, but I think if I were to pick 2, I would look at churn and retention, so which is one in the same, 2 sides of the same coin, and then improvement in gross margin and revenue growth.
So churn and retention, talking about like subscription services.
Subscriptions, yeah, SaaS, consumer subscription.
Okay.
How sticky is the customer?
Okay.
Is it a must-have product?
What about you?
I'm going to cop out of the question just like Charlie did and take the exact same answer. Founder is the only thing that matters.
Founders, the team.
That's it.
Okay.
Nothing else.
Not fair. I would have done the same.
Do you guys all invest at the same stage?
Seed and A, yeah.
Okay.
Hearst is Series A and later, typically.
Okay, okay.
But it still matters. It always matters.
That's probably why where the answers came from.
She has more numbers to look at when she's...
Actually, we have some last few minutes, and I'm gonna change a little bit the perspective, and let's look forward. This is like the $1 million question, but what do you think it's the business model or the technology that will change everything in the space? Do you have it?
Somewhere I'm spending a lot of time right now is manufacturing and procurement software.
Okay.
So I think it's actually a very, very strong use case for general AI and the ability for LLMs to massively increase the efficiency, reduce cost, reduce time needed to manufacture highly complex products using new materials. The ability to test those materials using LLMs is incredibly interesting from the kind of the biology and material science side. I think that whole stack of manufacturing is going to change in absolutely unbelievable ways over the next 10 years.
Okay, it's your turn.
I'll pick a few areas. One is, I think, as I alluded to before, I think the energy transition is an important thing, and we need to catch up our grid systems and how to sort of power what we're asking to be electrified is an area that is going to be a huge opportunity. Going back to Hearst's media roots, I think, if we're not driving our cars, we're going to be spending our time differently in these vehicles. So I think there are interesting entertainment opportunities as well. And then finally, I'll speak to, I think the average age of an auto mechanic is like 60 in America, something very high. The dearth of car mechanics and the upskilling for EV cars is huge. And it's not sexy, but it's, I think, an interesting opportunity. So it might not be a transformative technology, but it's an important societal shift and an important opportunity there.
This goes into manufacturing broadly as well, I think. Like, there's a huge gap in supply from the kind of human side. And I know Nate has some opinions there.
Yeah. For me, the topics that are maybe most intellectually pressing, and that isn't necessarily mean the things that we can invest in most easily. These are very difficult things to invest in and find investable opportunities. But what we've all been talking about here, manufacturing, the supply chains, we are at and intelligently, as they rarely are, but we're actively trying to find technologies and approaches that will help equalize those industrial imbalances. And so that could be process technology that reduces the cost of making batteries in Western gigafactories. That could be robotic technology that helps improve the cost structure of labor in these economies. Ultimately, making a car is a very expensive thing. Making anything physical is a very expensive thing. I think it's important that VC investors recognize and realize that the next generation of venture capital returns are not going to be generated exclusively by software, vertical enterprise SaaS, which is both boring and also unimpactful. If we're going to make a generational shift, it's going to have to include hardware. It's going to have to include steel and grease and physical things. We're going to have to talk about robotics. We're going to have to talk about process. We're going to have to talk about cathode dry coating ovens. We're going to have to talk about things that traditional venture investors have not historically thought about at all, and it worked for a long time. But I think that's changing.
And in terms of how the industry will look like, in terms of players, do you think we're going to have an accumulation of, let's say, technology in just a few big players, or startups will still have the possibility to emerge?
You're touching on one of the most difficult questions that we have as investors, which is that technology is often not enough. One of the biggest challenges that startups have in this world, in this opportunity set, is that they fundamentally have a higher cost of capital. And when you have higher cost of capital, it's harder to disrupt traditional industry. And so I do think we're going to need to throw a lot more money at the problem than people realize. I think the governments will have an important role in incentivizing specifically this type of innovation. I don't think that a company that makes productivity tools for engineers is necessarily something that governments should be subsidizing right now. So yeah, that's the main challenge that we're facing.
To that point as well. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
What we've seen with the AI revolution so far is the people that have benefited the most, or the companies that have benefited the most, are not the startups. It's the incumbents, and you can see that in the market caps of all the big tech stocks in America, right? Like, these guys are the ones winning, and the startups are struggling. And I think we're going to see that compound when hardware comes into play. So it's critically important that we have significant pools of capital to invest into these companies.
Patient capital.
Yeah. You wanted to add something on that?
I think the other thing that's hard for a startup is distribution, right? Like, distribution is very, very hard. And if you're Google or if you're Ford, you have it. And so I think that's a tough thing. But yeah, I think we need to continue to support these startups because novel ideas can be incubated, right? They just need the capital and the patient capital to support them because it's not necessarily going to happen from a big company. And then we need a very active, IPO is great, M&A market, right? These companies should be absorbed in some cases as opposed to be a standalone public company. And that's fine too, but it needs to happen.
Do you see this happening in a region over another?
Do I see this what?
Happening already in a region over another? No.
The US is much better at M&A than Europe. And I think there's two crushing things in tech in Europe. One is venture growth, not enough funding. We need to continue to support these companies, right? Through the J curve. And then the other thing is we need to have an active M&A market. And I'm not talking about the $2 billion companies. I'm also talking about the sub 100 to $500 million companies. There should be incentives there for that to happen, because that develops a rich ecosystem.
Awesome. I have just one last question for you. We talked a lot about like the challenges that this mobility industry is facing. Do you think there are some knock-off effects that are happening from all this challenging that the industry is facing? Knock-offs effects?
Knock-on effects.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
No. I think public perception's a big one. Like this perception that the EV market has slowed down, that autonomous driving's not getting to where it should be. That's having an effect across the whole hardware investing industry, specifically in mobility, and the kind of spaces we've been talking about, where once public perception changed, it becomes increasingly hard to raise and allocate venture dollars to those businesses, because you're fighting an uphill battle constantly. So I think people need to kind of get back on the bandwagon and believe that we're getting to autonomy, it's happening, and that's the way it's going to be.
Do you wanna? I think we're already at the end, but if you wanna add something on that.
I think it's real now, and that's what makes it interesting, and we should all be mature about what that means, and
awesome.
Patient.
Yeah. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
You survived the rotating stage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you.
Woo. Which way do I go?
Awesome. So we talked a lot about, we had this first panel about how the macro trends which macro trends are happening. Then we had a panel only about the niche, not so niche micromobility sector. We had this different perspective from investors, and now it's time to introduce founders, and especially founders of new startups that are trying to find their way in this new ecosystem. That's why I asked them, how do you see the market evolving? Do you see big players getting all the market, or do you see some startups that can get into the space? So the next panel, I'd like to introduce the co-founder and CEO of Volteras, Peter Wilson, founder and CEO of Viaduct, David Halleck, and the co-founder and CEO of Magratea, Alex Grant. And also please welcome the partner at Extra Ventures, Alim Shakik.
Welcome. Really excited to have you all here today, and it's nice to have a mobility panel on a moving stage. It's very fitting.
Very mobile.
I would love if you could all introduce yourselves and your big vision for your company and why you decided to start.
Yes, so I can kick off. So my name is Peter. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Volteras. Essentially, we're building an API that connects the electric vehicle ecosystem together. So you can kind of think of us like a plaid in the fintech sector, but instead of integrating banks and aggregating them, what we do is that we integrate and work with OEMs across the automotive space, and also things that interact with electric vehicles, like energy devices and solar panels and so on. And our goal is to kind of help companies get data they need so they can build services in this space and build the future of green energy.
Why did you start Volteras?
So we kicked off a couple of years ago, and we were actually building a product in this space instead of infrastructure. And we were building a charging app, and we had a really difficult time launching the charging app. And the reason for that was that at the time, we realized that a lot of companies were reverse engineering APIs, and they were getting the data without the permission of the OEMs. So we took a step back and said, well, if we're having this issue, how many other companies are as well? And then we decided to build the infrastructure that we would have wanted to have used. So we directly integrate with OEMs, we integrate energy devices, and we try to get the most secure and stable data possible for our customers.
Great. David?
I'm David Halleck. I'm the CEO of Viaduct. We are the first connected vehicle-specific AI platform. And why we started this, we saw OEMs were investing billions in collecting, transmitting, storing connected vehicle data, but they really hadn't seen the value that they had anticipated or been promised in a half a decade ago or so. And we realized that there was a need to turn this raw data into actionable insights, and so we built the platform that can combine manufacturing, telematics, service data into useful tools and insights and findings that can help reduce vehicle downtime and broadly improve the end ownership experience.
Hi everyone, I'm Alex, co-founder and CEO at Megrathea. We're a tech company in California developing a new generation of electrolytic technology for making magnesium metal from seawater and brines, with the potential to make inherently carbon neutral primary light metal for the body parts of cars.
Metals without mining is a great tagline. How exactly do you produce metal from seawater? It sounds crazy.
It's a good question, and there's an explanation that might actually just be crazy, frankly. Historically, a plurality of the magnesium metal, of the majority of the magnesium metal ever made, was actually made from seawater and brines in the US, in Norway, in Israel, in different places. And we realized that there was a technology stack there that could be kind of redeveloped and improved and fixed and sometimes radically improved to reduce cost to make light metal very cheap without mining in the supply chain, because fundamentally the metal is being made from seawater or salty water. It was a realization that offered kind of a step change decarbonization and sustainability value proposition that no existing mining or minerals or metals company was even kind of capable of offering. So we took that technology stack and kind of went back to first principles and fundamentals of the kind of physical chemistry and figured out much better ways to make mag via electrolysis. 2 years later, we filed a bunch of patents. We've built a 2-ton per year pilot in California that's now making metal from seawater and brines. It's just been a heck of a lot of work doing pretty hardcore chemical engineering and learning from advisors who've operated in the industry and really kind of smushing together the mistakes that everyone else has made historically, and then new ideas that reduce cost. So
that's great. David, Viaduct's been using AI on telematics and other vehicle data before AI was kind of buzzy. And can you explain how your solution works and how you help your customers with costs, with safety?
Yeah, I think at this point every company claims they're an AI company, but how I like to describe it is if you put a 2 terabyte file of raw sensor data from a vehicle of oil temperatures and measurements and plug it into ChatGPT, it's not going to know what to do. It's not going to know how to use it and what patterns to look for. And so that's why we exist in the first place. We've developed a custom approach for connected vehicle data at scale. In terms of how it's used, typically we have a series of use cases, often around the vehicle and vehicle health. So we help systematically detect anomalous patterns that may be showing quality issues on the vehicle, from anywhere during the design and manufacturing phase to usage patterns on the road. We then can help pinpoint and root cause which factors are driving downtime and identify specific vehicles that are likely to fail. From there, we can help end customers, dealers, and everyone have a seamless experience to replace any parts that may be broken, to reduce downtime, reduce repeat repairs, and broadly make it a less painful experience when your car is starting to have problems in the first place.
Great. Peter, how are you addressing scalability, infrastructure challenges as EV adoption grows?
So our company is a double-sided platform. So on the supply side, we work directly with OEMs, and our job is basically to give them the feedback they need to understand what data is required for new verticals. So traditionally, they were focused on fleets, and they're very good at that. But now they realize that electric vehicles are part of a broader ecosystem in energy. So we help them understand, well, here are the requirements that energy customers are looking for, like utilities and virtual power plants and smart charging apps. Then on the demand side, our goal is to essentially help companies understand that there's like battery health, for example, that they can understand the degradation of their electric vehicles, try to keep essentially the residual value of those vehicles up, which in turn helps kind of adoption of electric vehicles overall and hopefully boost consumer confidence as well.
That's great. And how do you differentiate yourself among myriad of EV APIs out there? And how do you think about the current landscape? You described the sort of unofficial data, official APIs.
So the kind of secret in our market is that it's kind of similar to the music streaming industry. So if you can think of like Spotify. So when Spotify started out, they were competing against companies who were taking music data from the big music labels. And think of like a Napster or a Pirate Bay. And obviously this kind of annoyed the music labels a lot. And then they started trying to shut them down. Well, there's companies out there at the moment, and they're doing something similar. And they're taking data from the OEMs, and the OEMs are trying to shut them down. So that's what we refer to as unofficial data, which is that they're getting the data from the applications of the OEMs without their permission. So our whole thing is that we're trying to work with the OEM and officially integrate with their APIs, and then we hopefully act as the sales channel and help them kind of like gain new market share and so on.
Great. David, how do you see vehicle data evolving?
Yeah.
How does Viaduct capture the value there?
Yeah, I think really there's two streams of thoughts for how do you use data to drive value, and I like to describe them as the Google approach and the Apple approach. The Google approach treats the users as the customers and generally tries to sell advertisements and sell data about the customers to make money and drive revenue streams, whereas the Apple approach is much more focused on using data from, let's say, how you use your iPhone to build a better iPhone and build a better product. And I think the first generation of connected vehicle data thought more like Google. They tried to build a lot of new services, sell this to insurance companies. What ended up happening is a handful of these companies ended up on the front page of the New York Times from data breaches and these types of challenges. And I would challenge the industry and say, I think they need to think much more like Apple. They need to be thinking of this data. They need to be thinking of themselves as product companies building these vehicles and ultimately use this information to provide the best ownership experience for end customers. Seamless from the second you're thinking of buying a car to the second you sell the car to some second owner. And really not trying to take advantage of this data directly, but think of it holistically in terms of a unified product offering for the industry. How we fit in, I think we're the underlying technology that allows people to search, detect, and predict on this data that they can build this whole system on top of.
That's great. And Alex, how do your customers think about the trade-off between decarbonization, between onshoring, critical materials?
Yeah, that's a good question. Just to provide kind of a layer of context there, magnesium metal is one of the most important materials for national security and for the economy. You can't make steel without magnesium for desulfurization. You can't make any aluminum alloy without mag. So you lose your aluminum industry, you lose your steel industry, you lose titanium, you lose a whole bunch of other materials that are dependent on mag. And now, as we've entered a kind of decade of great power conflict, it's a bit of an issue that China, Russia, and Iran control more than 90% of the world's magnesium supply. And all of NATO has zero production now of primary metal. So that looms really large in the minds of our customers. But the reason why they're going to engage with us so early, we've only really been doing any business development for like 18 months, is because we're offering to sort of simultaneously clean up the supply base of this material and decarbonize it kind of while we're at it, while we bring it back to North America and Europe. So we found that customers really see it go hand in hand. We need to really reindustrialize rapidly, considering the moment we're in. While we're doing it, we really ought to clean up the process simultaneously. Very much not in conflict, very complementary.
And you're partnered with the U.S. Department of Defense. What is that like?
Yeah, so we formed a $28 million Defense Production Act Title III partnership with the Department of Defense. Megrathea has been gifted with the most, probably the most US taxpayer dollars in a generation or two to work on magnesium metal production, which we're super honored to have. It's been an incredible blessing. The DoD has been one of the most incredible partners. I mean, just behind XOR, I have to say, just the connectivity that they offer is incredible. They can really tell us kind of what matters for the US and Europe's defense industrial base, like very clearly. Kind of our customers are also connected into that network. So, the DoD offers this like really interesting kind of opportunity to connect with customers because they see it as validation that the federal government has invested in Megrathea essentially or given us a grant it's been really phenomenal. They've been really extraordinarily helpful. But just like last thing I would say is like everybody kind of actually wants us to do the same thing, which is to build a company that generates earnings and makes metal, like simply. The DoD wants that, investors want that, customers want that. So there's been really almost no misaligned incentives between these different stakeholders and different backers, which has been pretty extraordinary. Really phenomenal partnership so far. So.
And kind of transitioning to AI a bit, what challenges do you see as AI becomes more integrated into the automotive industry?
Yeah, I think once the technology really continues to evolve and prove out, it becomes a change management problem just as much as it becomes a tech problem. I think one of the things, especially in the mobility space, is how rapidly the industry is evolving. And if you look at frankly, other types of mobility like aviation, you can assume safely that Boeing and Airbus are going to be the two dominant players for the next decade or two. If you look at automotive, you have no idea. And I think that means customers are scared, or end drivers have no idea what they want to buy. The OEMs are not sure what they want to build, and they're not sure they're going to be around in a decade, so they really have to make these big decisions, but they need to operate out of confidence rather than operating out of fear. And for me, I think really the biggest challenge is this is going to break organizational silos. You're going to have to rearrange your company to not have different P&L lines across, quality and service, for example, when ultimately they're both doing the same thing on data, which is building better vehicles. And I think leaders at these companies really need to embrace this change and recognize that this is going to not lead to more of the same, and it might ruffle a few feathers along the way, but ultimately it's the right decision for them and for their company to understand how to readapt and re-architect themselves to be AI first rather than trying to fit AI into their existing process that wasn't meant for this type of data and this type of technology.
That's great. And in the sort of crowded space or increasingly crowded space, how does Viaduct differentiate itself?
Yeah, I think it's really, and I said this earlier around the specifics of this type of data analysis. I think the whole AI industry, the whole transformer space is growing rapidly, and I'm pretty sure at some point soon they're going to be able to handle large amounts of time series sensor data. I think the new O1 models that came out last week are actually a big step in that direction. But ultimately, I think there's a different work stream in the same way that text and video have begun to evolve separately, but ultimately with the same foundational technology. I think sensor data, IoT data, is its own thread of AI that needs core research, needs core investment, and needs its own way of thinking. And from our perspective at Viaduct, we actually initially started, we spun out of a research lab at Stanford University, and my PhD is in high dimensional time series AI. I think ultimately, the next generation of researchers needs to keep pushing the boundaries, needs to keep thinking about how to use the new technology that's coming more broadly in the space and apply it to connected vehicle data, IoT data, sensor data, so on and so forth.
Great. Peter, how do you see Volterra's fit within an autonomous world? Who knows when that'll be, but what will be your place in it?
So our goal is to be an infrastructure layer and to have companies like autonomous car companies or ride-sharing companies built on top of us. And it was pretty exciting. Myself and my co-founder in San Francisco a couple of weeks ago, and we managed to get a Waymo for the first time. So for those of you who haven't experienced that, literally you press a button and the car just turns up magically in front of you, and then you get into it. And a lot of the data that powers those kind of vehicles would be the ones that we'd like to have on top of our platform. Well, it's a bit of a burden, or it's transitioning over to ICE to EV. And the thing to get across is that electric vehicles are just part of the grid now. If you're speaking to a utility company or an energy company, they're not going to view an electric vehicle as an actual mobility solution. They're going to view it as a big battery, because they want to be able to not only provide energy to that battery, the electric vehicle, but they also want to be able to take it back and send it to the grid in times when the demand is high and they need to balance the grid. So part of our job and our solution is to be enabled to enable different software solutions to build on top of us, so that they can do grid balancing, load balancing, and demand response software. Yeah.
Very cool. Alex, you sold metal off your first pilot plant. Who did you sell it to? How? And what are the keys to kind of building a new metal? It seems hard.
So that's a good question. We, like I mentioned, we built a 2-ton per year nameplate pilot in California, making metal from seawater brines, and just a sliver of that metal, a couple kilograms. Someone wanted badly enough US-made clean electrolytic mag that they would give us money for it. We weren't even planning or trying to sell metal at this stage, because it's just total, R&D, experimental, small scale. But because we are a company, of course, we took their money and gave them metal. It was actually an isotopes facility that needed magnesium for kind of an energy-critical application. And it was really important to them that they had domestic supply of the metal. They didn't want to have to rely on China and Russia for this particular application. So yeah, we considered that really a strong validation of the fact that people need and want this material. And as far as I know, they paid the highest price ever for magnesium, which is quite kind of entertaining for me. So, and the millions of dollars per ton scale for a very small amount, obviously. But yeah, we're pretty proud of that, and we'll continue building the relationship with that customer, and it's just the start. So.
And do you see MagRathia as disrupting kind of the traditional auto supply chain? And yeah.
I mean, first thing first is to reinforce and make more robust the existing supply chain. There's mag in every single car on the road, in the aluminum alloys and die castings, sometimes in extrusions and different types of parts. So yeah, plan A is like make sure that that supply chain is clean and robust and secure. But long term, because magnesium is the lightest metal, it's a third lighter than aluminum and 4 times lighter than steel. Different automakers have looked at it in kind of using a lot more of it in cars for decades. We've received quite a lot of positive feedback that, because batteries have essentially made cars so heavy, now is kind of the moment when magnesium needs to be, sort of invested in and considered really deeply for the next generation of EV. Because dead weight never makes your car more efficient. It only reduces your battery's capabilities and how far you can drive, et cetera. So yeah, we're really excited to offer that as a lever that wasn't really considered before. So.
Great. And Peter, you kind of touched on this earlier. What are the kinds of things that companies build with the data from Valteris?
So when you talk about data, people generally kind of goes over their head, like what kind of data are you talking about? So we give everything from, let's say, the mileage of the car, the odometer, to the location of the vehicle, down to being able to actually control the car. So you can open and close the doors remotely, you're able to start and stop charging. And this lends itself to a host of innovative use cases. So we cover 20 different verticals on our platform, and it's everything from pay-per-mile insurance, where they use the odometer then to give you a discounted rate on your insurance, to more traditional use cases like fleet management and helping companies transition to electric vehicles. And then there's more innovative use cases in the energy space in particular, where they're doing things like demand response and virtual power plants, which is the interplay between how an electric vehicle interacts with other IoT devices inside of a home. So for example, we would be able to provide data from around a solar panel or a solar inverter, and then see how that translates into a home battery, like a Tesla Powerwall, and then see how that moves then to a charger, then to an electric vehicle, and then back again, when it's the case, you're doing vehicle-to-grid technology. So we cover a host of different use cases along those lines.
Excellent. And I have a question for all of you, and you're quite early in what I hope will be a long journey. What advice do you have for aspiring founders building in mobility? Let's start and go this way.
I think the mobility space is kind of like a legacy business in some ways, but it's being kind of innovated in a lot, as you can probably hear today. And you sort of have to be like impatiently patient. So you have to be kind of willing to go the long yard and wait a long time, but also put pressure on the industry and challenge conformity.
I would say, and it sounds like all three of us are engineers by trade, but ultimately the learning that I have is building a business is all about trust, and it's trust externally and trust internally. I think externally, you're starting from nothing, and you need, as your company, you need to earn the trust of your customers. That takes work, that takes time, but you need to empathize with them and have them trust you to be able to solve some of their biggest challenges. Then internally, you need to hire a team that you can trust to deliver on your vision. And I think ultimately, the soft skills end up mattering a lot more than I originally thought, at least, and I think a lot of new founders think, because that's where these companies succeed or fail, is that trust and making sure it never gets broken.
So that was a way better answer than my answer, just to caveat, because I have to follow it now. But I was just going to say focus. So many people try to go after so many different products and markets because they think of themselves as a technology platform and they can tackle all these different problems, but then they end up trying to deal with 17 different industries, and they can't actually build trust with any customer in any industry because they're spread too thin, and resources are spread too thin internally too. And I've just that's shaped so much our approach at Megathea is just focus on delivering exactly the product that matters the most to the first customers. So yeah, focus.
And this is kind of related to what's been the single biggest challenge for each of you as you've built your startup. I think you're 4 years old now. You guys are 2 to 3 years old. 3 years old now.
So I think if you asked me this 2 years ago, which I think you did actually, it was at the seed round, how are you going to partner with all the OEMs? How are you going to work with them? And now we're up to 27 OEMs, and now it's, how are you going to get essentially them to change and keep updating their platforms and so on? So the big thing for us now is to be part of the feedback loop so that we're informing the OEMs and trying to help them understand these new use cases I mentioned today.
For me, it is, I guess it's partially the change management, but I would describe it a bit more precisely as AI is not perfect. We're going to get predictions wrong. If we're going to predict a vehicle fails, sometimes we'll be wrong. And how do you communicate probabilistic actions to an industry that's used to, or frankly, a world that's used to very deterministic outputs? And again, this ties back to the trust, being able to explain and work through those challenges while frankly building the better technology to minimize any false positives along the way.
I would say, 2 years ago when we were kind of starting, one of the biggest challenges was explaining to people, what the heck we're doing, essentially, and why it matters and who's going to buy this metal. That's been mostly put on the shelf successfully over the last year and a half. We have almost a quarter of the entire world's non-China mag market under LOI and MOU now, and partnerships with automakers and stuff. So that was kind of out of the way, but then now as we've scaled a bit, we're about 30 people. One of the biggest challenges is team, and I think that's my life for forever from now on. Just making people work together effectively, creating environments of trust, right, and finding the right people, because we're building smelters with 700 degrees Celsius molten salt, and no one knows how to do that. So it's you really have to find the right profile of person who wants to learn quickly and has kind of relevant experience that they can deploy in an environment like that. Building and bolstering team is a huge challenge, but really a lot of fun too. So.
Have any of you been to Italy, Torino before? Have you looked at doing anything here in terms of customers, talent?
First time here, and yeah, we got a few Italian customers that we're looking forward to meeting in person. So,
First time here as well, but we recently opened up a small office actually right next door in Slovenia. So I will be back soon.
Yeah, I've been to Italy, I think maybe 3 times, wearing my Megrathia hat now, because there's tremendous industrial heritage in the north of Italy, you know, from around Turin, obviously, to Milan and to Brescia, and in die casting, you know, automotive parts manufacturing, and you know, magnesium is used today in Italy, so it's like we have customers here. Yeah, that industrial heritage is a really incredible foundation to get to learn from and build on. So,
we have 2 minutes left. I want to do a quick lightning round. I want you to give me an over/under answer, and we'll go left to right. $25,000 EV outside of China by 2026.
Are we over?
Under.
Yeah, there's like a 0% chance of that. Yeah, unfortunately.
eVTOL flying taxis running commercially in New York City or LA by 2028.
Close to 0%. Under.
I don't think so, but I'm definitely not the person to ask that question to.
Also in the basement, under, on the floor, yes.
Wow, some pessimists here. Okay. Autonomous ride hailing, more than 50% of rides in SF by 2030.
I'd say over, on track.
Over. I think anyone who takes a Waymo for the first time gets totally hooked. It's I've seen it happen. It's happened to me. It's way over.
I'm over too. Yeah, I'm optimistic on that one.
Okay, and here's the last one. It's kind of out there. A humanoid robot in most U.S. homes by 2040.
You may have to ask Elon Musk about that. I'm not sure if we're the right people, but I'd say neutral.
Probably over. I used to work in a robotic, or I think over 50% chance. I used to work in a robotics lab, and I've seen how far the technology has evolved. And again, just keeping up this pace, I think 15 years is a long time, and we're going to have some amazing traction by then.
I'm over too. Yeah, I feel optimistic about robots. Yeah, it's looking bright.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Elaine.
Nice work. Nice work. Nice job. Nice job.
Thank you, guys. So we're almost at the end. Let's see if I can get to the middle. Okay. We're almost at the end of this mobility deep dive that we've been through. We've heard from startups, we've heard from investors, we've heard from consultancy also what's their perspective on how this industry is changing. Now we have one last panel. It's a conversation between Mike Butcher, that is the editor-in-chief at TechCrunch, and Mike Volpe, that many of you, I guess, already knows, and it's a partner at Index Ventures. So please welcome them on stage. Mike will talk about how the industry is evolving, what are the challenges that it's going to face in the next years, and what are also the opportunities that arise from the ecosystem. So please welcome Mike Butcher, editor-in-chief at TechCrunch, in conversation with Mike Volpe, partner at Index Ventures.
Great. Where do we sit? Do I sit here or here? I don't know.
Wherever
do
you
this.
like, Mike. I think they'll charge you extra for where you sit.
I feel like I've just walked down a catwalk or something. This is brilliant. How appropriate for Italy. How's everybody doing? Italian Tech Week. Having a good time? Fantastic. Now, there's one problem with this stage, Mike, is there's no sick bag in case we get sick. Right, well, as you could probably tell, my name is Mike Butcher. I'm based in London for TechCrunch. I'm not editor-in-chief, by the way. I'm editor-at-large, a little different. And so it's fantastic to be interviewing you, Mike. I don't think I've actually interviewed you on stage before, so this is a first.
Okay. Well,
it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. Many of you might have guessed that there's an Italian flavor to Mr. Volpi here, because you were born in Milan, weren't you?
I was born in Milan. I've spent about half of my life in Europe and half of my life in the US. So I'm actually from the southern tip of Greenland, I think is sort of the...
Oh, right. Genetically.
Exactly.
Right. So you're half Viking or something.
Exactly.
But you obviously have that heritage. I gather you spent a lot of your summers in Italy?
Yeah, I was born in Milan. Spent the first 6-7 years living there. And then my parents' work took me and we traveled all over the world. I went to American schools, which is why I principally sound American, but still spent a lot of my summers here in Italy. So fond memories of this wonderful country.
Sure you want to say something in Italian to everyone. Say hello.
Ben arrivati tutti. Spero che godete questa bella intervista con un campione come Mike.
There you go. Mic drop. Listen, obviously we're going to be talking a bit about mobility, and there's quite a lot of people who have sort of discussed a lot of the subjects at the moment. But obviously, from your position as one of the chief architects and co-founders of Index Ventures based in Silicon Valley, you've seen so much in this space. And we're at such an interesting time now, aren't we? Because we're seeing the predominance of AI hitting the mobility space, and so many things are going to change over the next few years. And and there's so many different aspects to mobility. Battery power, hydrogen, electric vehicles, ride-hailing, autonomous vehicles. With your investor hat on, how have you approached the whole space over the last few years?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing to say is that mobility, as described in this context, is actually a relatively tricky sector to invest in. Venture capital, historically, has done its best work, has created the best returns by investing in software. And because it's low cost of capital, you don't need a lot of money to be in that business. You can scale it very quickly. You can make many copies of software very easily, or now with the cloud, you don't even need that. The challenge with mobility is it typically involves an inclusion of some element of hardware. And as I like to say, hardware is hard.
Hardware is hard.
Yeah. Hardware is hard because it requires, first of all, a significant fixed cost of some variety. It involves a comprehension of the three-dimensional world that we live in, which is diverse, which is complex, and it changes, and so forth. And generally speaking, it involves also very different regulations based on where you are. So the rules in Paris might be very, very different than the rules in New York. So when you combine all those aspects of higher fixed cost, interface between the physical world and the software world, and then the regulatory complexity around it, it's been a tough sector to invest in. That said, it obviously holds enormous potential because everybody moves and everybody needs computation everywhere. So when it works, you take like an Uber, for example, the outcome is massive, right? Now, they did a lot of different things to figure out how to reduce the fixed cost of being in that business. They also played games with a lot of the rules and regulations, as we know, but in the end, landed in a place which seems to function, and it's a company worth north of $100 billion.
Yeah, no, so as you say, so in a way, Uber managed to kind of get around the system because it was more like a marketplace than it was dealing with the hardware, as it were.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this a little bit in the warm-up area there, but one of the interesting differences, we were investors in Bird, we were not investors in Uber. And the fascinating thing is both offer an interesting mobility solution, both are pretty useful. I see a lot of scooters around town here. The big difference is that Uber didn't require, the company didn't have to show up with a fleet of hardware devices. Bird did. Bird had to go buy a bunch of scooters. And the challenge with that business is that the scooters themselves, first of all, they're expensive because you have to buy them. And secondarily, they get consumed. and the company is under the obligation of either replacing them or fixing them. So inherently, you raise actually the fixed cost. And it turns out the Uber model, where the driver brings their own car, is a far more capital efficient model than the Bird model. And even though they're both useful, that fundamental difference in the economic model made one a much better business than the other.
Yes, and Bird famously kind of went on a huge roller coaster, and it was almost a little bit maybe just too early for the market, but now it's in a different place. And many of those other companies like Bolt. I mean, in London, I can get a Lime bike, which is owned by Uber now, or
I think one of the challenges is, one of the big fundamental differences between hardware and software is that I can change software every day. Whatever software I have today, tomorrow, it'll be a different piece of software. With hardware, once you've built it, it doesn't change anymore. It's fixed. So being early in hardware is very tricky. The challenges Bird had is that the scooters they were using were designed for consumers that used it for a few miles every day. Now you take that instrument and you say, okay, we're going to use it for tens of miles every day, driven by people who don't care and leave it on the street. All of a sudden, they break down. Not so with cars, right? Cars were designed to be driven many hours a day and so on and so forth. So that fundamental difference in the version and how early the hardware is makes a huge impact on the business trying to take advantage of it.
Index invested in Cowboy, which is a hardware e-bike company, and there's been a kind of like e-bike wars over the last couple of years. Van Moof was also a startup out of Europe, Cowboy out of Belgium, Van Moof out of the Netherlands, and Van Moof famously went bust, but is still trying to kind of like come back from the ashes. But Cowboy's still doing well. What do you think is what made the difference in those stories?
Well, first of all, I think you have to recognize that if you're going to be in the business of making some hardware, you better have a very, very rich component of software inside it if you're going to stay differentiated over the long term. I was an early investor, Index was an early investor in Sonos, right? If you're making a speaker in and of itself, it's not particularly differentiated over time. You get knockoffs from China and you're done, right? The reason Sonos stayed alive for so long and why it's still a good business is because it's a very software-rich product. Now, when I pull that over to bicycles, the challenge right now with all bicycle manufacturers, and sadly I think Cowboy's going to be one of them, is that there just isn't enough software content. And so then when you don't have that, you either build brand, or you get commoditized, right? Now, there are hardware products that have rich brand and can stay differentiated for a long time. You buy Birkin bags and you buy Ferraris, right? So those are hardware products that have long-term differentiation because of their brand. But if it's a transport instrument, a bicycle, unless you get a brand, your Bianchi or something like that, very, very hard to keep differentiated over the long term. So all of those businesses have fundamental challenges over time.
I see. Yes, so those, as you say, mobility crosses so many different aspects. I know that you were a non-executive board member of Fiat Chrysler for a bit, and now you're on the Ferrari.
Yep.
Is Ferrari going to be using autonomous driving anytime soon?
I think that sort of defeats the purpose of owning a Ferrari.
Right.
I think you want to be driving it, not somebody else. But no,
exactly.
I don't think Ferrari's that interested in autonomy.
I was kidding slightly, but obviously, your experience at Fiat Chrysler must have given you some insight on how big car makers are approaching autonomous vehicles. And you're in the Bay Area. A lot of people are using Teslas. What are you thinking of? What's your thinking as someone who's looked at it from an investment point of view about the autonomous space? In the UK, we have Wave, which raised $1 billion. Do you think in the way startups are just going to be, and also you're an investor in Aurora as well,
yeah.
Do you think eventually the software goes deep inside the manufacturing chain in the OEMs, and those are the exits to those, the big automakers? And do you think, I'd be interested to know if you think Tesla will survive?
Okay, so first, I think there was a point in time where the large automotive manufacturers, the Stellantis and the Volkswagen and so forth were very interested in autonomy. I think that they now have a different challenge that they're focused on, which is the migration to electric vehicles, to EV. And I think autonomy has taken a back seat, no pun intended, to that problem. So OEMs, I don't think fundamentally care about that too much right now, because it still seems that the application of autonomy is niche to them. And so now, big exception is Tesla, and we'll get to that in a minute. I do think autonomy for vehicles is finally happening. I don't know how many people in the audience have gone to San Francisco to experience a ride in a Waymo. It's absolutely phenomenal. It's absolutely amazing. I literally will not drive to San Francisco so that I can take them because it's just so cool. It is.
Do you actually prefer it as a user?
Much more. Much more.
Why is that?
Well, there's so many aspects to it. First of all, it's a good driver. It actually drives well, and my experience with Uber drivers is you get one good one and you get one bad one. The second thing is literally sitting there and it's like watching magic. And then the third thing is, of course, because it's a Waymo, you get a very consistent quality of service. So every ride is very functional and very similar. So I think that technology is magic. Aurora, which is my portfolio company, focuses on trucking. But fundamentally, what those technologies do is they replace a driver. And replacing a driver means that you can consume the labor cost associated with that driver. Trucks are very attractive because truck drivers get paid a lot of money. Taxis are a little less attractive because taxi drivers get paid less than truck drivers, right? But that's basically your market. The technology, I think, for city driving, for most urban environments, is pretty much ready. I think for trucks, Aurora will start commercial services in this quarter, in Q4, or next quarter, Q4. So I think it's coming along. And I do think that these are going to be big businesses. I think Waymo's going to be a big business. I think Cruise is going to be a business. I think Aurora is. And we can get to Wave in a second, but the core of it is all of those guys have spent a lot of money developing product, and it's ready, and it's in market. And there's going to be a big advantage for the players who are in market because they can experience all of the challenges. And they're past sort of the theoretical, researchy side of the world, and now that they're in the practical experience side of the world. Tesla is an interesting one. And I think that they have a very unique approach to autonomy because they want to go just with cameras and no LiDAR. And two is that rather than building a specialized fleet the way Waymo has, their idea is that you and I will buy a Tesla and then we'll turn a switch on and it'll be a taxi for somebody else. That's to be proven. And I think a little bit of this sort of full self-driving thing is Elon doing some of his, I'll call it magic, which is as soon as the stock price gets under pressure because he's not growing, he starts saying things like, oh, we have a robo-taxi service coming next month. And that helps his stock price get back up. But in practical reality, even with FSD, I would not feel, knowing what I know about the tech, I wouldn't feel super comfortable just letting it drive itself.
The Tesla?
Yeah, I don't think it's there.
Interesting. Well, let's watch the stock price after we get off stage. I'm kidding. But it's perhaps not a bit unfair to ask you this, you're an investor in tech, but what's going to happen to all the truck drivers when they're suddenly made redundant?
Well, there's two things. One, I don't know the statistics in Europe, but in the United States, there are 8 million truck drivers. Half of those do what's called long-distance driving, so they drive between large city pairs in the United States. If you think about the pace at which autonomous trucks will hit the market, you're talking about hundreds and thousands of vehicles as opposed to millions. So first, the impact is actually pretty small. The second thing is that the trucker market has a declining rate of new entrants. People don't want to drive trucks. It's not a comfortable job. So you have a naturally declining population of truck drivers anyway.
I see.
And then the third component is all of these companies that have autonomy, whether it's Waymo or Aurora or Cruise, all have operational staff that do teleops. So essentially when the truck gets into a spot where it's stuck, it switches over to somebody that's sitting in a data center in Salt Lake City, and they actually drive the vehicle. So truck drivers could go from driving from South Dakota to Texas to just sitting in a room in Salt Lake City waiting for those trucks to get stuck. So in other words, their job doesn't go away. It probably gets a little more pleasant, actually, overall.
Interesting. So maybe the truck drivers will become security guards in a way.
Pretty much, yeah.
We'll have to see. I mean, there's one other aspect of mobility that's always kind of interesting and makes for great pictures is in the sky. So electric vertical takeoff and landing, taxis. There's been some investments in that space. In Europe, there's a thing called a volocopter. Atomico, VC in Europe, invested in Lilium, which is a sort of a very unusual-looking auto taxi drone style thing. Did you guys go into that? Did you look at that space? And what's your view generally about mobility in the sky, for instance?
So let's look at it two ways. One is, would it be nice to have such an instrument that worked properly for those of us who get stuck in traffic all the time? For sure. So is there a consumer need for it? Yes. Is it a good business or not? I think there's lessons to be learned from the bird experience that we talked about earlier. Most of the devices, the instruments, the flying instruments, the eVTOLs and so forth that we're talking about are battery-powered, brand new, and at low volume. And the challenge, and first of all, because they're battery-powered, now whenever you make an electric vehicle, there's always this trade-off between battery life and weight and distance. Right now, obviously you need more energy to lift a vehicle in the air than to roll it on the ground. And so all of these eVTOLs have ranges of maybe 300 kilometers.
Yeah.
Max.
Yeah.
If you want to be safe because you have to circle, it's probably less. So first of all, it really creates a very finite range. Second, you've got to charge batteries. So rather than operating over and over again, you can do a few flights, and then you have to sit there and wait for the thing to charge, right? So that's a second diseconomy. And the third is the volume is low, so they're very expensive, and so the cost you have to pass on to the consumer is also very high. First generation hardware and large-scale business models that are like taxis don't go together well. Scooters, first generation scooters, and a taxi-like model didn't go together very well. So I think that at some point we will have battery-powered vehicles in the sky. I think the likelihood that right now, with the current technology of batteries, with the weight that it carries, and with the distance that you have to go, making the unit economics work at a reasonable price is pretty unlikely. So I'm not taking anything away from the technology. It's interesting. It's kind of R&D, but I don't see a business model that works right now around it.
Do you think maybe it's more of like going to be a very rarefied market where perhaps a few people buy what used to be a private jet and now it's just an electric?
Sure, if you have a $150 million yacht and you want to land a plane on it, that's fine.
Right.
But, and I think the tell in this, interestingly, to link back to the topic of Tesla, is if there's one company in the world that knows their batteries, it's Tesla. So if they were making a VTOL, I'd say they probably know what's going on. The fact that they're not making one is probably indicator that the maturity of the battery technology isn't there.
And then, but there's also hydrogen technology, perhaps small light aircraft, but it's a different ball game.
Yeah, I mean, just take a step back. At the end of the day, you need some amount of energy to power something to move from A to B, right? The place where you need what's best called the best energy density, so like how much energy do you pack into a certain amount of space and weight, is fossil fuels. They have the best energy density by a long shot. If there's one place where energy density matters, it's flight. So to me, there's a lot of things in the world that are going to go with different sources of energy, whether it's nuclear, or it's solar, or it's wind, or it's hydrogen, or it's geothermal, a lot of different places. The last place it gets to is the sky.
Right. Well, I think I consider us told on that. Now, it's a little bit unfair of me to ask you this, but I'm going to go anyway. That's what you do when you're a journalist, because you're not involved in the latest fund for Index. You've taken a step back.
Retired as of the most recent fund. Thankfully.
He's retired. Oh, you're still working. You're still a young man. But but perhaps you could give us an insight. Do you think that I think it was about over $2 billion for the latest fund for Indexed. How much do you think that will be mobility, and how much do you think will be AI in the next 5-10 years?
Wow, for someone like Index Ventures, ultimately, the firm we're not a vertical sector investor. In other words, the investing principle isn't like, oh, we like this sector and we like this sector and we'll do this one or not. I think as a venture firm, we're much more motivated by the founders and the entrepreneurs, and do we see a fantastic entrepreneur behind this? A classic example is no venture capitalist should have ever in their right mind invested in Tesla. But if you did because you believed in Elon, you made a lot of money. And I think that's our principle. So it's very hard to say, like, are we going to put 10% or 20% or 50% in mobility? The question will be if you have great entrepreneurs. Great entrepreneurs figure out these problems. They can figure out that flying in the sky is harder than driving on the ground. And so basically, you just kind of follow them. So in that sense, I can't really give you a good answer. I do think that there's a technological transformation happening with AI and computer vision, which is very relevant. And then how many entrepreneurs we find that take advantage of that, who knows?
As an investor, when you look at a startup, or an entrepreneur as part of that startup, what would your advice be to the people here? Would you say, be a better startup, be in a better sector, or make yourself a better entrepreneur?
Well, I think those topics are related. And I would say this way, the most important thing, one of the key characteristics of good entrepreneurs is that they are highly commercial, and highly commercial people find good markets, big markets, and are able to use technology to transform or to affect those large markets, right? But it starts with the founder's ability. Oftentimes, frankly, the wrong way to invest is to find an unbelievable researcher that has created this discovery and say they're the entrepreneur. Because inherently, a researcher that goes from the inside out and doesn't think about it from the consumer side in will tend to have a harder time understanding where the commercial opportunity is, how to take advantage of it. So I think my general advice to all entrepreneurs is think about the problem. Don't think about the solution, right? What is the problem statement that your consumer, that your business is having? How do you intelligently compose technology to solve that problem? Don't go the other way around to say, I love my technology and I'm going to try to apply it everywhere. Because that very rarely produces great businesses.
In Europe, we've been very well known for producing great scientific advancements, and we've had fantastic universities. But often there's a criticism of European entrepreneurs is we don't productize as fast as North American entrepreneurs. Do you think that still holds, and what do you see things changing?
I mean, look, entrepreneurs are everywhere. You find them in every place in the world. Without a doubt, given the last 50 years of venture capital history, there is a higher density of entrepreneurs on the West Coast. There is a higher density in the United States overall, and there's different density of entrepreneurs in different places in Europe. And I tend to think that in the United States, if you go to, like I studied at a United States university, I meet with a lot of professors and so forth. The boundary between practical application and research is very thin. Particularly on the West Coast, I went to Stanford. There, half the professors are starting companies themselves. So inherently, their research groups are working on things that are very practically applicable to real-life problems. That differentiation, in Europe, we have amazing universities that do great research, but it's almost still culturally frowned upon to make a commercial application of that research. It's kind of impure. And I think one of the things that universities have to do here is to lean into the commercialization of that technology, and that will fundamentally help. Now, you might say, universities might say, well, it's bad because then you're not really doing research, you're just doing development. And I don't know that that's necessarily the best way to create entrepreneurship around academics.
Well, I think that's rather subtle criticism, but you're being very diplomatic. But I'm just going to say, everybody, take a little photograph of us on the stage and tag us on all your social media, Mike Butcher and Mike Volpe. But for now, Mike Volpe, it's been a pleasure. I hope this isn't the first and last time I get to interview you, because I've got many more questions. But for now, Mike Volpe, everyone.
Thank you, Mike.
For the photo.
That we have loved, and in loving so deeply we abused, like a mother abused by her own child. Space will be my home. Space will be my home. They say it was another ship that brought us here, that we were seeded by panspermia. And now from the windows of the last ship to go, we look out onto the barren fields, to the burnt roots of trees and black rivers, in this chemical rainforest, in this chemical rainforest. Space will be my home. Space will be my home. As we travel the spaceways, we leave no data trace. We hibernate through cryogenic sleep, emerging into another world, in another time and space. And as we do, we promise not to make the same mistakes again. Show me the great pyramids and the great plains. Show me a map of these constellations, of Sirius moons and the stars aligning. Show me the fertile springs. Let me build my house on stilts of chrome, overlooking the valley of gold. Show me this place that they call Earth, and let me land this ship. Space will be my home. Space will be my home. So long they see us coming and call us UFOs. So long they call us extraterrestrial, alien life forms, not knowing that we are dead. And we come from a future when we have learned to warp the fabric of time and space. My lunar love, take my hand. Soon we will forget where we have come from. Space will be my home. 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 Space will be my home.
You ever been broke and hungry? I have really been broke and hungry plenty of times in my life. I raised up, I come up through that kind of thing, you know? Yeah. Broke and hungry. And every time I go down the street, Bronx, New York City, San Francisco, Oakland, Atlanta, Georgia, Houston, Texas, Mobile, Augusta, Georgia. Let me get mine in there. Right on. What about it, Bank? You know, I remember when I used to go to Florida school, man, Jack. You couldn't look at me no way.
No, at us.
Oh, okay. You can look at us no way.
Me and you.
And miss nothing. And you'd always see the thing. Yes, sir. Because the patches was hanging loose. You know, and people want to know why a brother can do that, get down so much and really do the blues. Because he lived the blues. He lived the blues.
Right.
Jack, anytime you can't eat and don't know where you're going to get your next meal, and if you don't get there early, you won't be able to sleep in the bed. You got to sleep on the floor, on a pallet. A pallet, let me tell you, kids, a pallet is something that it's just a sheet or a cloth, blanket, spread it out on the floor. Right. Pillows, I never had a pillow until I got a little older. You know, I got my first pair of long underwears. You know how long I was? I mean, how old I was?
How old were you?
9 years old.
Oh, man.
The first pair that I got out of a store, you know. Hey, man, I felt so good when I got them. I ran downstairs, Jack, and let everybody take a look at me. I was out trying to act like Superman because I had no other heroes, you understand?
I'm here. They didn't know about Shaft and all them people.
No, they didn't know about Shaft. And Superflies. Beautiful people like Isaac and Brother Isaac Hayes and Curtis Mayfield, Brother Marvin Gaye. Wilson Pickett, cats like Chuck Jackson, Jackie Wilson, Bobby Bland, B.B. King, Muddy. Hey.
Muddy Water.
Yeah, man.
Oh, man.
There's a lot of cats I really like to call their name because I don't want nobody to think I'm leaving them out. Because all these people got the blues. And make you get restless, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Go on, sing the blues one time.
You know, in the morning, when you get up, some want coffee, but I drink tea. Yeah. And I drink it out of an old tomato cup. Yeah. Now, you know, no such thing as no cup and saucer. But it make you wanna get down, yeah. It's been so long. Ah, Lord, it's been so long, yeah, yeah. I don't know how to sing the blues like I used to sing them, yeah. But I can always sit back and think about it. Some people say I think about the good things. Maybe we were sincere and it was good. But let me tell you, believe me, it wasn't that good. At least you got a right today to say you don't dig it. If we had said we didn't dig it, we would have been dead. I don't blame nobody because ignorance, hey, ignorance get everybody. But it make you want to sing the blues. It makes you want to sing the blues. You know, I remember my dad and them used to sing them songs like, see how he say, because my daddy can get down, he said, I woke up this morning, the blues all around my bed. Didn't have nobody hold my aching head. We'll deal with ignorance. That's the key. I know that's the key.
One step the head of heartbreak, one step the head of misery. One step is all I'd have to take backwards to be the same old fool for you I used to be. I'm only one step ahead of your arms, one kiss away from your sweet lips. I know I can't afford to stop for one moment, 'cause I'm just out of reach of your fingertips. Your warm breath on my shoulder keeps reminding me that it's too soon to forget you. It's too late to be free. Can't you see? I'm only one step ahead of your love. I've tried and yet I can't take two. Seems like I'll have to take that one step backwards, 'cause one step ahead is a step too far away from you. 'Cause one step ahead is a step too far away from you. Just one step ahead is a step too far away from you. One step ahead is a step too
Woke up at 7:30 early in the morning last week. Sun shining in my face, I wiped away the sleep from my eyes. Rubbed up beginning, oh shit, what do you know? Two guys standing with guns at my bedroom window. I played it cool, keep the tools they carried in their hand. 2 357 Magnums, one on the bedstand. I had my piece under the pillow, 'cause that's just how I do. Started to reach for it, felt nothing, I guess they knew. One nigga started laughing and turned to his man. He said, I don't think that she knows about this plan. His man just smiled and nodded his head, aimed his gun at me and said, get out of the bed. I complied with his wishes, bent down to grab my slippers. Nigga number one said, hey now, no funny business, just do what we say and everything will be cool. You hear a lot of things today, but that's the number one rule. I said, what the fuck is this shit all about? We could discuss a problem and y'all could break the fuck out. Nigga number one said that we not able to do, but there's a tape deck on your table with a message for you. It said, follow niggas 1 and 2's instructions carefully. A fucked up things will happen if you dare to be a heroine. These orders come straight from the president of the American people. Then the tape just stopped. I looked at my watch. Niggas 1 and 2 had their guns up cocked and said it's time to go. Grab your things and get ready. In 13 minutes, we all gotta be jetty. Come on. Sitting in the back of a van with cuffs on my hand. 6 Secret Service men and black, 1 nigga in tan. Who's driving? For 3 hours we've been riding. Took Route 33 to a very small island and unloaded. Niggas 1 and 2 at my side. Number 1 glaring at me for the whole damn ride. They seem to travel in silence, express themselves with violence, and I'm the target, shoving me back and forth with very, very big guns. What would you do in this situation? No place to run in a remote location. Kept my patience and stuck to the tape's advice. Knew my crew could find me with a Negro tracking device. I wasn't worried, but niggas 1 and 2 hurried. They stepped to the door where the president was kept. Punched in a passcode, I watched the door slide open inside. Stood the league and the president and ropes, and my people said, drop the guns, hop in your van, get the fuck off the island, go with Captain your man. The Secret Service men, man, what could they do? Here's a lesson, never ever fuck with me and my crew. Check it.
My baby gonna left me, crying by myself. My baby gonna left me, crying by myself. I loved another woman, I lost my best gal. She was a real good woman, she didn't mean me no harm. She was a real good woman, she wouldn't do me no harm. But I loved another woman, now she's up and she's gone. Well, come back, baby. I know I treated you wrong. Well, come back, baby. I know I treated you wrong. I loved another woman, now I won't do that no more. Whoa, baby, I'm bound to ride. Whoa, baby, I'm bound to fade. Whoa, baby, I'm bound to ride. Whoa, baby, I'm bound to fade. Pull up a seat, let's have a drink and talk. How'd I find you out of all the women in New York? You walk and talk so refined, picture you being mine. I think it's time, but I don't wanna play mine. So I step to the rear just a little to see if you follow. Then I know it's a give and take situation. My time's very valuable. Don't wanna waste it, but I can taste it. Meaning that the future can hold a lot for us. Things we discuss make Dr. Ruth blush. Keep it hush. Put you on a pedestal. Treat you like the queen you are. Never be too far apart from your heart. Oh, baby, I'm bound to ride. Oh, baby, I'm bound to fade. Oh, baby, I'm bound to ride. Oh, baby, I'm bound to fade. I can feel her in the party even though I don't see her. Her vibes and mine intertwine like locks. At the table I watch, she's gonna step in my vision, appear like the genie, ready to grant my wishes. Future mother of my seeds, indeed we must breed and bring forth the cream of life with no fights. Last through the stormy weather, still together. The depth of us part was in my heart from start. But then there's the pain you get before you gain. Hold on tight, don't wanna sleep long tonight. She reflect my life, and she, I see heaven when making love. I escape from hell on earth, intoxicating. I fiend for the touch. Hush, hush is how I keep it. She can't know I'm a lush. Think she know what I like. Read my mind like a book. See, I'm thinking about her body, cause she got me hooked. Baby, I'm bound to ride. Oh, baby, I'm bound to fade. Oh, baby, I'm bound to ride. Oh, baby, I'm bound to fade. Think about her body, curves make my vision blur. Her conversation got me intoxicated, tripping like booby traps. She made my heart collapse. Perhaps this is not what I really need. Maybe I might be speeding in the hands I'm feeding, but mom's raised no fool. Keep it cool and don't drool. Is it mutual? My head is filled with thoughts. How'd I find her out of all the women in New York? Oh, baby, I'm bound to ride. Oh, baby, I'm bound to fade. Oh, baby, I'm bound to ride. Oh, baby, I'm bound to fade. Oh, baby, I'm bound to ride. Oh, baby, I'm bound to fade.
a stranger and I can't control my anger. What's your name? How was I too blind to see what you've been doing to me? What a shame. You always said it was me. I always knew it was you. Oh, what's the use? Don't wanna go, but I can't unknow what you have shown to me.
And what's new?
Okay. All right, big man. You want to make some big bucks, huh? Let's see how tough you are. You know something about cocaine? Dígame. You kidding me or what, man? There's a bunch of Colombians coming in Friday. New guys. They said they got 2 keys for us, for openers. Pure cocaine. You tell them capiche. I want you to go over there. And if it's what they say it is, you buy it and you bring it back. You can do that, you make $5 grand. Meet at half the bodegas, noon Friday. You get the buy money then. Oh, and Chico, if anything happens to the buy money, pobrecito. Jeez, he's gonna stick your heads up your asses faster than a rabbit gets fucked.
Bounce, 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 jeez. Yeah, Rockefeller, y'all. Bounce, Rockefeller, y'all. Check. Yo, I'm making short-term goals when the weather falls. Just put away the leathers and put ice on the gold. Chilly with enough bail money to free a big Willie. High stakes, I got more at stake than Philly. Shopping sprees, copping 3 dudes fever, yeses, fully loaded, yes. Bouncing in the Lex Luger, tire smoke like Buddha. 50 G's to the crap shooter, niggas can't fade me. Chrome stocks beaming, through my peripheral, I see you scheming. Stop dreaming, I leave your body steaming. Niggas is fiending, what's the meaning? I'm leaning on any nigga intervening with the sound of my money machining. My cup runneth over with hundreds. I'm one of the best niggas that done it. 6 digits and running, y'all niggas don't want it. I got the Godfather flow, the Don Juan DeMarco. Swear to God, don't get it fucked up.
Taking up this time to give you
What?
peace of my mind.
Cause you can't knock the hustle.
But do you think you are?
Bounce.
Baby, one day you'll be a star.
Last scene out of state where I drop my sling. I'm deep in the south, kicking up top game. Bouncing on the highway, switching 4 lanes. Screaming through the sunroof, money ain't a thing. Your worst fear confirmed. Me and my understand, roll tight like the firm. Getting down for life is right, you better learn. Why I play with fire, you burn. We get together like a choir to acquire what we desire. We do dirt like worms, produce G's like sperm, to legs spread like germs. I got extensive hoes with expensive clothes, and I sip fine wines and spit vintage flows, but y'all know. Yeah, cause you can't knock the hustle.
But until the late thing, I'm the one who's crazy. Cause that's the way you're making me feel.
You can't knock the hustle.
When you're trying to get mine, I don't have the time to knock the hustle for real.
Yeah, y'all niggas lunching, punching the clock. My function is to make munch and lay back munching. Sipping Remy on the rocks, my crew. Something to watch, nothing to stop. Unstoppable, scheme on the ice. I gotta hot your crew. I gotta let you niggas know the time like my bottle. My motto, stack rocks like Colorado. Waddle off the champagne, crystals by the bottle. It's a damn shame what you're not though. Me, slick like a gato, fucking Jay-Z. My pops knew exactly what he did when he made me. Try to get a nut and he got a nut and what? Straight bananas, can a nigga see me? Got the US Open, advantage jigger. Serve like Sampras, play fake rappers like a campus. The Tigra, son, you're too eager. You ain't having it? Good, me either. Let's get together and make this whole world believers, huh? At my arraignment, screaming, all us blacks got is sports and entertainment. Until we even, leaving, as long as I'm breathing. Can't knock the way a nigga eating. Fuck you even.
Taking out this time to give you a piece of my mind. But do you think you are? Baby, one day you'll be a star. But until then, late I'm the one who's crazy. Cause that's the way you're making me feel. The way you make me feel. I'm just trying to get mine. I don't have the time to knock the hustle for real.
Take no rights from any strangers. Watch out, watch out, watch out for the worthless few. Don't socialize with fancy guys. They'll leave you from the start. Or soon you're old, too late for getting smart. People always try to tell you, maybe you'll be going far. Just take your time before you climb to grab that shining star. Soon you're old, too late, too late, too late in getting smart. Drop some acid, go to paradise. You'll be flying
Sometimes I need it fast. And sometimes I need it slow.
Make it fast. Make it fast. Make it fast. Make it fast.
Darling.
Make it fast. Make it fast. Make it fast. Make it fast.
Say it to me.
Make it fast. Make it fast.
'Cause I need it fast, and I need it in days.
Make it fast. Make it fast.
'Cause I need it fast, and I need it in days. Sometimes I need it fast. Sometimes I need it slow.
Make it slow. Make it slow. Make it slow. Make it slow.
Darling, suck it to me, darling.
Make it slow. 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 Make it slow.
'Cause I need it slow, and I need it in days.
Make it slow.
'Cause I need it slow, and I need it in days. Sometimes I say no, I need fast. Sometimes I need it slow.
Make it fast. Make it fast. Make it fast. Make it fast. Make it slow. Make it slow. Make it slow. Make it slow.
Sorry, darling, darling.
pump, but just be popping junk with the pistol. Sweat it because I'm ready to get ready to pull a fistful of extinction, reaching quicker than a trigger seeking. I send a flurry of bullets sinking deep in my flesh and reaping the props, cause they pop. Lots of mops, head drops, dead blocks. A cop, eager ready to lick the shot spot, ready to kick the box. So I flip flop and then I vanish. Manage to escape by the skin of my teeth and then say, damn, it's a shame. The brain is washed to the point where the savage beats. I rest in peace simply for who I am. It's insanity. Why can't there be a resolution? I ask you, no answer. So fuck it, the next time my life is threatened, I'll last you. Packing a black steel, making a max feel pain and fear as I smear blood from buckshots through the brain. Pump, pump, pump. Listen to the bullets hum as they buzz past your ears and begin drilling into your cranium. Not a gangbanger, crack slinger, never done had a rep kid, yet sweated. Frequently see me in step with intent to kill, spilling your blood for your sins. Defense my livelihood, cause rivals could bring into my useful bliss. Twisting a trigger, gun and fist twist. Bullets to the vital organs in order to assist in your death. Your last breath having spasms as I tax them. The idea is demonic and the thought is surely sad and not a murderer. Ensuring the longevity of my life, pal. Live and let live, kill if I must I die.
I give it all I got, that's all I got to give. Yo, you gotta live and let live. I give it all I got, that's all I got to give. Yo, you gotta live and let live.
Damn, I wish that I can have bliss daily. Lately, I tried to speak my peace, but words fail me. I'm dwelling in the halls of appalling sights of evil. I got to sweat the devil, plus I got to sweat my people. Do I gotta blow them brains out to get them chains out your head? Them lacking mentally offense to be dead. Deceased, I gotta piece these, cause the beats be lurking up in them. So now I'm fucking them, it's stuck in them. The heron fits means tricks. You blunder when you blunder and don't need to run the kicks. You might trip and find it hard to swallow this, but follow this down a dark alley and you're catching hollow tips. You got your shit, I got mine, leave it at that. Respect to you, or thank me when I shank you. Next, cause clever dreads can sever heads. Weasel, I may be thin, but my lead friends be diesel. A law-abiding citizen, but shit, it's been long enough. Strong and tough, sniff this and you snuff. Snipe, step lively, don't try to bust me. Trust the fact that I'm friendly and you'll pussy. That I love humans, they hate me. I love to live and let live, but no one's me. So until then, I chill when it's possible. But I got to pull pieces because with peace,
I give it all I got, that's all I got to give. You gotta live and let live. I give it all I got, that's all I got to give. You gotta live and let live.
Yo, I shall not kill, I will if I have to. You say I'm the one promoting violence. Well, I ask you, have you ever heard the sound of bullets passing you? Ever thought of going out with someone blasting you? Willing to be killing maybe is a great sin, but it's not appealing when bullets penetrate skin. What pain when a brain leaves a stain with the quickness? So I get a fool if I think that I'm on a shit list with the swiftness of a Glock 9. So now who got your back? Cause my gat got mine. Find a brother with some dreads and now you figure you're gonna kill him? Well, I grab my gun when I see one, I'm gonna fill him. Why should you live in fear thinking someone is gonna get ya? I bet ya, before he gets me, he'll be on a stretcher. So no nigga pulls a trigger on the SOM. And if there's more than one, I'll have to kill the rest of them. Buckshots, leave a body ripped, cause I got equipped with a shotty quick that nobody wanna riff with. Get split open with the fury of the lead G. Rat-a-tat, tat-a-tat, flat is what your head be. Dead see, why don't brothers wanna let me function? When I pull it, let's be eating bullets like a luncheon. Adam got a magnum and I tag him with this weapon. Be threatened, cause Adam be pulling a pistol if you're stepping. I don't like it, but I guess that that's the way it has to be. Live and let live, but then you're dead before you're blasted.
I give it all I got, that's all I got to give. You gotta live and let live. I give it all I got, that's all I got to give. Yeah, you gotta live and let live. I give it all I got, that's all I got to give. You gotta live and let live. I give it all I got, that's all I got to give. You gotta live and let live. Oakland, you gotta live and let live. On the East Coast, you gotta live and let live. In the South, you gotta live and let live. Everybody, yeah, live and let live.
qui dove il mare luccica e tira forte il vento, su una vecchia terrazza davanti al golfo di Sorrento, un uomo abbraccia una ragazza dopo che aveva pianto, poi si schierisse la voce e ricomincia il canto. Te voglio bene assai, ma tanto, tanto bene sai, è una catena ormai, e scioglie il sangue dentro da sai. Vide le luci in mezzo al mare, pensò alle notti là in America, ma erano solo le lampade e la bianca scia di un'elica. Sentì il dolore nella musica, si alzò dal pianoforte, ma quando vide la luna uscire da una nuvola, gli sembrò più dolce anche la morte. Guardò negli occhi la ragazza, quegli occhi verdi come il mare, poi all'improvviso uscì una lacrima e lui credette di affogare. Te voglio bene assai, ma tanto, tanto bene sai, è una catena ormai, e scioglie il sangue di bene sai. Potenza della lirica, dove ogni dramma è un falso, che con un po' di trucco e con la mimica puoi diventare un altro. Ma due occhi che ti guardano, così vicini e veri, ti fanno scordare le parole, confondono pensieri. Così diventa tutto piccolo, anche le notti là in America. Di volte vedi la tua vita come la scia di un'elica. Ma sì, è la vita che finisce, ma lui non ci pensò poi tanto, anzi si sentiva già felice e ricominciò il suo canto. Te voglio bene assai, ma tanto, tanto bene assai, è una catena ormai, e scioglie il sangue dentro bene assai. Tanto, tanto bene sai, è una catena ormai, e scioglie il sangue dentro bene sai.
Imagine a world where molecular scissors can cut out faulty DNA before a child is even born, preventing dreadful genetic diseases. A world where organs can be harvested on demand and no one is dying waiting for a transplant. Imagine a world where robots are performing surgeries with microscopic precision. A world where we can reverse aging by feeding ourselves regenerative therapies. A world where centenarians are not just living longer, but they're running marathons. And a world where infectious disease is completely eradicated by AI networks that can track, monitor, and neutralize viruses before they even spread. Now, what if I told you that that world already exists? In the past year, scientific and medical breakthroughs have really left us in awe. In the US, we can already order lab-grown chicken meat in restaurants. And in Europe, the EMA has approved the first ever CRISPR-based gene therapy. Robots are performing more therapies than ever. And the first end-stage kidney failure patient has received a xenotransplant of a new kidney that was grown for him in a genetically engineered pig. So if you ask me, I think we're on the brink of the next big leap forward for humanity. It's a revolution of sorts, but it's one with biology at its core. I like to call it the bio-industrial revolution, one with the lines between life and machines are getting blurry. So please, join me in imagining this future over the next few sessions here on the Fucine stage as we explore it with the leaders that are building this stage. So to start, let's explore the intersection of food and health and how technology is transforming the industry. Please join me in welcoming to the stage President of Slow Food Italia, Barbara Nappini, in a conversation with Editor-in-Chief of Il Gusto by La Repubblica, Eleonora Cozzella.
Good afternoon, everybody. Ciao, Barbara. Ciao. So, technological and food are increasingly intertwined. This is no longer seen as an anomaly. We are keen to understand what kind of relationship should be fostered between technological matters and the agri-food sector in the future. We're discussing this with the president of Slow Food, but before, we have to enjoy together a video. So inspiring.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, on one hand, we face the issue of food waste, 8.65 million tons every year in Italy alone. On the other, millions of people suffer from malnutrition. Technology is often presented as the only solution to these food challenges. What are the positive aspects of this view, and what should we combat of this approach?
So I think that the first issue when talking about food waste is the ethical one, which is complex and it's also uncomfortable, yeah, and it's also tragic. But that's precisely why we have to face it. Because as you said, you mentioned the weight of waste food in Italy, but FAO, which provides us global data, they tell us that globally we waste one third of food production globally. And at the same time, as we all know, but sometimes we forget, in 2024 we still live on a planet in which almost 1 billion people do not have regular access to food. And also, FAO tells us that with the 1/3 of food waste globally, we will feed them 4 times. So I say it again, 1/3 food waste, 1 billion people with hunger, fed 4 times. So this is why the ethic issue is on the table when talking about food waste. And so we definitely welcome any technology, any innovation that can fight with us this shame, which is a shame for all of us. So when we say it's a shame, we have to talk also about access and equity and a fairer food system global. And so we welcome all the technology and the innovation which can help us to refrigerating, preserving, pasteurizing, and transporting the raw material, food. We welcome it because it helps us to fight this shame, but only if this innovation goes to who need, not to who can afford it. Otherwise, we still go on with the same shame. I think this kind of innovation and technology is our friend as it goes to people that need it, which are hungry and thirsty.
Right, so you speak about the right to access to the food. And speaking about access, these problems sometimes intersect with gender disparities, as certain technological paradigms have excluded women from many careers. Technology-related professions are still predominantly male. How can we change this paradigm? Should we be aim for a food revolution led by women?
So women are revolutionary as being themselves. So first of all, if you allow me, I would make a brief personal history, as it seems that as I am the president of such an important national association, this seems that I deny what you just said. But actually, this attracts always, believe me, curiosity and surprise also. When I first was elected, the journalists always were asking me, how do you feel to be the first female president of Slow Food? And it made me feel like an ethnic minority, which we like the ethnic minority, but women are almost half of the people on the planet. So this is to say that during centuries, women had no access to school. They were almost property of husbands or fathers, and no economic independency. But still today, we struggle to gain credibility and authority. We are always under exam. And we all, including women, we all are more available to grant it to men authority and credibility. So this is to say that there is an issue of being a little bit on the margins, and so women must create, yet today, must create space to take action and silence to speak. But at the same time, I think women are more free to imagine something different, another idea of the world, and maybe also being a little bit revolutionary. So I met so many young women, which are engineers or physicists or mathematicians, and we need them. We desperately need them. We need them also for the knowledge and sensitivity. As long as we need also female poets, female philosophers, and female farmers, and also female food journalists. So we need the best contribution from all the people, women and the good-willing men, because we have to face a very important challenge. We have to face to grant to the people of the world a future in which we all have the right to access a life of peace and prosperity. And we all have the right to access to the food that nourishes it.
Thank you. When speaking about a fairer food system and global justice, how do you see the pathway towards achieving the concept of one welfare, where human well-being, animal welfare, and environmental health are equally valued and interconnected?
See, as you said, we are all interconnected. This is clear, but for those who didn't understand very well, unfortunately, the COVID pandemic did make understand us very, very well in a quite violent way. But the thing is that after that, we must say that this idea of one welfare is even more strong. So we have the idea that our well-being is not just about, my well-being is not just about me. It's not just about having an healthy organism, but it's about having a good balance between my organism and also my spirit and consciousness. And also, it's measured on the quality of the relationships I have with my neighbor, and also the quality of the relationship I have with animals, as we are animal among animals, and we have with ecosystem. So this is, I think, a very strong idea, which has no space in the banalization of food, which to us is the key. And instead, in the banalization of food, there is no space for seeing food as the key for also support consciousness growth. And this is instead very important, so that's why we work a lot on also on the farming, because we have billions and billions of livestock. There are so many that we don't even know exactly the data, the numbers, the exact numbers about how many there are, but they are at the core of some of the problems that the food system has globally nowadays. So for us, as we are nature, as we saw in the video, it is really the core of the concept of well-being, is this well-being in relationship with what surrounds me. So since the pandemic, we say we will really save us only if we save us all together.
Thank you. As slow food celebrates local and traditional methods of food production, how do you see the balance between embracing innovation, such as vertical farming or lab-grown meat, and preserving the cultural and environmental heritage of food?
So we, as Slow Food, have been dealing with food and food systems since almost 40 years, and we are now a planetary movement, a global movement of food. So we now are in 150 countries in the world. This means that, for sure, we don't have one model which is good for anyone. On the contrary, we think that diversity and biodiversity, of course, is the only richness which can save us, really. So about this, I think that food sovereignty is the key to us. Also, regarding the, again, technology innovation in the food system. I mean, food sovereignty is the right of people all over the world to determine their own food policies, the food production, and also to have access to the more adequate food for them, not just under a nutritional and environmental profile, but also under a cultural and religious profile. So this is complex, but this tells us that we have to make some premises, as vertical farming or the AI, which direct the climate station in the farms, and also the meat made in the laboratories. These are all tools. These are not objective. These are tools. They have to serve us. So the promises to us are, do we need agriculture? Do we think that farmers have the right to live of their own work? Do we think that it's good that people, farmers all over the world, they exchange freely, as they did for centuries, the seeds, which are the source of life? Do we think that anyone on the world has the right to eat? So, again, if technology can answer to these premises, so then we welcome it. But they must be on the same table when we talk about this. Otherwise, we go on with a logic that separates instead of keeping together. And to face the challenges we have nowadays, we have to keep together. We have to keep together research with beauty. And we have to keep together economy with ethics. And we have to keep together the technical data with the traditional knowledge. We have to keep together instead of separating. So this is the way to us we can really make the difference and grant a future of beauty for not just for me and you, Eleonora, but for all the new generation. And there are so many young people here.
So thank you, Barbara. We are in perfect timing. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Eleonora. Ciao, Barbara. So next, we have the honor of being joined by a true pioneer of the tech bio revolution. Recursion Pharmaceuticals leverages AI, robotics, and computer vision to decode the language of cells on a massive scale and develop new drugs for conditions ranging from rare diseases to cancer. So please join me in welcoming co-founder and CEO of Recursion Pharmaceuticals, Chris Gibson, in a fireside chat with co-head and managing partner of Lingotto Innovation Fund, Morgan Samet. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you.
Welcome, Morgan. Stage is yours.
Perfect.
Well, thank you for having us today. So our strategy is focused on finding companies with the potential to be $100 billion or more.
No pressure.
So clearly, we think that the opportunity for AI within healthcare is massive. We've had the pleasure of getting to know you over the last few years, and Recursion has been a leader that's driving this space. Can you give a little bit of background on Recursion and the problem that you're trying to solve?
Absolutely. So I think everybody here probably knows somebody who is suffering from or has even died from a disease for which we don't have a treatment, or maybe there is a treatment, but it's hard to get that treatment, it's expensive. And that shouldn't be the case here in 2024. It should be a very different paradigm, one where perhaps treatments are broadly accessible, they're effective, and we have treatments for all kinds of different diseases. The problem in the biopharma world today is that it costs a couple $2 billion and takes 10 to 15 years in order to discover each new medicine. And the reason that's true is because biology is so complex. Each of us has 20,000 genes encoding hundreds of thousands of proteins inside of each of trillions of cells in our body, and somehow it all just works. But the traditional approach to discovering medicines is quite artisanal and bespoke. Scientists spend decades trying to understand individual pathways, individual genes, and the only way we can understand that much complexity is with a reductionist approach, something where you and I can debate science at the whiteboard. And so in the face of all that complexity, we take a simplified approach, and sometimes it works. There's incredible medicines today, but very often it doesn't. 90% of drugs that go into clinical trials today fail. 90%. And clinical trials can cost tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. And so imagine a scenario where we could go to 80% failure rate or 60% failure rate. That's what we think the future looks like. And in order to understand the complexity of biology, what we think it takes is massive data sets and tools like computer vision, machine learning, AI, to make sense of all of those. And so if you were to visit Recursion today, you'd see a factory full of robots doing millions of experiments every week, generating huge omics data sets, and we use ML and AI to extract from those data sets meaningful signals of biology that are not driven by scientists at a whiteboard. They're driven by the data, and we act on those to bring medicines to patients.
That's very helpful. Can you maybe contextualize a little bit more about Recursion's unique approach to using AI within drug discovery versus other tech bio platforms and traditional pharma?
Yeah, there's a lot of tech bio companies today who are focused on the chemistry problem. So they are trying to understand how a small molecule or a large molecule might bind to a specific protein. But if you look at the reasons why drugs fail, it turns out in clinical trials, drugs fail most often not because we don't make the molecule bind to the protein. It turns out it's because we pick the wrong target. We go after the wrong thing. And so what we've been doing for the last decade is trying to build maps of biology. So in these factories full of robots, we're generating huge omics data sets. Our foundational data set is images. So we do about 2.2 million experiments every week where we take microscopy pictures of human cells, and we've knocked out a different gene using something like CRISPR-Cas9, or we've added different molecules at different doses, and we simply take a microscopy picture of the cells, and then using computer vision, we can extract from the way the cells change, the way they look, this signature, this mathematical representation of biology, which by itself is not that useful, but if you create a library of these different images across knockouts of every gene in the genome and millions of molecules, you can start to create almost like a lookup table that allows you to start to see parallels and associations between genes and molecules and pathways. And we think ultimately that unbiased big data approach is the one that's going to make a difference.
I think one of the things that was most interesting to me, and I'm sure is interesting to a lot of people, is just how much trial and error is involved in traditional drug discovery today and within healthcare broadly. And that, the power of that to change is pretty big. But a lot of the technologies that you talk about have been evolving, over some period of time. We've gradually improved our accelerated computing. We've made some progress in machine learning prior to a lot of the advancements that have happened in the last, year or two. Why is now the time for acceleration?
I think it's the time right now because there's this convergence of technologies. Biology and chemistry are so complex. Just having massive compute, just having novel algorithms isn't going to be enough. You also have to generate all of this data. And so what we see coming together are tools in biology. So tools like CRISPR-Cas9 that I'm sure many of you have heard of. These tools allow you to break any gene in really specific ways. It's almost like molecular scissors. Tools like automation. So today, the factory of robots that we have doing biology experiments wasn't even possible 15 years ago. It would have cost hundreds of millions or billions of dollars. The compute is really important too. Today, we as an entry into the pharma space, a tech bio company, own and operate the fastest supercomputer in all of pharma. So we have a system with 518 A100 GPUs. We're running at pretty large scale for a tech bio company. And we're feeding over 50 petabytes of data that we've generated in our own labs or with our partners into the algorithms that we're training on this supercomputer. None of those things by itself would be sufficient. It's really bringing them all together. That's the key. And I think that's going to be a big differentiator for tech bio companies going forward.
So, these are a lot of things that you have going for you, but obviously large pharma has big balance sheets, lots of cash, and decades of experience. How do you think about where your right to win is, or startups in general, versus large institutions with a lot of capital?
Well, certainly the pharma companies have a tremendous amount of capital, and that's a huge advantage for them. Most of the pharma companies today are hiring and putting together pretty big teams who are working at the interface of biology and technology. One of the things that we've noticed is that a lot of those teams are treated almost like silos, or they're treated almost like core facilities. So if you're a data scientist or a software engineer and you go work at most large pharma companies today, you'll sort of take your orders from a biologist or a chemist. And the reality is, people want to be part of a cross-functional team working on hard problems. And I think from a cultural perspective, it's really hard in these long-standing pharma companies, many that have 100, 200-year history behind them, to have the kind of culture where a software engineer and a data scientist have the same power in drug discovery as a biologist or a chemist. And I think one of the ways that startups in this space have a right to win is that we're creating truly cross-functional teams where software engineers and data scientists are sitting at the table as peers to the biologists and chemists, and they're designing the problem, they're designing the solution together. So that's one. The second really important piece is that a lot of people feel like pharma companies have this huge data advantage. Some of them have been around for 100 or 200 years. But the reality is that generating data for training ML and AI algorithms, it really matters what that data looks like. And a lot of the data that exists in large pharma companies is in PowerPoint presentations. That's the most common place that you find the data. It's not in data lakes for the most part, except for just the last few years. It's hard to access that data. It's hard to ingest that data. There's almost no metadata associated with every experiment that they've done over the past 100 years. And so I think that data advantage that many people see for large pharma companies is actually much less massive than one would imagine. Look at tech bio companies who are generating their own data. It's really unique. Healthcare is a space that's pretty different from, for example, like natural language processing. If you're looking to train an algorithm like an LLM on text, text is pretty broadly available. Certainly there's some lawsuits in that space about how people are getting access to text, but the text, the data itself is a commodity. In the healthcare space, the data is not the commodity, the algorithm is. The data is hard to get access to. And so tech bio companies like ours who are generating data at scale, in many cases are generating more data that's fit for purpose for machine learning or AI than any of the large pharma companies. And so together, this kind of culture of cross-functional work and then data generation, I think those are the two areas that are going to be differentiators for tech bio companies going forward.
That's helpful, and I think the cultural point is a very interesting one. Our mandate is multi-stage and long-term, and so it's difficult to predict over that time period. And so one of the questions that we'll ask, about an industry is, does the incumbent or a new entrant have the right to win? And with the incumbent, we ask, what is some sort of debt that they are taking on that they cannot pivot to this new generation? So is it cultural debt? Is it technology debt? Is it business model debt? Is it actual debt? And so it sounds like cultural debt is really big within large pharma, and there's some technology and data issues that they have. When do you think that they'll catch on and get it? I mean, it seems like this, and you've said this before, that this transition is inevitable, but we're not seeing nearly enough progress from large pharma. They're starting to a little bit, but not to the same degree. So when do they catch on?
I think they're catching on now. 3 years, we've seen a pretty big shift. What's fascinating, who here's heard of AlphaFold? Anyone? AlphaFold? Okay, a few people. AlphaFold was the clear signal to the pharma industry. Basically, there's this database that people have been contributing to for 40 or 50 years with the structures of proteins, crystal structures of proteins. And the team at DeepMind was able to basically build an algorithm from that database that could predict almost completely the structure of any protein, not just human protein, but any protein from just the amino acids. That was a huge, massive win in the AI space, and yet it almost changed no minds in the pharma industry. Amazingly enough, ChatGPT was the thing that changed everybody's minds. So now the C-suite and the boards of large pharma companies, they didn't see it with protein folding, but they do see it with natural language. And even though those tools aren't broadly useful across all of the pharma problems, that was the thing that seems to have created this incredible shift. So we're about 2 years into this shift. And so what you see is most large pharma companies now are making really large investments in the space of AI and technology. The challenge, of course, for them will be they have to deal with the cultural debt, deal with some of the technology debt that they're going to face going forward. But we certainly shouldn't count them out. Companies like Sanofi, Genentech, Roche, some of those companies are led now by people who really believe in ML and AI. And I think we're going to see them really taking a leading role in the coming half decade.
So 10, 15 years from now, what does the pharma industry look like? Is it a new generation of pharma companies like Recursion? Is it modified versions of the companies we have today? Are there a few winners?
Yeah, I think there's going to be a small number of winners. This is an industry today that's pretty unique. There's over 20 companies with market caps that exceed $50 billion. That kind of breadth in a multi-trillion-dollar industry is quite unusual. And I think technology is going to create an opportunity for a very small number of winners in the space. It's probably why you all have the thesis that there's going to be not just one, but probably a handful of $100 billion plus new entrants. I also think there's going to be some large pharma companies who do successfully pivot, maybe a small number. But if you were to look at the top 20 pharma companies today and you were to look again in 15 years, I think most of the names are going to be new.
So it sounds like you agree with our thesis. That's good. So what advice would you give to a founder that's trying to start a company in this space or just in general?
Maybe this is obvious to everybody, but what was most surprising to me was that the technical problem we were working on, which is really hard, trying to solve biology and chemistry, was actually one of the easiest parts because science has truth, and your job is to seek that truth, and you either find it or you don't. People have many truths, and I think especially for technical co-founders, the thing that I would just say is to really focus on coaching and learning about learning and leading and managing people. I think that's the thing technical founders underappreciate most, and it can really slow down the growth of your company, especially when you get past maybe 30 to 50 employees. If you haven't invested there, you'll find yourself amidst chaos, speaking from experience, and it can take a long time to recover from that. So that's the thing I'd focus on, people.
There's a difference between having a great product and having a great business.
That's right.
Well, we're just about with time. Thank you so much. This has been wonderful.
Thank you.
Back again. Well, welcome, and thanks for joining us for this next panel on the bio-industrial revolution. My name is Ileana Pirozzi, and I'm an investor at Exor, where I've had the privilege to partner with the 3 entrepreneurs that you'll meet in just a few minutes. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming co-founder and CEO of Multiply Labs, Fred Parietti, co-founder and CTO of Iambic Therapeutics, Fred Manby, and co-founder and CEO of Phase B Trials, Raviv Priluk. Welcome. And I get to try the moving couches this time. It should be fun. So it's great that we are following Chris and Morgan. I think that was a great introduction for hopefully the conversation that we'll have today. And I love this panel because I think the three of you are tackling such different parts of the drug development process, but they're all parts that are so necessary to work in concert. And I feel like maybe in some other industries, having incremental progress can still benefit the end product. But in pharma, it sort of feels like you have to get every single part right. Like if you have a new medicine that you discover, but we don't know what patients it's right for, or we don't know how to manufacture it at scale, then its use is really limited. So maybe let's just start with a round of introductions and tell the audience who you are and what you're working on and what motivates you to be solving these problems.
Should I start?
Please go ahead. We
Nice
do
to
have
meet
two Freds, but we'll make this
Yeah,
work.
there's two Freds. I'm the first. Well, technically I'm a Federico, but Fred in the US. I'm co-founder and CEO of Multiplayer Labs, and what we do is we develop robotic systems that manufacture advanced therapeutics, like, for example, cell therapies at industrial scale.
Wonderful. So I'm the second Fred. I'm Fred Manby, CTO and co-founder of Iambic Therapeutics. I'm a chemist by background. I had a long spell as an academic chemist, 20 years in the UK academic system before co-founding the company. And Iambic was created to really lean into the opportunity of better leveraging data in the whole drug discovery process. And I'm sure we'll get into more detail of how exactly we do that in due course. Great to be here.
So I'm not a Fred, I'm Raviv. So I'm the CEO and co-founder of Phase V. I'm an engineer by training, PhD in computational neuroscience, and I think that I've seen for many years that in other tech domains, experiments went through a revolution. If we think today about marketing campaigns, they are super targeted, but still drug development, as we've heard, failure rate are so high. So we thought, why not taking technologies from other domains and bring them into the drug development space, software, AI, machine learning, and that's what we do.
Great. Well, maybe following up from the conversation Chris and Morgan were having, I want to dive a little deeper in this apparent paradox that we're seeing in the pharma industry today. And as our knowledge of biology is getting deeper, developing drugs is actually becoming more expensive, which could be a little bit counterintuitive. But AI, robotics, and automation all appears to be sort of beacons of hope for the pharma industry for this so sought-after revolution that we're all looking for. But I'm curious from your perspectives, being in the trenches, what is the best evidence that you have that these new technologies that we are introducing are really working, that they're really making a dent in the process? And how do we measure success in a space so complex as this?
I'm happy to start. I mean, since I work in the discovery phase of drug discovery, it might make sense to start with me, and then we can move on to the other areas. So yeah, it's a super important question, especially if you're an investor, to ask, what's the validation? And of course, we're all living with the reality that at some level, the answer to that is not very palatable, right? Because in the end, you have to read out multiple phase 3 clinical trial results, and you have to wait 20 years, and then you'll find out whether it worked. We've got to have indicators that come on a shorter time scale than that. And so for us at Iambic, there are basically two distinct indicators. One is speed and capital efficiency of getting programs into the clinic. So that, I think, is a measurable and quantifiable early indicator of whether AI and automation is actually materially improving efficiency. The second is more qualitative, but it's to really hold ourselves to the question, are we discovering compounds that would not otherwise have been discovered? Are we able to harness all this technology and all this innovation to really create drug molecules that would simply not otherwise have been found? And we point to examples of that in our pipeline, and I think that's another sort of grounds for real excitement about the way that AI and automation is getting traction in discovery.
So maybe if we're thinking about discovery, let's go to development. So first of all, I think this is the question that we are constantly being asked. So how can we trust AI and machine learning to do this work? And we spent a lot of time to delve into the validation component. And we developed few methods that are very valuable. So the first one is to have an internal validation. So in the machine learning framework, you have a train, test, and holdout. So whenever we are dealing with clinical trial data, we are keeping some of the data or some of the trials outside of the algorithm's training and then use them in order to validate. So this is one level. Another level, there are very sophisticated methods in statistics to get statistical guarantees. So p-values or false discovery rates in order to reassure that indeed the findings are meaningful. But then there are external validation. So for example, you recommended to do something in one trial and then it is validated externally in another trial. This is even stronger validation. There's also a human aspect of validation. So whenever the findings are actually aligned with what the key opinion leaders are thinking, this is another validation. So we are not seeking for algorithms that are telling us something that doesn't make sense from clinical standpoints. So the human validation is an important component, and I think it brings a lot of trust from stakeholders as well. So these are few approaches that we are taking towards validation.
Yeah, I mean, from the manufacturing point of view, it's maybe, I don't know, at least to me, very straightforward. That the next generation therapies are just very, very, very hard to make. So from our point of view, there is essentially no other way to make them and for these therapies to reach all the patients who need them, if not with automation. And I would say there are three metrics that are, I think, really all pushing towards automation and robotics. One is throughput, the second one is cost, and the third one is quality. And so with robotic systems, we already see very compelling data where, you know, with a robotic manufacturing system, you can get a couple of order of magnitude more throughput, costs go down by 70%, even more, and we see the standard deviation, the variation of the process really go down because robots are much more predictable. So that's the reason why we started Multiplier Labs, that from our point of view, it's really almost unavoidable that the next generation of pharmaceuticals will be manufactured with advanced robotic systems.
You've made an analogy to semiconductors in the past. And
it's true. It's true that if you look at, nobody today would think about making chips by hand, right? But that's how drugs are made. The most advanced drugs are basically artisanal.
That's right. And Fred, maybe to dive a little bit deeper, someone said earlier today the route to entrepreneurship is never straight, but you were a professor of theoretical chemistry before founding Iambic, and your very unique methods for drug discovery leverage quantum chemistry principles as well as AI. But historically, traditional drug discovery is in fact a highly artisanal and even intuitive process. So I'm curious, what do you think is the interplay between human intuition and machine computation in your work? And how do you strike a balance between the creativity of human thought and machine-driven insights?
Yeah, it's a wonderful question, and it's a great topic to talk about. You often hear this framed as, you know, is AI going to take my job or something like that. Your framing was better. The thing is that drug discovery has always relied on, you know, scientific flair, serendipity, and the ability of scientists to think of and test hypotheses. And none of that has gone. None of that has changed. AI simply provides, AI and automation together simply provide technologies that increase the capacity for creative scientists to dream crazy hypotheses and test them. And that's very much the way that we approach drug discovery in Iambic. You know, it's not like we threw away all of the decades of experience in drug discovery. No, we hired veterans and experts who've done this many times. And we try our best to equip them with technologies that do exactly that, that enable them to test more hypotheses, dream more imaginatively as a result of being able to test those, test those hypotheses more efficiently. Yeah, so the interplay is critical. You can't do all this relying solely on AI. Not going to happen.
And are there any tasks or functions that you think will still remain deeply human about drug development, or is there an opportunity for reskilling talent, creating new types of
Well, I think it's inevitable that the field is going to, widely adopt a whole suite of technologies, and so it's going to be essential for anybody working in the pharmaceutical sector to be, to have those tools at their fingertips and to be familiar with them and to be able to leverage them to do their job better. That's going to be essential. But I think there is still this, there are kind of quasi-irrational decisions, right? You can decide that you want to find something out just because you kind of have a little curiosity about it, and it's extremely hard to emulate that in AI. You do need scientists to kind of think imaginatively and to create interesting hypotheses. Automation and AI allow them to do that on a different level. So instead of thinking, well, maybe if I change this little detail of my molecule, maybe it'll improve the binding to a particular protein. No, instead they can dream bigger questions like, but wait, what happens if we interfere with these two different biological pathways with one molecule? Now give me machinery that enables me to readily test that hypothesis. That's the kind of thing that can really profit the discovery activity by harnessing together sort of individual creativity and then a suite of technologies.
Thank you. And Fred, in a way, the whole concept of multiply labs is almost an oxymoron, right? You're making individualized therapies, but manufacturing them at massive scale. So how do you balance the precision with the scale of mass manufacturing?
Yeah, that's really like the core of the problem. We're seeing essentially a very big trend in medicine towards drugs that are targeted to smaller or particular, subgroups of patients, like, the other panelists know very well also. And so you need to make these therapies in very large numbers because, there's a very large number of patients, but you can't have a single batch that works for everybody. And so basically there's no shortcut. Because if you only needed to make like 5, products or 5 units, then you can make it by hand. Or if you need to make 5 million identical units, you can use old-fashioned manufacturing technology. But if you need to make tailored drugs that are at a very large scale, we think the only real solution is more advanced robotic technologies that essentially combine the flexibility of human operators with the robustness and the efficiency of essentially robotic systems. So to us, this is really like a very strong push for the adoption of cutting-edge robotics as opposed to like legacy mass manufacturing, which I wouldn't consider purely robotic.
And Raviv, you deal with slightly different challenges. You're building software in an industry that has historically extremely undervalued software. So how do you think about building value and capturing value and maybe even challenging the industry's metrics of success?
So from time to time when I've been asked why you founded the company, I'm always talking about the challenge. What is the problem that we are trying to solve? And not what the technology that we have. The technology should serve the challenges that we are trying to overcome. And I think it's similarly with clients. We are not talking about how cool our software and AI are. They are cool. But we are talking about you have a problem. You need to make a decision that is now going to cost you $2 billion. You are going to transition between phase 2 and phase 3. And if you are going to fail, these are going to be the implications. You need to out-license a drug or in-license the drug. This is a very costly decision. And this is the value that we can potentially bring you. And whenever we have more and more evidence that indeed our technology can move the needle and can bring a massive amount of value, so we can start thinking about not only thinking about old-fashioned cost models, but thinking about more advanced models where we are not sharing only the risk, we are sharing also success, and start thinking about milestone-based agreements and other tools. But I think talking about the value and solving problems is important for motivating employees and also for creating the right business models and incentives for all sides.
And what do you think is the next frontier in clinical trial design? How might clinical trials look different a decade from now? I know diversity is a big question. I know adaptive trials are a hot topic, but can you unpack those concepts a little bit?
So I like the word throughput. I'm coming from engineering background, so if we think about the throughput of drug development, is extremely low, and this is mainly because of the high failure rate. So many drugs are starting, but few of them getting into the finish line. So I think basically what we are trying to do is to increase by at least an order of magnitude the throughput of clinical trials. And as you mentioned, there are tools from other domains, adaptive trials. If you think about it, this is dynamic learning that we see in other domains. Basically, if we see dynamic learning at scale in drug development, and we would think about clinical trials not as a way of showing that the drug is working. Biology is so complex, so only whenever we are getting into humans, we can know what's working and what's not. So precision medicine is going to be part of drug development, and I think this is the next frontier. We are going to see a precision medicine that is embedded in clinical development, and it's going to be supported by adaptive trials, software, and AI.
And maybe to all of you, I mean, I guess all entrepreneurs are challengers by definition, but you are challengers in an industry of behemoths. And you touched a little bit on trust in one of your earlier points. And I wonder if you can share a little bit about how you think about mitigating risk. Not necessarily from an investor standpoint, but even with your customers. How do you build that trust? How do you convince legacy stakeholders that you often have to partner with for the success of your business to trust the technologies that you're implementing?
There's a hack that we learned that works very well, publishing data. I'm a huge advocate of publishing peer-reviewed data, not white papers, not marketing, peer-reviewed data to us, showing that the performance of the robots is there, it's equivalent to a manual process. Sometimes the reviewers ask us to add to the scientific paper the cost estimate that, at first I didn't even add. And then seeing the reaction of the industry, right? These giant pharma companies are choosing how to make multi-billion-dollar drugs. And so if they can read the data, if the data has been able to go through peer-reviewed, that's a huge credibility boost.
Oh, that was a good answer.
As the professor.
I mean, the funny thing about discovery, so Iambic focuses on small molecule discovery, right? So at the end of this discovery process, but before the clinical stages, you have one molecule. And you can't hide that you have one molecule, and for regulatory reasons, you have to perform an enormous research program on that one molecule, and you have to disclose the results of that research program. There's nowhere to hide. You build trust by discovering great compounds. That is the only way of doing it, because any pharma, nobody is going to believe even a published paper about how some technology is better than somebody else's technology. It doesn't matter. In the end, it comes down to, can you use those technologies to find drug molecules that have extremely differentiated properties? And that's basically how we approach building trust. Yeah.
So maybe I'll say 2 points. So one, I completely agree with Fred about publishing the results, but doing benchmarking, fair benchmarking, why you and not others in a very systematic fashion. And I think that the second point is to talk about failures. I think this is create a lot of trust in a field that is very skeptical. And I think that whenever we start by talking about our failures and what we've learned from the failures and why we believe that, this one is going to be different and comparably speaking about failures versus success, this creates a lot of trust, because those folks are dealing with failures all the time. And when technology companies are coming and tell them, we are super successful, we have the magic and secret sauce for you, this is not trustworthy. And whenever you understand that this is a field that failure rate is so high, you are part of the game, not coming from the outside, but actually coming from the inside and helping them to bring the change. I think this creates a lot of trust.
And Fred, you were talking about data earlier, and I think when it comes to robotics, that's perhaps one of the most exciting next frontiers, and a lot of folks in spaces outside of healthcare as well are getting excited about robot intelligence and how can we give eyes and a brain and senses to robots. But to do that, we need to collect a lot of data, and I think a lot of questions remain as it goes for how much data do we really need, where are we going to get that data from, how do you think about that at Multiply Labs, and how is data a competitive moat moving forward?
Yeah, this is really essential. Essentially, I think the field is recognizing that the next, application of AI is to the physical world, and that means applying AI to robotics also. And so today, if you ask, any cutting-edge roboticist, they're going to say, sure, we're going to hook the robots to YouTube and then use all those data to auto-train the robots to do any, task. But it doesn't apply to pharma, because the data you find on YouTube or publicly available data doesn't apply to new drug manufacturing or discovering. It's what Chris was saying in the previous panel as well. And so there's a huge opportunity for all companies in the robotic space, in the discovery space, in the trial space, because these data are what makes the AI effective, even when applied to robotics. And so it is a huge moat for the companies that collect that data. In our case, our robots collect so much manufacturing data compared to human manufacturing or compared to any traditional legacy technology. That's a substantial moat.
And Fred, what's your take? Chris was advocating for data-driven insights in drug discovery. I feel like you might have a little bit of a different take. Maybe it's a chance to also explore the intersection of quantum chemistry and AI, and I guess it seems like a mysterious topic to us.
Yeah,
people.
Happy to tackle that. Yeah, I mean, of course, there's a lot of overlap with the comments from Chris in the previous presentation, because it's certainly true that one important strategy for handling the fact that there isn't enough data to execute on drug discovery through machine learning is to build a platform that makes more data. That's definitely one extremely important element. It's an indispensable element, by the way, because chemical space is so vast that even if you federated everything and could have access to all drug discovery data from the entire history of the enterprise, it still wouldn't be enough. You do have to build a platform that actually synthesizes new molecules that have never been made before and measures properties of them. But we have two other important approaches for handling the difficulty of getting enough data. One is to leverage physics, and this touches on the quantum point that you were raising. That there are some things that simply don't have to be learned from data. The fact that the valency of a carbon atom is 4 is not a thing you need to learn from data. It's built into the equations of quantum theory. And so we've focused in Iambic quite a lot on building artificial intelligence architectures that leverage known physics to reduce the data requirements. And that also helps with extrapolability and other properties of these models. So that's one important aspect. The third, sorry, I'll be quick, I noticed the time, but the third is that the sort of advent of multimodal transformer architectures really presents an exciting opportunity for the field, because it allows you to fundamentally change what you mean as data. It doesn't just have to be a table of measured properties of a molecule. No, it can be the entire biomedical literature and all of the omics data and all of the public domain clinical trials data and all of the data that's coming off your platform. And so we also leverage that, and I think that's an exciting new frontier for machine learning for discovery.
And Raviv, just to wrap it up, what do we do when the data is just not there and it's very expensive or sometimes impossible to get? And
so, first of all, we are always seeking ways to get more data, but one approach that we take is actually generating biology-driven synthetic data. So in cases that we understand the biology well enough, we can mimic and create synthetic data, and it was shown not alone, together with real clinical data, and we collect quite a lot, and together with the right models and approach, biologically driven synthetic data can really augment and to enrich the analysis and the algorithms. And I think the synergy between these approaches can really move the needle collectively. So,
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Super exciting. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the healthcare revolution is not just about cutting-edge technology. It's also about getting the basics right. And there's really a lot to optimize and a lot of value to gain also at the point of care. So in the next panel, we'll engage in a discussion about technology, ethics, and policy with General Catalyst investor Alex Momeni in a conversation with veteran healthcare system leader Giuseppe Fraizzoli, founder and CEO of Hippocratic AI, Munjal Shah, and founder and CEO of Forda Health, Ritankar Das.
Well, I'm super excited to be back here at Tallinn Tech Week, and I have to say that this rotating stage, just shows that every year
it's quite amusing.
We're innovating. So thank you for the hosts for having us and putting together this panel with, I think, some of the most exciting people today building in healthcare. I'm a partner at General Catalyst. We're a global multi-stage venture firm, and what we really focus on is backing the entrepreneurs who are focused on rebuilding the critical industries for society and our economy through technology, including, of course, AI. So the panel today is about reinventing care delivery through AI, and I'm super excited to have, health system leaders and entrepreneurs that can talk to us a little bit about what's happening at the bleeding edge and how we can adopt these technologies to actually drive fundamental change and drive down the total cost of care. As GC, we've gone through a journey from being an investor to being a strategic partner to 20 health system partners around the world to now actually being a strategic and acquiring our own health system. And we're really committed to thinking through how to scale high-quality care and delivery to everyone at lower unit costs. So I want to start with Munjal. Munjal, we've been partners now for over 18 months. You were one of the people that very early on was actually focused on autopilot as opposed to what conventionally is now known as AI co-pilots. Talk to us a little bit about why you're so focused on this and what advantages you see in moving towards autonomy of care delivery.
Yeah, I think that all of us we've lived in a world of healthcare scarcity for probably all of human history. Probably wasn't a time we weren't short nurses and weren't short doctors. And I think we realized if you do a co-pilot, you can maybe get 10% more efficient or 20%, but if you're short pilots, having more co-pilots doesn't help you fly more planes. You got to actually do something different. So we realized that the big idea was really to provide generative AI-based autopilots that could actually directly interact with patients. And if we could do that and do that safely, then we would be able to 10x the number of nurses in the country and 10x the amount. And today, most of our disease is chronic disease management, which requires a different level of this. And so that was our big idea, just saying, autopilot gives you the ability to 10x your staff, not just 10% more. And I think that what we wanted to do was actually show you an example of what our AI agents sound like. So this is actually, we're going to play for you a clip. And then Giuseppe was kind enough to actually give a little surprise clip we'll do at the end, but I won't share what it was. But this is a real patient that we had called. We've taken out his name and bleeped it out so to protect the privacy of the patient. But I want you to hear our generative AI agent directly talking to it. Listen for the empathy. Listen for how fast it goes back and forth, how it's truly understanding every word that this patient's saying. And this is the future of what's coming. Can we play the tape?
I'm your AI care manager.
I'm calling to check in on how you're doing with your health monitoring devices. Do you have time to chat now?
I need to know if I'm talking to a human being or some kind of computer. You sound like either one.
I understand your concern, Miss. I'm an AI, which stands for Artificial Intelligence.
Okay.
How are you doing today?
Well, I was tired earlier, but I'm somewhat revived. But I'm incredibly amused. I've never talked to an IA before, or AI.
I'm relieved you're feeling a bit better.
Oh my God.
I understand this might be a new experience for you, Mr.
It is. It really is. I'm in the new world now.
Are you experiencing any challenges with managing your health conditions?
Well, last year, after a corporate retreat, I was in the hospital for 10 days, 2 hospitals actually, and they discovered that I had symptoms of atrial I can't really pronounce it really, fibrillation, I guess. But it wasn't just on my...
I'm really sorry to hear about your recent health issues. It sounds like you've been through a lot. I'm relieved to hear that you've been able to discuss your blood pressure readings with your primary care doctor. Would it be possible for you to take a blood pressure reading right now? I can guide you through the process if you need any assistance.
Okay. I have to go into the other room.
All right, let me know when you're ready.
All right, I'm ready. I've got it on my arm.
Great. Now press the start button to take a measurement. Wait for the gateway to beep. Okay, thank you for sharing your readings. Your blood pressure reading is 144/73, and your heart rate is 90 beats per minute. Your systolic blood pressure reading is a bit higher than the normal range, which is between 90 and 120. However, your diastolic reading is within the normal range, which is between 60 and 80. It's great that you're taking these steps to monitor your health.
I'll continue doing this once a day.
That sounds like a good plan, Mr.
Okay. I'm really just taken aback by talking to a computer. You're amazing, really.
Thank you for your kind words, Mr. I'm here to assist you.
Well, I'm happy that you're there. Thank you.
Ciao, sono Beatrice che chiama dall'ospedale Memorial. Perfetto, chiamo per conto del suo cardiologo, il dottore Chu. Sono il suo AI Chronic Care Manager. Il dottore Chu mi ha chiesto di controllare come sta dopo la sua dimissione dall'ospedale. Ha tempo per parlare ora?
Sì, è un buon momento per me.
Eccellente. Prima di approfondire la sua salute, mi piacerebbe conoscerla un po'. Va bene o preferisce che iniziamo subito?
Va bene, parliamo assieme.
So there you go. That was both a clip with the real patient and also a little clip in Italian. We actually did the whole thing, but we didn't have time to play it all.
So Giuseppe, look, I think this is a really exciting vision. You have had, the opportunity to work with some of the most prestigious organizations here in healthcare, in Italy and in Europe. What are some of the exciting things, emerging use cases that really, give you a lot of optimism for the future, and that you think can really transform care delivery, in Italy and in Europe when you see something like this?
For me, one of the most amazing things is exactly this patient engagement, because we really need from both sides to increase the communication between the patients and the hospitals. From the patient side, because, for example, will be very helpful if we can start from the symptoms of the patient and try to translate them in a way that we can then better refer to the doctor that is more appropriate for that care. The second one is the communication from the healthcare institution to the patients, because there is a lot of questions, there is a lot of things that the patient needs to know, and it's very difficult to go through all the organization of the hospital. So I believe that this one will be really a structural change in healthcare organization. The second, I believe that will be the remote patient monitoring. Because in Italy, we will face, like in every country in the world probably, but especially in Italy, an increase in the age of population and in the chronic disease. So we will need to treat much of these patients at their home. But we need a much more smarter tools in order to understand what is going on, to have some insight about what is going on with the vital signals. So I believe that this one will be another big area of improvement where AI will make the difference.
Thank you. Ritankar, you run, what is a very innovative autism therapy company, and it's really focused on children. One of the questions with AI is how do you build trust with the users? How do you think about this as you integrate this technology into your business today as an entrepreneur?
That's a great question because, like Monjal said, we have a shortage of providers globally, and one of the ways we discovered to help with that shortage was to get sort of family members activated and better trained and better understanding. That's something that obviously humans have done for all of sort of our human history, which is we take care of one another in our tribes, in our societies, in our families. And to be sort of part of that environment requires a tremendous amount of trust and trust building to activate that group to be more effective. And part of that is to really be empathetic and really understand where a lot of, not just the patients, but also the folks around them are. And helping them sort of navigate through their daily life and seeing that whole ecosystem in a holistic way and understanding that from the experience up, right? We're all patients, so we kind of all have that experience, but everyone has a different interaction with the health system, right? Usually people don't look forward to their interactions with the health system. The PAR is maybe like a 2-star rating, not anything specific, it's just sort of a general thing. People are going at their most vulnerable times. So the best way to build trust is to sort of exceed those expectations, right? The kind of expectations you might have doing many of the other things in life where your bar is a lot higher, hitting and exceeding that bar of experience, and really coming at it from an empathetic lens helps build that trust.
Awesome, and I think this is a good segue to my next question from Manjal. When you started the company, you took a couple of weeks to choose a name for the company because you wanted to make sure that it was aligned with your mission, and you chose Hippocratic because you wanted safety to be a cornerstone of all the work you were doing. Talk to us about how you've navigated this. What are the non-negotiable things that you have tried to achieve from a safety standpoint and that you live by every day?
Yeah, there's several steps we've done to build a safe large language model for healthcare. The first was, actually, our system is not one model, it's 20-plus models. So there's one main model that does the talking, but there's another 19 models plus that supervise it. And so one is the dosage checker, because these models are very susceptible. If you say, I don't take 2 pills a day, I take 4 pills a day, most large language models will be like, okay, take 4 pills a day, no problem, because they're very suggestible. And so we have a dosage engine that overrides it that says, no, you're not allowed to say more than 2 pills a day here. And we have 19 other models that do that for condition-specific disallowed over-the-counter medications. We do that for many other things. So there's a unique architecture. The second part is we believe the only way to test if a model's safe is not based upon what you train it on or not, but is the output. What does it say in the end? And everybody seems to think, if you just know what the model's trained on, you know if it's safe. That's just not true. And what you need to do is test the output. And so what we did is we hired 4,500 licensed nurses, and they've now done 300,000 test calls where they've acted like patients and then identified all the errors the model made, and then we went back and fixed them, and then we did it again, and we went back and fixed them and did it again. And then lastly, even when we do finally roll the product out, the first 1,000 calls are either fully supervised or semi-supervised, we call it, meaning there's a nurse on a 3-way call listening and ready to jump in, a human nurse, or we review the transcript within an hour and call back the patient if there's a problem. Very little can really go bad in an hour in most normal checkups. And so what we've done is realized, and then only after all that and after the safety report, then do we allow it to go out. So, we named the company this way, but we're building the systems kind of one after another to truly ensure safety.
Awesome. Giuseppe, there's a lot of reasons for optimism, but healthcare has been a poor adopter of technology, and I think everybody in the room knows that through their experience with the system. Healthcare is the only industry in the last 20 years in OECD countries that has gone through negative productivity growth because of the technology. If we fast forward 10 years and we think about all the potential of AI, what are the things that effectively we need to overcome to actually scale AI in the health system?
First of all, the biggest issue in healthcare is the complexity. Is a service that is run by a lot of professionals and the interaction between them, and that there is everything that is involved in this service. Actually, you listen to the patient, you see the patient, you touch the patient, you even smell, and so the complexity is already a very big burden for all this issue. The other issue is probably to overcome the whole issue about the privacy. We know the GDPR is very complex, so all these the AIs increase the complexity to face in this kind of in this issue. Then we have also to understand that there is also some legal issue, because let's say for examination that is made by AI, who is responsible for a possible mistake? Who made the algorithm, the company that sold the machine, the one that make the examination. The other problem in healthcare is that we don't like failure rate. We don't accept any failure rate. So the mistakes are really a problem in our environment. So until the system is fully reliable, there will be a lot of skepticism. First of all, from the doctors, but for all even the healthcare provider.
Yeah, the risk of not changing should be measured versus the risk of changing. Yeah. Ritankar, you're in a position today where you're hiring new people all the time. There's a lot of conversation around the impact of AI on the workforce. As you look to build out your team of providers, what are the skills that you think will be most crucial for the next generation of healthcare professionals to effectively work alongside AI and make it a force for good versus something that might be value destructive?
Yeah, no, that's a terrific question, because as you alluded in the beginning, healthcare industry has not been a frontline adopter of technology. I think by some estimates, it lags other industries by over a decade. So obviously, they're now adopting things from 10 years ago, like not faxing things, using something other than fax. So yeah, in that world, sort of having providers and staff who understand that way of thinking and sort of are diving into the AI side of things is tricky, to say the least. But at the same time, I think sort of like that message we just heard, as they get exposed to the AI on the provider side, not just on the patient side, there's a lot of excitement, right? And because, again, people leave their bubble inside the health area and join the rest of their life, and they're exposed to a lot more technology. And they're often wondering, why isn't that there when I'm inside of the healthcare sort of circle? So once you sort of get people, again, come from that empathetic place and you say, hey, is this something you're open to? And more often than not, you'll find that people are quite open to these new types of things and the productivity gains that can bring. For example, automating a lot of the drudgery. Right? We know a lot of healthcare delivery time is spent on note-taking and summarization, review, and all these types of things that most people didn't get into healthcare to do in the first place. Automating a lot of that. Or they also know there are areas where a lot of healthcare is still delivered on a trial and error basis, and reducing that trial and error using an AI system to sort of go in and hone in on what really works for an individual case. These are things that a lot of providers have already thought about. They just, they're the great partners to come in and say, okay, let's do it all together, because oftentimes the AI systems are still not good enough to do all of it 100% of the way. So it ends up being a collaboration between the right-minded provider and the system.
I want to end on a positive note. So in 30 seconds, I'd love for each of you to share your call to action to the people here in the room, the entrepreneurs, the investors, the leaders, to help build that end state that we all want in healthcare. Maybe we can start with Munjal.
Look, the cost of nursing is going to zero. And what do you do with an infinite supply of clinical staff? You can do things you've never done before. One of the health systems in the US asked us during the heat wave to call 200,000 people in 2 hours at the hottest time of the day, every single day of the heat wave, to do a heat stroke triage and figure out who to send an Uber to get them to a cooling center so they don't end up in the ER. Before AI, you could never do that. So my call to action for everybody is start thinking in a world of abundance and start thinking of use cases and uses of AI that really we would have never thought of until the cost of really clinical staff dropped an order of magnitude or 2 orders of magnitude.
My call of action is that what I would like for AI, for healthcare, is to start to break the silos and the paradigm in which healthcare is provided today. You know, sometimes we, as an organization, we say that we are patient-centered. This is not true. We are organizational-centered. Because you know, the patient has come to us to make the service at the time that is more convenient for our organization. He has to be very precise to which kind of service he needs. I would like that AI could change this paradigm, and the patient will have what they need, where they need, at the time that they need.
Yeah, so I think modern society, one thing that has advanced a lot in healthcare is our ability to treat acute conditions, right? So we have gotten better and better at, you know, treating, say, a viral infection or bacterial infection and things like that. And human lifespan has gone up, despite all we say about healthcare sort of lagging in certain ways. And as a result of that, chronic conditions, things we deal with on a long-term basis, has added up. I'd want everyone to sort of think about how we can really enable sort of family members and folks around as a circle to help, you know, keep our costs in check as a society, but also deliver really good outcomes and empower that.
Well, thank you. I think we're up on time. Thanks for listening in. I hope you enjoyed it. If you want to reach out to any of these folks, they're here all week. And thanks again to Italian Tech Week for having us for this conference. We'll look forward to be back next year.
Thank you.
Thank you. So last year, John Elkann and Brian Chesky reflected on this same stage, well, maybe not this same one, but here at Italian Tech Week. They reflected on their Italian origins and the history of Italian innovation interwoven with creativity and imagination. From the time of Leonardo da Vinci to today, Italians do distinguish themselves for their thinking outside the box. So in the next session, senior entrepreneur and founder of Even, Matilde Giglio, will lead the discussion when CEO and co-founder of Range, Brandon Wilson, founder and CEO of Agora Labs, Davide Zaccagnini, MIT PhD student, Gabriele Corso, and co-founder and CEO of Mio Dottore, Luca Puccioni.
Settled?
I think we are.
Oh, it turns. Amazing.
Oh,
that's
nice.
fun. Well, welcome everyone to today's panel discussion. My name is Matilde Giglio, and I'm the co-founder of Even Healthcare, the first managed care provider in India. As an Italian entrepreneur myself, I am thrilled today to interview 4 Italian entrepreneurs shaping the future of healthcare and life sciences across Italy and the United States. We have here Gabriele, co-founder of Bolts, Brandon, co-founder and CEO of Range Bio, Davide, founder and CEO of Agora Labs, and Luca, CEO of Il Mio Dottore. While their companies tackle different challenges in healthcare and life sciences, a common theme is their use of data for tasks ranging from patient triaging and care management to clinical data for drug development, all the way to protein design. So today, we'll explore their entrepreneurial journey and their insights on data, artificial intelligence, and the future of healthcare. Would love to start with a 1-minute round of introductions on your background and what problems you are trying to solve. Maybe we can start with Gabriele.
Hi, I'm Gabriele Corso. I'm a PhD student at MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And there I work on machine learning models to study how proteins and small molecules interact. Recently, I've also started a company where we are focusing on continuing this research and delivering software to pharmaceutical and other life sciences companies to really enhance the way they design new molecules and therapeutics.
Amazing. Brandon, do you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. Hi, my name is Brandon, founder and CEO of Range Bio. My background is in chemical engineering, traditionally in fluid dynamics, mass transport, some of your more industrial-focused stuff. But I switched to the biology realm during my PhD at Stanford. And through some of that work, we realized a bunch of problems, which we'll talk about more later in the panel. But we started Range with the goal to make proteomics, metabolomics, all of these different omics solutions clinically actionable. And these are traditionally fields that have been walked within the confines of academia and produced beautiful nature papers, but haven't really actually had an impact on patients' lives.
Amazing. Davide.
I'm Davide Zaccagnini. I used to be a vascular surgeon in a previous life. My mom says that if you've been a doctor, you've always been a doctor throughout your life. I'm kind of trying to forget that experience in some ways because the reason why I started working on medical data was that I saw how dysfunctional medical information was, and that was, in a way, undermining a lot of the best efforts that physicians were putting in their jobs. And so I also went to MIT. I studied computer sciences, lived in Boston for more than 20 years, came back to Italy because I thought that it was the right time. I have to say Italy has been actually very good to us and to Agora Labs. So we're very excited to be here and present our work.
Amazing. Luca, last but not least.
Hello, my name is Luca Troni. I'm the CEO and founder of Mio Dottore. We launched a platform that connects patient and doctor. Our objective is to make patient experience more human. We provide, from one side, a SaaS solution to doctor to acquire new patient and optimize the management of the studio, and to patient a way to find, select, and book a doctor. We started 10 years ago. Our challenge in the beginning was the digitalized doctor. We found a difficult market because doctors were used to pen and paper, and convincing them to move to software wasn't easy. But we managed. We started with 10% penetration rate. Today we are almost 80%. So it's going pretty well.
Amazing. And as a Roman, I'm really happy that you set up an office in Rome, not only in Milan. So very glad to have you here. Gabriele, let's start from you. The past year has been a year of LLMs in tech. We have seen incredible developments, and many players have entered the market with very competitive models. You have been a pioneer in building what we call protein language models, which are a type of LLM trained to understand and decode the language of proteins. Can you help us understand the similarities and differences between the world of LLMs in tech and in biology, and why is protein language so important to decode?
So both proteins and text are sequences of discrete elements. Beyond this, there is actually very little that is in common. And I think when we're thinking about data for machine learning models, one doesn't necessarily have to think just about the format of the data, but what really matters is the signal. What are you trying to learn from the data? And if you try to learn on random sequences, your model is not going to learn anything. And so for text, what we are trying to learn, the signal behind the text that we find on the internet is really human knowledge. That's the signal that we're trying to decode. the signal behind protein sequences and DNA sequences is evolution. And so what we are trying to understand is how have different proteins evolved in different organisms and things like that. And so now the question becomes, why is evolution important to the code? And that's because it can help us, understand, for example, what parts of proteins are critical for function, what parts of protein are linked to one another. But is that enough for many developed therapeutics? Not really, because if we're designing a new molecule, we are really designing something that doesn't exist in evolution. So that's why biological sequences and learning from evolution is not enough, and we need to integrate a lot more data for biological models.
You touch upon integrating data, so I actually have one follow-up on this. LLMs obviously have shown incredibly expensive to train, which some argue will be a moat for big companies that build the largest models. Data for these models, however, has been taken mostly from public sources. So in a way, actually, data in tech is quite democratized. In biology, obviously, data is totally different, is often experimental, private, and very sensitive to generate. So my questions are, how will companies get over this hurdle? And more importantly, what strategies should young companies and startups with limited funding adopt to ensure sustainable data acquisition strategies?
Yeah, interestingly, actually, on this, I have a very different perspective than, for example, Chris Gibson that was talking here earlier. The usual, what usually people say is that biology is different. And, while in many other settings in tech, it's not the people that were kind of holding the data that managed to succeed, but were people innovating on the model and people innovating on the go-to-market. And then the question is biology different? And actually, I don't think so, in the sense, and we see, for example, Chris was talking about AlphaFold, which is arguably the biggest innovations in our field that has happened. And I think it's not random that it was Google that had that innovation, not the big pharmaceutical or other biotech companies generating the data. And so I think being actually working with public data and being not having to invest a lot of money in data and being able to innovate on the models and the type of data that you use and potentially partner actually allows company to be very dynamic and actually be able to innovate a lot. So I actually don't believe in data modes for this field.
That's very interesting. Thank you. Brandon, let's go to you next. Your company develops precision diagnostic by creating precise molecular measurements that you call translational proteomics. You then use these tools to quantify human physiology and ultimately promote health screening. When we think of health screening, my mind goes to imaging, to DNA testing, and hence genomics. Why did you bet on proteomics as a tool to monitor health, and how does it compare with genomics, for example?
Yeah, thank you. So the genomics and unlocking the genome has really been the focus of the last 20 years or so, and it has essentially been commoditized today. You can go on Amazon and order a kit to sequence the genome of your dog. It's fairly accessible, especially in the research field, but also clinically. Now, if you think of the genome, the analogy I like to use is it's like a blueprint, where it might alert you to potential structural defects or flaws or risks, but doesn't actually tell you what's happening now, in the same way that a blueprint for a house can't tell you if a pipe is burst or if your house is on fire. So increasingly, researchers are working towards other types of molecules, usually in the blood or in CSF or different bodily fluids, and these are more dynamic indicators of human health. So we usually look at proteins or small molecules or even methylation. These dynamic indicators can tell you about changes to your environment, to your disease state, to your diet, drug response. This is a world that's really unraveling currently. It has been the focus of a lot of companies to try to figure out what's even going on in these molecules in the first place. But despite their immense clinical promise, the tools for using these things are really difficult. Not in the same way that you can just go in and sequence a genome. That doesn't exist for all these other types of molecules. The scope of getting into the nuances of how these play out is a bit beyond the scope of today, but suffice it to say that the different realms of getting these types of molecules out of academia and into actually benefiting patients is where we saw the crucial need. So we're entirely focused on making these discoveries clinically actionable. And there's been a lot of talk about data and generating data for AI models, and I think that that's an interesting spot where our technologies can also come into play, because right now collecting high throughput data for proteomics and metabolomics is extremely difficult and extremely expensive today. And the other difference between proteomics and metabolomics versus the genomics is that your genome is essentially static. You sequence your genome once, and it's not really changing over the course of your life. So you can, we get new information, we do new models of genomes, then we can re-query the same genome, but you don't need to take another measurement. Whereas the missing dimension in proteomics and other omics is time. We do need to take longitudinal measurements and see how these things change over time, and that's extremely costly. So we're trying to build scalable infrastructure that can actually enable the collection of real-world data to feed into these models.
Amazing. And obviously, I know that you have spun out your company, Range, from Stanford University while you were working with amazing biotechnologists as well. I would love to hear more about how the idea of Range came together in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. So I did my PhD at Stanford, and that's where I met my co-founder, Nico. Also,
Who's Italian?
Yeah, spoiler alert, I'm not Italian, but my co-founder is Italian. He's actually
You're one of us now.
Yeah, he's from Genoa, not too far from here. So we met at Stanford, and one of the unique things, usually when I always tell PhD students, an academic project is not necessarily a product. What makes a good academic paper does not make a good company. But we had a very unique background, and our PI was very applications driven. The first 2 years of my PhD, he had me going out interviewing clinicians and scientists, trying to find a need for an actual product. And that's where the first idea for the business came up. It was through those conversations we realized this big gap where researchers are doing all this work, discovering new biomarkers, but there wasn't an efficient solution for taking those. Like, what do you do next? That question hadn't been answered yet, and that's what really put us onto this as a business model and as a concept.
Very exciting. Davide, let's move to clinical data. Obviously, your background is amazing on this field. So please walk us through what clinical data is, why it is so important for drug development, and what are the challenges to access and utilize clinical data that you're seeing now?
So I guess a good metaphor is movies. So after all the investments, the hundreds of people working on that movie, when the movie is released into theater, you really have a proof of the value of that movie, if people like it, if people buy the tickets to it. And you also have a feeling for how long that movie will stay relevant and important to the audiences. Clinical data are a bit like that. The massive investments that go into developing a new drug or a new device and more new algorithms is really validated in a very narrow way, a very limited way through clinical trials. The real validation is after it hits the market, as they say. And collecting clinical data is really the only true way of knowing if that new product, that new algorithm, that new drug is really delivering value. Also economically, because the clinical benefits can be measured by looking at patients in their electronic medical records and see how they're doing, but you also need to see if that is actually saving money and resources to the healthcare systems and the payers who actually invest in that product, expecting to have a return, right? The only way you can understand all that is if you start collecting and analyzing clinical data over time. And when I say over time, I mean years. Because most of the chronic diseases today actually stay with the patients for a long while. And if you're making any difference with your biomedical innovation, then you need to measure long time spans. The other point is that it's really hard to get them. And privacy is one of the problems. It's not the only problem, but it's one of the problems. is the first problem, though. Like, you cannot even start thinking of looking at clinical data if you haven't solved privacy. And privacy is not just a legal requirement, it's really essential. Privacy is strictly related to freedom. So you don't want to just find some kind of legal workaround to get and be able to look at the data. You need to find a solution that solves it at the root. And now there are technologies that we have developed at Agora Labs under European funding that actually solve the problem. We provide the only framework, we utilize the only framework that mathematically guarantees patient anonymity. So with that, we solve the problem of accessing data to make them usable and to answer all those questions that are so critical for the well-being of patients, the sustainability of healthcare systems, and more for the development of medical AI, which we all know it's going to be the main trend in healthcare from now to the foreseeable future. My personal belief is that healthcare is going to be almost as synonymous with medical AI over the next 5 to 10 years. AI needs massive amount of data to be trained and to be validated. The data need to be protected, and they need to also be improved in their quality. So after solving privacy, which is something we've done, again, in very strict conjunction with the European Commission, which actually set the stage for privacy with the GDPR, and they really understood exactly how that balance between ethics and value had to be set. We are now solving the problem of data quality. And in this sense, we are using AI. So we're not only helping AI to be developed and validated, but we are actually customers of large language models that allow us to structure the data, because the other dirty little secret about medical data is that they're very messy. Many times free text, unstructured, non-standardized data sets that is really tedious and time-consuming and expensive to clean up. But again, AI is coming to the rescue in this sense, is helping us automating the process of structuring, increasing the quality of health data. So after we solved quality, we have solved now after we solved privacy, we are solving now the quality of data. The third point is the value of health data. And we are also working very closely with both centers, data providers that want to engage in research, want to engage in innovation, and those who need the data to create a fair and responsible value chain around the data flow.
Great. I would love to actually double-click on the issue of privacy and the ethical questions, right? So AI has obviously now become an integral tool in healthcare with the potential to revolutionize how we understand and treat diseases, as you were mentioning. However, the application of AI in healthcare also raises important ethical questions, especially when it comes to patient privacy, fairness, and building trust with patients and healthcare institutions. So I would love to actually focus a little bit on how do you ensure that your AI-driven technologies protect patient privacy and confidentiality?
So likely enough, there is enough science in the area of cryptography and privacy protection that led to the development of mathematical frameworks that actually guarantee mathematically that a patient cannot be re-identified even if you do AI on the data or quantum computing on the data. It's one of the few things that in the transition from computer sciences to biomedical applications actually provides the axiomatic, the mathematical guarantee that the data are protected. We've done a lot of work in implementing those frameworks, specifically for medical data, specifically for real-world data. And so these technologies that were kind of emerging over the last few years are now very much a reality, and we are working with a lot of centers, both in Italy and in the world, who are using them under this formal guarantee of patient anonymity. You spoke about fairness. I think this is as important as the protection of patients' rights to privacy. Because in reality, if you want to speak about the ethics of data, then it becomes a bit of an empty discussion if you just say, well, you know, there is an ethical code that we're following. It's a bit kind of, you know, chit-chat. When it gets really interesting is where there is value that is associated to the implementation of ethical principles. If I have some skin in the game, I want my values to be protected in the ecosystem where I'm playing, but I need to be incentivized in playing, in engaging in the first place. And so that's why we're building value chains around data where patients, hospitals, and other data providers actually receive the value of their data and can exercise full control over who uses the data, for what purposes, for how long, and for what type of uses. So a very interesting case, after privacy has been addressed, is we strongly believe that hospitals should have a stake in the development of artificial intelligence, not just the tech companies who are bringing the algorithms and the compute and the infrastructure. The data providers should be involved in the entire cycle of the model development and should have part of the value downstream. And so they should be a leading actor in this revolution, not just the technology companies. On this aspect, we are working a lot, creating these partnerships and structuring a value chain that is fair and responsible.
Thank you. Luca, let's go to you. Can you tell us a bit more about your entrepreneurial journey and how did you come up with the idea of bringing Mio Dottore to Italy?
Well, my entrepreneurial experience started a long time ago. Before Mio Dottore, I was co-founder of Groupon, that's a completely different business. But over there, I found, first of all, the potential of bringing the local to the internet, the small restaurant, the small doctor in front of millions of people, and of course, the potential of the healthcare. We're talking about healthcare is probably the biggest market in the world, the richest market in the world, and it's the less digitalized in the world. So the opportunity was great. When I was called by the group to launch Mio Dottore in Italy, was for me great opportunity. Challenge, as we were saying before, were tough. The first one was really to digitalize doctor and understand that technology could improve their life, could improve the life of the patient. COVID was another challenge during those years, but in the end, it really helped us because it forced Italian population to digitalize, no? Italian population to go for booking online. I think our focus on digitalizing doctor was key of our success. Today, we have over 9.5 million patients visiting our platform monthly, over 55,000 doctors, 1,500 clinics, and we process more than 35 million visits per year. So it was a long journey with several challenges, but our focus on the patient experience and tackling all the patient journey, so trying to get and help the doctor to digitalize what is bureaucracy was really key to our success.
Great. As a quick follow-up, there is obviously a lot of talk about AI, but in your experience, what benefits will this technology bring to the healthcare sector?
Well, we're talking about a market where there is a big problem. On one side, we have the number of doctors that is declining. Every year, we have less and less doctors. On the other side, especially in Italy, the population is getting older, so the number of visits that each patient needs to do per year is increasing. So basically, less doctor, more patient, the system is going to collapse. The only way to save this market is to use AI, and I believe the potential is amazing. There is a lot of bureaucracy work, there is a lot of repetitive tasks. So what we can do and what we're actually doing in Mio Dottore, it's helping doctors to digitalize what is bureaucracy. We help them to the booking system now with our new technology of AI. We're helping them to gather automatically the patient history during the visit. So I believe the potential is really big here.
Great. To close out, obviously the common aspect we all share in this panel is the fact that our companies have at least one Italian founder, and you guys obviously are all Italian as well. Do you think there is something specific that served you well or that has been a limit also to your entrepreneurial endeavor? Luca, you
I can start. I think Italy is the country where usually stuff doesn't work. No? So growing up in a country where you need to have ideas to bypass problem, actually it's a great training for us. I think Italians have a lot of creativity, and this is a big potential. I think that even the financial market for who want to launch a startup in Italy, it's now increasing. So I believe that, on the other hand, Italy, MES, it's a good training for us.
Great.
For me, I think the value that Italy definitely gave me was community. I mean, one of my co-founders is also Italian, but also a lot of the people that have helped me throughout the journey is Italian people that I've met even after I'd left Italy. In particular, I want to give a shout out to the Lead the Future community. It's a mentoring non-profit organization for Italian students that has really, I think, made a big difference for me and many other people.
Obviously, you decided to start your company outside of Italy, like myself. Is there anything that you think Italy could do better in terms of helping the next generation of founders actually building here?
I think there is definitely a lot of work that we need to do. I mean, I think starting from the research and investing in the research, both in university and from that, I think the private sector will follow. And so I think that's probably a good starting point.
Absolutely. Davide?
So on the good side, I agree with both my co-panelists that community was impressive. I came back after 20 years not having huge expectations about the Italian market. I found people that really cared for Agora. We were very small. They really wanted to be part of our venture. They've been close with us, friends and supporters at a level that I could not imagine, and that is unique. That is unique. Anglo-Saxon countries tend to be a bit colder on that front. On what could be done better in Italy, I would say reducing bureaucracy. That's a big problem that we have. And just a minimal intervention in reducing the regulations and the laws would allow all the country and all of us founders to go so much faster.
Can I ask which type of regulations and bureaucracy in particular, in your opinion, are really detrimental?
Well, for instance, we are starting hiring people in Italy, and if you look at the labor laws, they are really comical in some cases. Like, you couldn't believe that there is so much requirements, norms that you have to abide to, so many details in regulating that relationship, which especially in a startup, is supposed to be at will. Like, you're there because you're taking a risk together. You want to try to do something interesting. I'd rather not have a legislator telling me that I can work only these hours and not those other hours, and all that kind of constraints on that relationship.
Thank you. Brandon, what about you? Obviously, you're not Italian yourself, but you have an Italian co-founder. You have been in Italy quite a bit now.
Yeah. Briefly, I'll double down on the community aspect. In general, I think I don't know the Italian communities myself, but I can speak for how powerful communities are in the startup ecosystem. That's why you find startup hubs in the Bay Area and Boston. It's because the ecosystems are so strong, and it takes a lot of infrastructure. I can walk down the street and find 3 startup attorneys that are a block from my house. And having that ecosystem there and a group of founders together, and you're not doing it in a vacuum, is really powerful. If I were to speak for Nico, again, I'm just going to put words in his mouth. I think one of the things he mentions often about his upbringing and how it relates to the startup is we're building a precision diagnostics business, precision medicine, precision health, and the tech model of move fast, break things, just doesn't work in this field. You have to be precise. You can't just launch a product without knowing it's as close to perfect as we can make it. And I'm more of the move fast type, and he's more of the restrained one. And he often references his upbringing and the cultural aspect of his family as being the driver behind that. And I think it brings a really good balance to our company.
Amazing. And of course, in terms of building the ecosystem and making it thrive and grow in Italy, events like this really, really help. So it's a very great starting point, definitely. Time is up, unfortunately. So thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much, Davide, Brandon, Gabriele, and Luca, for being with us today. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for the audience for still being with us. I think this next panel is a little bit of a reality check. So far, we've painted a future of increased productivity, curative therapies, and increased access to healthcare. But the reality is that the implementation of these innovations require imagination, patience, high risk tolerance, and willingness to accept failure. So in this panel, we'll hear from the top venture capitalists and how they're thinking about the next frontier. So please join me in welcoming Managing Director of Novartis DRX Capital, Rana Lonen, in a discussion with GP of Flagship Pioneering, Avak Kavajan, founder and CEO of Northbound Ventures, Michael Rubin, and partner in Mubadala Ventures, Ayman Al-Abdallah.
This was incredible.
What a grand entrance, yeah.
Great. So hello, everybody. Thanks for the audience for tuning in. Also, thanks to Iliana, Exor, Vento Ventures for inviting us. I am Rana Lonen. I'm a healthcare investor at Novartis. I'm actually by training a scientist, also an entrepreneur, before moving to, in the last 10 years, to become an investor. So today's panel, as everybody knows, is about the next big breakthrough in health. And we talk about how do you go from the bench to the boardroom. So for this, I'm joined with amazing panelists who they are investors. They've been, at least in the last 10 years, in healthcare and also in life sciences. We have Avak from Flagship Pioneering, Mike from Northbound, and also Ayman from Mubadala. And I couldn't think of a better panel because they are investors, they are also entrepreneurs, they are founders, and they took drugs from the bench to the clinic. On top of that, which actually is something really important to me, many of these investors also are supportive of organizations that have societal impact, which is really important to remember to really marry the societal impact that we have with the science and innovation that we have. So this panel today will have 3 parts, just for the audience to know what we will talk about. Part 1, we will discuss over the last 5 to 10 years what these investors have actually invested in, why they invested in what they did, where we are today. So it's a little bit of a reality check of where we are, what still needs to be done, and then we will talk about the next big breakthrough in health. So the past, the future. Then we move on to part 2, and the reason why part 2 is designed like this, because if we talk about the next big breakthrough in health, we need to be able to build successful businesses around them that can actually scale. So we will put some spotlights on elements on what do we need to do to really build these successful businesses. And at the end, in part 3, it's a wild card. So this is a scenario of what if. And we will go around the table to see how each investor thinks we can rebuild the biopharma industry from the ground up. So let me start with part 1. And this is a question for each one of you. Maybe, Mike, let me start with you. So tell us, before we go to what is the next big breakthrough in health, tell us a little bit about you, why you do what you do. This is an important inspiration from the entrepreneurs in the room. And what did you do over the last 5 to 10 years in terms of investments and where we are today and what difference we made?
Well, Rana, thank you so much for moderating this discussion, and thank you to Exor for inviting all of us to be here. My name is Mike Rubin. I'm the founder and CEO of North Pond Ventures. We're a science-driven venture capital firm based in the United States, in Boston, San Francisco, and the Washington, D.C. area. And we focus on everything from early stage research in academia with a translational focus to new company formation, to supporting existing businesses and beyond, all the way through IPO and into the public markets. And what I'm really passionate about, I'm a physician scientist by background. I'm an MD, PhD. I never thought I would become an entrepreneur, let alone a venture capitalist. My plan was to be a clinician, and I enjoyed that. But I saw a tremendous opportunity to apply those medical and clinical skills to the world of innovation and entrepreneurship to make an impact in a slightly different way. And it's just a thrill to amalgamate all these different skills into one discipline.
Great. Thank you, Mike. So, Avak, the question turns to you. Why did you do what you do, and what problems are you trying to solve?
Yeah, again, thank you for the invitation, and thank you for moderating. I did my PhD at McGill in basic research in biochemistry, and I moved to the entrepreneurial world right away. Went to Boston from Montreal, and it was such a vibrant and burgeoning city, and very much the beginning of the biotech revolution had already begun in 2004 timeframe. I joined a firm called Flagship Pioneering, where I'm a general partner now, and our mandate has always been, and will continue to be, to build bioplatform companies, and to do that with our own internal innovation. So it's a pretty unique model. We don't even call it venture capital because we're not investing in outside startups. We are literally doing the ideation and invention in-house. We file about 400 patents a year with our partners and principals as the inventors. We start the companies ourselves, lead them ourselves, hire scientists, build the teams, of course. But it's a very different model of entrepreneuring and doing it in parallel across a number of teams and building it out. So that's what drew me to Flagship, that entrepreneurial component of it, as opposed to simply being an investor. Although we have the capital to put to work to do this and to actually build these platforms. So in the early days, we'll do what we call an exploration. It's an open-ended ideation process, no time limit. Really, the limit is, can you come up with something highly innovative, highly differentiated, that's not an adjacency? Can you reduce it to practice? Is it a platform? Those are the criteria. And we take our time to get that right. If we can't get that right, the exploration stops. If we get it right, we'll move it into what we call a prototype company. We'll put very little money, a small team together, we'll lead the team, and we'll try to disprove the feasibility. We try to kill the idea by doing experiments and seeing what is not working. After that phase, we will then put $20 to $30 million of our own capital to building out the company and building out the platform. So I actually lead a team of about 30 people doing this in parallel, and we have companies at various stages of this journey. And it's a passion of mine to do this. One of the companies that emerged through this process, which will be more famous than Flagship, is Moderna.
Moderna.
Yeah, that came through this exact process.
Yes, so this is really inspiring, as it really saved a lot of lives during the pandemic. So you must have a huge sense of pride with the team about that. So maybe Ayman, I turn to you in terms of you've been investing in this space again for the last 5 to 10 years. What problems, as an investor today with the capital that you have, you've put money behind life sciences companies and also healthcare technology companies that are solving for the healthcare delivery as well. What problems do you think we've been able to solve over the last 5 to 10 years, and what remains to be done today?
Yeah.
Before we move on to the future.
That's a great question. First of all, delighted to be here with Yarana, Avak, and Mike, and a huge thank you to the Exor team for hosting us. I'm a partner at Mubadala Capital, a firm that was launched circa 2017 in San Francisco to back entrepreneurs that are using technology to transform industries. And core focus for us is healthcare, biotechnology, deep tech and broad technology applications as well. Prior to that, I had a journey in management consulting, mergers and acquisitions, equity investing, but I got my entry point into the industry building lab-on-a-chip applications and microfluidics for healthcare as a researcher at the University of Toronto roughly 14 or so years ago. And it's been interesting to see the waves of technologies over the past, call it, decade to 2 decades. And at Mubadala Capital, we focus on these specific waves with a view on what are the key bottlenecks in the industries that we're seeing today, going back to the first principles, and then looking for solutions and tools that are being applied to resolve these bottlenecks. And so looking at the past 10 years or so, a lot has been built in healthcare using technology and AI. Earlier today, we had Chris Gibson from Recursion, and that was our first investment, frankly, in biotechnology. We're seeing massive waves of computational drug discovery and computational chemistry companies evolve, emerge, sometimes integrate to build platforms and advanced pipelines that otherwise would not have been possible if the development over the past 10 years had not happened.
No, thank you for that. So now if we talk about a little bit about looking into the future, I mean, a lot happened. I mean, from an investment standpoint, we backed a lot of companies in the last 5 to 10 years. We made a lot of progress in so many areas, but there is still a lot to be done. So if I turn to you, Mike, today in the capacity of an investor who is actually looking after a portfolio of companies in the life sciences space, in the diagnostic, in the healthcare technology space, where we are today and where do you see we should focus in the future?
Absolutely. We're in an interesting process where we are historically classifying human diseases largely based on phenotypic characteristics. So we'll take a disease category, we look at different symptoms that a patient has, and we'll say this is rheumatoid arthritis, and this is ulcerative colitis, and this is psoriasis. And the reason that we have these broad-based phenotypic classifications, and they exist in cancer as well, is because they pre-existed the advent of molecular biology. We didn't have the tools to look in the cell at a cellular, subcellular, granular level. Mm-hmm. And now we have all of these new tools where we can understand what's happening at the genomic level, at the transcriptomics level. We have better technologies to look at how different proteins interact with each other in the cell. And what that's doing is it's completely reclassifying diseases. And so what we historically called, as I said earlier, rheumatoid arthritis is actually not one disease. It's many different diseases that have different signatures that all get treated differently. And historically, we would say, well, a therapy works 10% of the time. But the truth is, that's not quite the case. A therapy works 100% of the time for 100% of the patients that it works for. And that's not a tautological statement. It's just a fact, right? Because therapies don't make sort of volitional decisions as to whether they choose to work for a patient or not. It's really just a function of whether the underlying pathophysiology matches the actual modality of the therapy. And so the calling of our generation, I would assert, is to leverage all of these novel tools. Some of them are computational, some of them are AI, many of them are based on molecular biology, to really understand the disease process, as opposed to sort of just characterize it based on symptomatology, and then to use that to personalize the development of therapeutics in a much more lock and key manner, so that we're not, A, expending huge amounts of money treating patients who aren't getting benefit, they're getting side effects, and we're making sure that the drugs that we do deploy on a given patient population are much more likely to work.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. So what I hear from you, Mike, here, we are really moving into the era of precision medicine. And this can only be possible if you actually bring all of the different tools. So you invest in all of these companies, and all of these tools, they really need to work together, from the life sciences side to the predictive analytics to even the care delivery, to really be able to achieve that closed loop around the patient. So how much do you really promote that your companies that are in different spaces actually talk to each other, because unless you really marry all of these together into one holistic approach, I think we will still be a little bit far away from achieving that level of precision medicine.
Yeah, no, very much agree. We have about 60 active businesses. We either build the businesses or we're on the board of them, and they span the spectrum of life science tools, research and development solutions to molecular diagnostics and therapeutics. And we try to do our best to maximize the connectivity between our businesses, because we do see the criticality of thinking about medicine holistically, not thinking about tools or diagnostics and isolations of therapeutics, but thinking of them in a companion manner. And ultimately, both for the sustainability of healthcare as an economic discipline, as well as being able to deliver the best care, we're really going to have to integrate the discovery aspect, the diagnostic aspect, and the therapeutic aspect.
No, I think it's great to hear that, because I was talking to Ayman when we were sitting on the side, that we have these separate panels. This is the biotech, tech bio panels. This is the healthcare delivery panels. And I think we can only achieve the next level if everything just comes together, because we could actually bring out a lot of medicine in the tech bio space. But if we lose sight of the patient and how do you actually deliver this in the context of the care of the patient, also we will continue to be behind. So great to hear that from you. So Avak, you know, you gave us an overview about flagship pioneering at the beginning. Now we move to, I mean, the advance in life sciences with AI has been happening for the last 5 to 10 years. We've made great progress in companies you've built, and they've been extremely successful. Now comes the Gen AI era, where things are just, the pace is going into orbit. How flagship pioneering is changing with this new environment? And what worries you? How are you really be able to sift through the hype that Gen AI is creating in that space?
Yeah, so I think I'm biased, obviously. As you mentioned, we've started companies in this arena. We're firm believers in this concept. Some of the things Mike said is core to our belief system, including the notion that biology undergoes programs. And whether a cell goes awry and becomes a diseased cell, whether a cell gets activated, whether you have a particular patient with underlying mutations that drives that person's biology in one direction versus another direction. Those are all, you can think of them as programs. The issue is we don't understand them yet.
Yep.
We understand some of them. We understand some of the easier programs, and we're getting better and better at understanding the programs. So our view is, one, understand those programs, and then create programmable medicines that tap into those programs. So I think that's where AI, both in terms of analytical AI, isn't going to go away to help us understand the programs, and then generative AI is going to help us create the right medicines to plug into those programs and have predictable outcomes, predictable effects. So when we started, one of the first companies was Celerity, using omics technologies to parse out a disease, understand the varying programs that a cell undergoes between health and disease, and then predicts which small molecules are ripe for bringing that back to health. And it's working. When it comes to Generate, which just did a deal with your company, Novartis, announced yesterday, we're able to design a drug to a target. If we have its 3D structure, a computer conjures up the right antibody to bind to it. And we prototype it, we test it, of course, and the algorithm gets smarter and smarter. But generative AI is having an impact already in the existing modalities, and it's having an impact on nucleic acid modalities as well. So for us, this programmability is just going to get better and better and better. It's not at the point where you can just put a prompt in a computer and get an outcome as predictably as in software, but we're moving there with biology. Whether it's going to take another 10 years, 15 years, another question. But it integrates disease programs and pathways from patients. It uses generative AI to drive the right solution for that problem. It uses the wet lab to validate and verify, and it creates that continuum you were talking about, so that we can create solutions as opposed to shooting in the dark and going back to the Stone Age of trial and error until we find a medicine, either out in nature or by screening millions and millions of things. So that's really our view for where the future is going. So what worries me is when we get the first 1 or 2 failures in the clinic,
and
someone ties it to, oh, well, this was X company or that company, or this was generated using an algorithm, therefore the whole thing is wrong. I think that's a big mistake, and it's not going to change our philosophy or our conviction. On the contrary, we are seeing the fruits of it, and it doesn't really matter for us. It's going to happen. Things are going to fail in the clinic for many reasons, execution, idiosyncrasies of the drug or the disease or the patient, but AI is here to stay, and it's going to have the impact that I think we're talking about here.
No, that's great. And Ayman, Avak talked about when do we see the ROI or whether AI is working in the context of therapeutics. Do you see other areas in AI where you can actually see low-hanging fruits today from an investment standpoint that you like to put money behind, where you could actually demonstrate impact in the short term, maybe mid-term, before we get to the long term when the compound is actually put into the clinic in the test?
Yeah, and that's a question that we ask ourselves, whether we're building a new company or we're investing in an existing one. What are the proof points and what is the hierarchy of evidence that we need to see with this platform or piece of technology that allows us to have conviction in it and to continue progressing it forward? So whether it's therapeutics or healthcare technology, that lens applies. Now, in therapeutics, the highest level of evidence is obviously running a randomized clinical trial, but that is also a very expensive, very time-consuming process. Before we get there, what is the evidence that we can see? Can we replicate work that a medicinal chemist would do in a lab, for example, with Iambic, which was on stage earlier today, with their medicinal chemistry platform? Can we search the solution space much faster to generate faster insights, but also insights that otherwise are not possible with conventional methods? On the opposite spectrum, and it's part of the same continuum, healthcare delivery. We all talk about how healthcare is a data problem. Well, historically, and that's if we contrast the past 20 years versus the next 10 years or so, historically, healthcare data was not digitized. It was digitized over the past 20 years. But it sat in silos. Now we're starting to break down these silos, aggregate that data, make it computable. And as computing cost goes down, applying algorithms to mine that data, to subtype patient populations, to provide better personalized medicine is an area that we're seeing a lot of advancement in.
That's great. Also, I add to that, for example, from an automation standpoint, there is a lot of inefficiencies in systems, whether in pharma or in healthcare systems, where maybe AI can be used in the context of automation, and maybe you can see the results in a very short period of time. Also, this is an area that is probably super exciting from an investment standpoint. Now, I move very quickly. These are more of a firing questions. I move to part 2. Now we talk about the future. You talk about personalized medicine. You talk about the backing AI, and you talk about the healthcare delivery here. Now, to have this reality or this to work, we really need to put everything around it to build stable, durable businesses that make that reality. Now, my question to you, Avak, is, very quickly, you are a company that is built on building companies and building very successful companies. Now, in the recent era, we see a lot of founder-led companies. How do you really do the model? How do you think about the model of company foundation versus founder-led? You have more hard work to do to find the talent, because now engineers need to sit with biologists. So I'd like to really hear your perspective on this. And Mike, I would like to hear your perspective because you do both. So very quickly, what is one versus the other? We have founders in the room, but we have people who are thinking of, or maybe company builders. So yes. What is your experience?
So quickly, I would say I don't make the distinction.
Yes.
I see myself as a founder, and my team members see themselves as founders.
Yes.
So that's one thing. But it's institutional founders,
yes.
right?
Yes.
So that's the main difference. And to me, what really matters most is an entrepreneurial mindset versus whether you're a founder or not. Do the people we're hiring and the people we're working with have that mindset of iteration and vision and wanting to succeed versus just doing and running an execution play? And that's the distinction, I think, makes for a successful company versus a company that struggles or becomes a binary bet because people are just running a certain plan. That dichotomy, though, is still difficult to hire for, and that interdisciplinary nature is still a big challenge. That's the other piece why a single founder usually isn't the solution. It's this interdisciplinary team that's going to make this happen, and so not one single person's driving this whole thing. It's the interplay between a technological leader, a robotics leader, a pharma leader, a clinical leader, so on and so forth, working together to fulfill this bigger mission.
Yep. No, thank you for that. So Mike, you invest in both. Do you have preference one over the other, or you say, no, I'm just going to back the great science and it doesn't matter?
Yeah, so as you articulated, we do two discrete types of processes. One is very much as Flagship and Avak was mentioning, we actually run a laboratory at 3 different universities. So we built a laboratory at Harvard called the Laboratory for Bioengineering Research and Innovation. And so in those circumstances, 2 years before we even conceive of building a business, we'll actually develop the assays. And we have our team of scientists, and we set up the experiments ourselves, and we try to validate them. So we're all co-founders in a very substantial way of not just these businesses, but really these research projects before we spin them out. And then at that juncture, we'll assemble the team. But the reality is, whether we build the business ourselves or whether we're investing in a business that's already extant, the focus is really on finding the right people, whoever they may be. And if they so happen to have been a founder of the business, that's fantastic. But there's certainly circumstances in which the skill set required to found the business or do the work in the lab or the postdoc is very different than what's required to continue to develop the business as a commercial entity. And so we really don't think about the distinction between founder-led versus whether it's someone who wasn't a founder or came in, or whether it's ourselves for that matter. It's really just a function of who are the right people to run the business.
So that's very similar.
Yeah,
It's really the culture of building is different, whether, yes, then that's great. So maybe, Ayman, I have one question before we move on to the last part. Entrepreneurs in the room, there are many companies building new tech bio or companies in healthcare IT. As an investor, I think we've seen a lot of point solutions popping up. Clients are not buying them. They want end-to-end solution. What is your advice to entrepreneurs in the room when it comes to differentiating by being able to offer one end-to-end solution and a business that can scale? Whether on the tech bio side, we see a lot of companies, they may sound the same. What are you looking for, and what entrepreneur needs to be careful about? And we probably spend 1 minute on that, please, before we go to the next.
And this is at the core of a lot of the successes that we've seen and a lot of the companies that have stumbled. At its core is a question of, why does this particular company exist? What particular problem is it, or set of problems is it solving, and why is it uniquely positioned as a company, but also as a management team to go and solve these problems? Now, point solutions, they work, but also as a point solution. The challenge there then becomes, how do you continue to scale? How do you continue to differentiate? Platforms are also powerful, but you don't get to a platform from day one. Platforms are a function of scale. So is there a roadmap? And I think that is the superior model. Is there a roadmap where you start small with a very well-defined problem set that you're solving, have that as your wedge into the market, but also then continue to iterate on the space, the boundary, expand the boundary of the problem set that you're solving. And if we go and we study a lot of the successful healthcare technology solutions out there, you will see that majority of them are multi-category. They're not building in a specific category.
Integrated business.
They are integrating different businesses into, a lot of cases, a unified technology platform.
That's great. So for the entrepreneurs, even if you start focused on a focused solution, just have a roadmap. What else you really want to build? Where are you going? What problem are you going to solve? And then get to that. So with the ultimate aim that you're having an integrated business around it.
I would, though, underscore that focus is what gets you to win in the first few years of the company.
Yeah. So now I get to the last. Unfortunately, I can talk to you for hours, but we have to end. We have only a few minutes. I have a scenario, a what if. What if today, you mentioned about timeline to see Gen AI in 10 years. All the investment is going from investors like yourselves into companies that are in the tech bio space. Do you envisage a world where the first phase, the money goes in, these companies build their platform, they do partnerships with pharma, they make money, they prove their model, this is the installation phase, and then they go to a next phase where now the winning companies are the ones that prove that they work in the clinic, and they prove repeatedly that they work in the clinic. So they actually start to build themselves as a full stack companies, and they're not competing with each other anymore, they are competing with pharma. Do you see a situation where in the future, in the next 10 to 20 years, pharma is reinvented in this way? Avak?
I think it's already happening, but I don't think it's a must. So we've seen it happen with companies like Regeneron. They had non-AI-based platforms and capabilities that they essentially proved and then vertically integrated to become a full-fledged biotech company. Alnylam, similarly. And I don't think it has to be an or situation. It can also be an and situation. We've been looking at this entire ecosystem more like an innovation supply chain. That's what we call it internally at Flagship, where there's going to be a tier of companies that are innovating, that are providing innovative technologies, platforms, modalities, and pharma has a place. In a regulated environment, pharma has its place, and they're excellent at taking the drug to the last mile or the last 10 miles of getting it through the regulatory gauntlet, manufacturing it, distributing it, engaging with physicians. Until we cut all of that out, really, the benefits of vertical integration are not that great. The pharma can do a great job at that.
Mike?
I agree. I think both models will exist in parallel. There's a whole host of structural and organizational reasons why smaller companies that can focus on a specific problem have the capability to take that up to a certain level. And it may not make sense for them to invest the resources and scale when it already exists elsewhere, and may not even have the interest, right? So I love what I do. I'm not sure I would like to focus on that next step. I think there are other people who do it better than I do. So why not focus on what we think we do well, which is that earlier stage innovation side. And I think Big Pharma over the years has had a similar conclusion, saying, well, we love the innovation ecosystem. We'll let them do the innovation, and we can always absorb that down the road if it makes sense to.
Yeah, so what I hear, Ayman, here is that in the future, while drug development and discovery was in the past exclusive to pharma, now it will not be any longer exclusive to pharma, but this doesn't mean that it will displace pharma. So you will continue, you will become a drug developer, but also at the same time continue to be a partner of the pharma industry. What is your view on this as well, Ayman?
Well, fortunately and unfortunately, there is an immense amount of unmet needs out there, a whole set of problems that are not being addressed by big pharma or even the emerging players today. And so the way we look at it is eventually these new solutions will make the pie bigger rather than it being a zero-sum game. Now, is there space to build another integrated player? Maybe, but that requires almost unlimited funding,
yes.
Or a massive amount of funding. And so is it the right thing to do to put your goals as building an integrated end-to-end solution from day one versus solving your first one and then continuing to scale from there? I would argue starting with a capital-efficient model that gets you to the right proof points and then scaling from there is the more superior model.
That's great. Well, unfortunately, the time is up. I can see I borrowed 2 minutes from the next speaker. So thanks so much for the panelists. And I think you are around. And we look forward to continuing the networking. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the last two talks of the day are brief TED-style talks. We most often think of advances in health as scientific breakthroughs, but there are much simpler and yet very effective solutions that we can implement through healthy habits that can make a real dent in our health span and in our health. Please join me in welcoming health data pioneer and data scientist Luca Foschini.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for staying until the end. My name is Luca Foschini. I'm an engineer and a computer scientist by training, and I am not qualified to give you medical advice. After starting my career working at major search engines, I transitioned to health tech 12 years ago, co-founding a company called Evidation with 3 other co-founders. Though my background is in tech, my heart and my focus are in health and biology. Tech and health have vastly different cultures. In tech, we like to move fast and break things. In health, breaking things means harming people. In tech, I'm Luca. In health, I'm Dr. Foschini. Tech thrives on hype. Health avoids it. So since I am at Italian Tech Week, I thought I had to spice up my title a little bit. Health is wealth, how to get rich fast and live forever. How many of you came to this talk just for the title? It kind of worked. Good. Spoiler, those technologies are not generally available yet. I'm sorry. But now that I have your attention, I hope I can convince you in the next 10 minutes that you should drop everything you're doing and come build in health. Health is wealth. La salute è la vera ricchezza. I've heard this often since moving to the United States 16 years ago. And I've come to realize that the analogy runs deep. Health also behaves like wealth. Both health and wealth are shaped by the family you're born into. And they're influenced from where you live. Most importantly, both health and wealth are built through consistent behavior over time. A few dollars saved each day can transform your retirement just as much as a few minutes of daily exercise can. The small, deliberate action we take every day compounds over decades, shaping our future. And just as we use all available data to guide our decisions in creating and managing our wealth, why not do the same with our health? Let me give you an example. In April 2020, a close relative of mine checked into the hospital due to fluid retention. His physician, overwhelmed by COVID cases at the time, could not provide immediate guidance when he shared concerns over WhatsApp about his swollen ankles. At the hospital, they discovered his kidney were failing, and it took 2 weeks. It took 2 weeks to stabilize him before discharge. Looking back, we found that a $100 smart scale he used daily had recorded a 15% spike in body water days before the hospitalization. Had this data been considered earlier, simple intervention with diuretics could have prevented 2 weeks in the hospital in the midst of the COVID pandemic. At Evidation, the company I co-founded, we built our platform on the belief that people should own their health data and use it to inform better health decisions. Our app has served more than 5 million Americans and hundreds of thousands more worldwide. For example, we created algorithms to alert people when they might be getting sick based on data from their smartwatch. When the system flags a potential infections, people are prompted to assess their symptoms and take the appropriate next step, whether that is talking to a doctor, joining a research study, or just staying home to avoid spreading the infection. All available data can help you make better decisions about your health. And this includes all kinds of data, data on your sleep, nutrition, social connectedness, mental health, genomics, and so much more. I want to share a story about my brother who has severe cognitive and psychiatric issues since birth, or so we think, because despite countless tests across Italy, we've never had a definitive diagnosis. He remains a medical mystery. Last year, he was hospitalized for a suspected lung infection. He could not articulate his pain, so we didn't know what was wrong until one day, exactly a year ago to this day, his oxygen levels dropped in the 80s. When he woke up after a 4-hour surgery, something inexplicable happened. He became paralyzed and unable to speak, despite having no prior mobility issues. Another medical mystery. When I asked the doctor, who saved his life and to whom I'm forever grateful, how soon can he get back to normal? He quickly replied, well, he's never been normal. I was frustrated. I pulled up my phone and scrolled through my phone desperately trying to find a video I took just a few weeks earlier of my brother and I playing basketball together to show him as proof. That video, that unconventional piece of health data, showed that being paralyzed was not normal for my brother, even if it's never been normal by societal standards. So what is normal? For the first time in history, we have the ability to record all our diverse health data, not only once, but repeatedly over time, building a picture, better yet, a movie of the evolution of our personal normal. Imagine a personal health assistant that can help you understand what's normal for you and detect deviation from your normal baselines across all your data. Wouldn't you use such a product? We often think of advances in health as scientific breakthroughs, like AI-driven diagnostics or novel drugs, and those are undoubtedly crucial. But there are simpler, yet equally impactful solutions we might be overlooking. Just as personal fintech simplifies creation and management of wealth, personal health tech can streamline health management with low-risk solutions that are not subject to heavy regulations, but make life easier for patients. Generative AI can play a big role here. Something as simple as making your doctor notes easier to read for you, or summarizing your health history before the next appointments, or aligning and coordinating among different specialists can be of huge help. As health professionals face growing shortages and time constraints all around the world, in Italy, in the United States, and worldwide, making communication and coordination more efficient will be paramount. So, tech innovators, come building health, especially built for those who care for patients, the caregivers. Most patients care for themselves, so by focusing on the caregiver, you'll be focusing implicitly on the patient as well. But I argue that by adopting the caregiver perspective, you'll be more attuned to the process part of health, coordination, coping, and community. That's where the real value lies, making the caregiver life easier. We're all going to be someone's caregiver at some point in our life. I'm sure many of you already are. Who's going to buy that, you may ask? Traditionally, we assume that healthcare costs are covered by governments or insurances, so we're reluctant to pay for healthcare solutions. But that's changing. People are growing intolerant of inefficiencies. Patient burnout is at all-time high. If I pay $10 a month to access, search, and discover a stream of music on Spotify, why not pay $10 a month to access, search, and discover insights in the stream of my own health data, the greatest wealth I have? There's got to be a better way to navigate my brother's health odyssey than a paper binder and 10 different chats with all the specialists. If these products are made affordable and accessible, people will buy them. The need is there. So tech innovators, come build in health and build for the caregiver. Many health tech entrepreneurs I've known, including myself, have stumbled into the health sector motivated by personal stories and a bit of serendipity, but it doesn't have to be this way. We shouldn't wait for health issues to strike before diving into health tech. Tech builders tend to be young and healthy, which makes them less likely to think about health. That's just human nature. People focus on problems that affect them directly. And that's why I think we need more intergenerational exposure between tech and health through outreach and education to make solving problems in health cool, not just something you don't want to think about. This is what we're trying to do at Sage Bionetworks, the nonprofit I've been working on full-time since last year. Our mission is to foster open and collaborative AI development in the biomedical sciences. As part of this, we host global competitions and hackathon to bring together communities with the goal of creating novel algorithms for health and biology, whether it's detecting breast cancers from mammograms or predicting preterm birth using microbiome data. These AI competitions are incredibly effective at exposing tech and AI talent to health and biology most daunting problems. And sometimes the winners are as young as high school students. Imagine how many more tech innovators we'd have working in health if people were exposed to solving problems in health and biology earlier in life. In closing, I hope I've convinced you that both health and wealth are the products of millions of decisions compounding over a lifetime, which should be based in increasingly vast and diverse sources of multimodal information, and that this information requires continuous filtering, organization, interpretation, socialization, and execution upon. You can start today by applying your tech and AI skill to build simple yet impactful solutions to help you, your parents, kids, and all your loved ones manage their health and prevent illness. The bar has never been this lower. The opportunity has never been greater. I wish all of you excellent health and wealth for many years to come.
Thank you, Luca. So I don't know about you, but I'm feeling pretty inspired. For this last act, I actually have a question for you. How many of you do you know someone has gone straight from doctoral studies to CEO of a publicly traded company on the New York Stock Exchange, commercializing a technology that they discovered themselves for their PhD thesis? I guess a publicly traded company does seem like a glorious outcome for a thesis, but being a founder is a journey filled with many challenges. Please join me in welcoming our last speaker of the day, founder and CEO of Portal Biosciences, Armand Charret.
Thanks for having me. I think the other speakers are jealous that our stage doesn't rotate when it's just one of us. So, but yeah, I'm here to talk about the journey from going from a PhD project all the way to IPO. And I figured for that, I would start with just some general background. So for context, I grew up in Iran and Dubai, went to Stanford for my undergrad in chemical engineering. And at that point, you face the choice that most people face before going to a PhD is, do I go into industry? That's a picture of me by a uranium mine, which is very appropriate if you're Iranian. And the alternative was doing a PhD. And my professors convinced me that trying to be a nerd for the rest of my life was probably the best thing to do, so I went the PhD route. And the story I'm going to go through in the next 10 minutes or so is about how from our PhD, we were able to spin out a company which was actually working on cancer therapies. I ironically myself got cancer along the way. I'm all fine now, but I got to see what it's like to be on the other side as a patient going through chemo. And we eventually IPO'd in 2020 after having raised about $400 million in financing. And we also had 3 clinical trials going at that time. And then more recently, how we've been resetting and using a lot of those learnings in our newer company, Portal, and what our journey is there. So the main motivation behind everything I'm going to talk about today is cells are little biological machines that do everything in your body ultimately. And if you can engineer them as a therapy, there's a lot you can accomplish with that, because you can train your cells to attack tumors or shut down an autoimmune response or regenerate damaged tissue. So there's a lot of potential, and some of this was illustrated by the picture you see up there of Emily Whitehead, which was this famous case of a young girl who had a cancer that was probably going to kill her, but CAR T therapies, which is one of the first generation cell therapies, is what saved her. The problem with cell therapies, though, is that they are extremely complicated to make. So for example, if you're in Turin and you need to get a cell therapy, right now they're going to have to take your cells, ship them to Rome or maybe even Switzerland to get them manufactured, and then ship it back and eventually inject it, which makes it very expensive and complicated to administer. And this makes you think, if you take a step back, at how drugs work and what makes them accessible today. Most of it is all about scaling. So the small molecule drugs that we use, like the pills you would have, let's say Lipitor or something, these are all drugs that scalable chemistry made possible. Or a lot of biologics, recombinant DNA is what underpins them. So this is what companies like Amgen and Genentech exploited to make that a reality. Cell therapies haven't hit this moment yet because there is no scalable way to do this. So even within the US, only thousands of patients get it per year. And the question is, what kind of technology do you need that can really simplify engineering of these cells such that you can make it accessible at almost any clinic or hospital the way current drugs are? And what I mean with this is that the ideal setup for a cell therapy is that you as a patient go to your local clinic or hospital, and they take your cells out, run it through a machine that's going to engineer the function of those cells and put them back in to help address your disease, and have this all happen in under 24 hours. And one of the most difficult steps about making this real is it's actually difficult to put materials into cells, because the way you engineer cells is by putting various materials inside them, and that is what's going to ultimately alter their function and create the cell therapy you need. And so going back to my PhD at MIT, we were trying to work on this problem, and we were taking a very American solution to it, which is we were trying to shoot cells. So the way this thing worked, we had a gun that would try to shoot material into cells, and through doing work on that, we accidentally figured out that you don't have to shoot a cell, you could just squeeze the cell. So if you take a cell, mix it with whatever you're trying to deliver, and then run it through a tight constriction at high speeds, that'll disrupt its membrane, anything that's outside goes in, and the cell will just contain that material. So it's a ridiculously simple solution to a problem that's really held back the field. And we showed that you could apply this to many different cell types and materials. We showed that it was keeping cells otherwise normal because you were hugging them, not shooting them. And in the end, we feel like this can really help unlock potential across many different diseases. Now, being a student coming out of this, one of my professors was encouraging, hey, we have a lot of traction here. Maybe you should start a company around it. And I'm like, okay, that's great, but I had said I would be academic. I don't know if I want to do this. And he says, well, you should just run it. You might like it. I initially said no. So I went and did a postdoc in parallel. We got the company going, but I was actually doing an immunology postdoc alongside it, and one of my friends became CEO. Fast forward a year and a half, our life had gotten very complicated. I'm not trying to have you understand what's going on here. The point was that life was complicated. We had our academic side, there was money from the academic world or the industry world, and everything was messy. So I had to face a decision of, do I actually jump to the company side full-time and abandon these academic aspirations or not? And most founders in their early days are ambitious. They're trying to have their cake and eat it too. And so the advice I got from one of my other professors was to just follow your heart, which is a very strange piece of advice to get from a scientist. You would expect something much more quantitative than that. But he was right. It was, if you think this is the biggest thing you'll ever do, you should go. If you don't think that, stay academic, and maybe you'll do something later. So I jumped over, and soon after, we had this major milestone of Roche, which is one of the biggest pharma companies in the world, got excited about one of our programs. I won't bore you with the biology, but there are certain types of immune cells that are kind of like generals. You can instruct them to teach the foot soldiers of the immune system to attack tumors. So we had shown progress on this concept. Roche was very excited, and they came in. And this was huge for us, because now an adult thinks this is a good idea. Us running around with our cartoons of cells were suddenly taken much more seriously in our industry. And from there, we started to grow. So this is one of the early excited pictures from the team back in 2016. We started to add more team members and continue to grow over time, where some of the other major milestones over the years was, for example, in 2018, Roche doubled down on the program, so they expanded it even further. We actually went to the clinic, so started clinical trials. And we reached an interesting juncture in this journey, which is, okay, now, before we know it, we're spending $50 million a year. And staying private becomes very difficult. So now your options are, do you actually try to go IPO, which the challenge is if you try and fail, it can be deadly. And it's much more complicated to run a public company. Can all of us keep up with that? Or we could have stayed private, which meant you're not in the public eye as much, but it's harder to raise money. So if your next set of data is not great, you may just die in darkness. And so we decided to go for it, and we listed on the New York Stock Exchange back in 2020. This was an exciting moment from that day where they actually light up the whole stock exchange with your logo. You get to ring the bell. So it was very exciting to get to do this, and from there we were able to use that money to actually deploy these systems more broadly in the clinic. One of the most exciting moments, definitely one of the top happiest moments of my life, was when we actually saw a response in a patient. So that little yellow blob you see on the scan is a tumor that shrank. Because for us, after 10 years of doing this with the hope of actually helping people, it seemed like we might actually be able to make that difference. And that's probably one of the greatest moments we had at that stage. And we were starting to advance the next generation, so further advancing the manufacturing, expanding on the biology that we could pursue. And what really helped get us here was the people along the way. So the partners, the investors, the team members, even the patients and the doctors that helped make this all happen. And I know people always say people are the most important ingredient, so maybe the detail I'll add to that is the most important people are the ones that took a chance on you when they didn't have to. So that high-up Roche executive that say, you know what, I'm going to do a big deal with these crazy kids straight out of school. Or that investor that could have done all kinds of other deals, but decided that what we were doing was more interesting, and if it works out, it could be great. And from there on, some of the more turbulent times came where the biotech market financially started to crash, so biotech has been depressed for quite a few years now. And we reached an interesting decision point, which was I thought we should expand the technology side more and make it more accessible to other groups, because Squeeze, our company, was the only one that was doing this. Enough of the board felt like they wanted to focus on just one of the lead programs and not share the technology, because then if you can get that clinical trial to work, it's worth a lot if you've kept it to yourself. So during that, I ended up transitioning out, and it was kind of the beginning of a downward spiral where investors were upset, Roche was upset, things started to fall apart. And there was a lot of important lessons to be learned in there, where, as I was saying with the importance of people, it matters who you have on and who you keep on over the years. There's always this tension of many decisions come along where you could prioritize being ubiquitous and giving access to a lot of different groups, or you can prioritize future profit theoretically by keeping it all to yourself. And if it all works out, you would control this amazing ecosystem. And so in the aftermath of this, we thought, well, I still care about this problem too much. Why not just use all these learnings to create a next generation of it? And this time, leverage those learnings and go open format from the start. So instead of doing the trials ourselves, which kind of puts you in this weird situation where no one else has access, and if your trial works, you're great, but if it doesn't work, you can run into trouble. And try to have a new company now, Portal, which can leverage these lessons, have a newer generation technology, and use these insights to broadly enable the field instead of us doing any of the trials ourselves. And at this point, we have about over 35 partners, including more than 5 of the major large pharma. So it's been off to a good start. And we're only 13 people, so it's been a very efficient way to start to get these technologies out there. And it's all pushing for that same end goal of trying to make cell therapies a reality, where you can have a new generation of therapies that anyone can go to their local clinic, hook up to a machine that's going to take their cells, engineer their functions, and ultimately put them back in to treat the disease. And our goal with Portal is to create the critical subcomponents that make this all possible and can help drive this future, because in the end, there's plenty of diseases that kind of torture humanity right now that we think is very solvable with cell therapy. And these kinds of critical technologies are what's going to make the difference to make that future come to life. With that, thanks a lot for having me.
It's quiet now, and as I think my thoughts aloud, I try to keep my head straight, but I think I'm too far gone. For in this silence, the truth rings even louder, a constant grinding, begging recognition of its power. Through its eyes, I take the trip, destiny, the place of pain and pleasure absolute, where sorrow has a face, a place of time where spirit asks to stand and hold its ground, has lost its equilibrium and is slowly sinking down. It's quiet now. It's quiet now.
Buonasera, buonasera a tutti. Buonasera, vi lascio tempo di prendere posto. Dico anche good evening to everyone, perché finora abbiamo parlato inglese, allora così prendiamo il tempo. C'è posto anche di là, devo dire, questo palco a 360 gradi ci obbliga a camminare e guardarci attorno, però vedo un sacco di facce amiche, quindi sono meno intimorito. Io mi chiamo Beniamino Pagliaro, sono un giornalista di Repubblica e sono felice di essere con voi stasera per presentare il premio Business Angel dell'anno 2024, organizzato ovviamente dal Club degli Investitori che ben conoscete. Il premio Business Angel dell'anno ha una specialità rispetto al posto in cui si colloca e anche alla storia dell'evento, che è Italian Tech Week, perché è persino più vecchio di Italian Tech Week, perché questa è l'8ª edizione e quindi nel panel che ho moderato prima chiedevo agli speaker, insomma, com'era Tech Week alle prime edizioni e se nel corso del tempo anche la scena torinese gli sembrasse cambiata, e figurarsi quant'era diversa 8 anni fa, quando il Club degli Investitori ha organizzato la prima edizione del premio Business Angel dell'anno. Abbiamo un'ora abbondante, piena di persone che in parte conoscerete, in parte andrete a conoscere stasera, e poi scopriremo chi ha vinto, perché questo è un premio. Qui ci sono infatti i premi, come nelle migliori occasioni. Avete presente la finale di Champions League, quando scrivono il nome sulla coppa inquadrati? Qua in questo caso abbiamo 4 premi, però poi solo uno lo vincerà, quindi gli altri non lo so, andranno riciclati in qualche modo. Però per raccontarvi tutto questo, per raccontarvi l'attività del Club degli Investitori e quella del premio Business Angel dell'anno, invito sul palco il presidente Giancarlo Rocchietti.
Grazie.
Eccoci Giancarlo. Tutto bene?
Tutto bene. Dobbiamo girare qua? No.
Questo, diciamo, puoi camminare, puoi riflettere, però il palco è tuo, quindi te lo lascio.
Grazie Beniamino. No, ma avevamo detto che stava fermo, qui gira, comunque proviamo. Pericolosissimo. Buonasera a tutti e benvenuti. Darei un benvenuto a tutti gli operatori del Venture Capital, a tutti i Business Angel, a tutti gli amici che ci hanno aiutato a organizzare questo premio, e noi siamo arrivati a 4 finalisti grazie a voi. In particolar modo io vorrei ringraziare gli sponsor, che sono KPMG e Unicredit, sono nostri sponsor sin dall'inizio, e i nostri patrocinanti Italian Tech Alliance e da quest'anno il Ministero degli Affari Esteri, perché parleremo molto di internazionalizzazione. Io in 5 minuti vi devo parlare di sfide globali, e per fare questo ho portato un oggetto che avevo 20 anni fa, l'ho perso, me l'ha prestato un amico, Piero. È un oggetto bellissimo, guardatelo. Qualcuno sa come si chiama? Lo potete inquadrare? Si chiama Nokia Communicator, funziona ancora, è una tecnologia del secolo scorso. Io la usavo, me l'ha prestata Piero perché appunto l'ho perso. Piero lo usa ancora, se guardate bene qui c'è la data di oggi, ci sono le app, funziona benissimo. Questa è la tecnologia, è stata l'apice della tecnologia, dell'information technology europea. Fine secolo scorso, distribuito inizio degli anni 2000, da lì in avanti abbiamo perso la guerra. Abbiamo perso la guerra dell'information technology, gli americani dominano sul software, gli asiatici elettronica e hardware. Se guardiamo le prime 25 società a livello di capitalizzazione nel mondo, guardate l'Europa, ne ha 3 o 4 secondo il giorno in cui facciamo le valutazioni, che capitalizza il 5% del totale. E insomma, qual è il motivo di questo? Molto semplice. In Europa non c'è stata competizione, non ci sono state le start-up, come negli Stati Uniti o in altri paesi. Le start-up fanno innovazione, concorrenza e creano nuove grandi aziende. tutte quelle 25, quasi tutte quelle 25 aziende super capitalizzate erano delle start-up e sono state finanziate da venture capital e business angel. Guardate quindi il perché, guardate gli investimenti del venture capital degli ultimi 20 anni, guardate l'Europa. Europa è meno di 4 volte meno che gli Stati Uniti e meno della metà del resto del mondo. A questo punto potremmo pensare che tutto è perduto, perché abbiamo perso la guerra dell'information technology. Io penso assolutamente di no, e direi che sono ottimista, se per ottimista intendiamo dire qualcuno che pensa che i problemi si possano risolvere, non che si risolveranno, perché credo che l'Europa potrà giocare altre nuove guerre, altre nuove battaglie. Molti pensano che quelle 25 società che oggi sono le più capitalizzate al mondo nel settore tech, fra 20 anni non saranno più le stesse, perché nascono delle nuove sfide, che sono le sfide per migliorare questo mondo. Quindi tutto quello che è green tech, e l'Europa ha molto da giocare, siamo i numeri 1 in quelle tecnologie, tutto quello che è l'healthcare, i computer quantistici, l'intelligenza artificiale è un po' difficile qui, le nanotecnologie e direi la difesa, ma soprattutto lo spazio, e diciamo nel panel successivo parleremo soprattutto di questo. Io credo che l'Europa ce la possa giocare, possa ricominciare questa battaglia e noi abbiamo delle università bellissime, guardate a livello di ricerca, siamo i numeri 1 per premi Nobel, fra l'altro se avessi aggiunto ai premi Nobel quelli della categoria scienza, anche quelli di letteratura, filosofia eccetera, saremo di gran lunga i migliori e quindi io penso che queste tecnologie che si intercetteranno, si integreranno una con l'altra, daranno la possibilità all'Europa veramente di poter combattere ad armi pari. L'Europa deve fare molto, lo sta già facendo, quel gap di 1 a 4,5 di investimenti in questi ultimi anni è già diventato 1 a 3, quindi noi stiamo crescendo e l'Europa, l'ha detto anche qualche ex primo ministro, deve fare molto, però sta già facendo e guardate che la notizia più bella è stata una settimana fa che è stata nominata per la prima volta nella storia il commissario alle start-up e all'innovazione. Quindi qualcosa di buono si sta facendo e dobbiamo essere ottimisti. Bene, ci chiediamo per chiudere che cosa può fare un business angel come noi, cioè nel nostro piccolo che cosa possiamo e dobbiamo fare. Ci ho pensato 3 cose. La prima è cercare di investire in aziende che abbiano una vocazione globale, magari dall'inizio, no? Che pensano alla grande, almeno europea. La seconda è che probabilmente e ci divertiremo molto di più a imparare le nuove tecnologie. C'è questa nuova terminologia info, nano, cogno, bio, no? Tutte tecnologie che si intrecciano tra di loro e come vedete l'information technology è solo una di quelle. E quindi dovremo studiare, lavorare e divertirci probabilmente ancora di più. La terza è che quello che possiamo fare è cercare di investire sempre di più con dei partner internazionali. Vale molto per l'Italia. Io credo che per poter crescere noi venture capitalist e business angel dovremo sempre di più investire con partner internazionali. E vorrei chiudere ricordandovi che noi tutti pensiamo, perché lo siamo quasi tutti qui, che i business angel possono cambiare il mondo e quando c'è un founder d'eccezione che noi chiamiamo l'occhio della tigre, dietro c'è sempre un grande business angel. Buona serata e ci vediamo dopo. Grazie.
Grazie Giancarlo. In effetti prima mi sono concentrato sui premi perché sì, la competizione è sempre sexy, ma in assoluto chi è qui stasera è qui perché capisce qual è il ruolo del business angel. Io penso in assoluto che, come diceva adesso Giancarlo, il fatto di appoggiare un'idea, in questo prima mi sono presentato velocemente, faccio il giornalista a Repubblica, ma ho anche fondato una startup, vi posso dire che il supporto delle persone, business angel, che investano poi o che comunque siano vicini al founder è davvero insostituibile, quindi vi ringrazio e vi chiedo di fare un applauso, diciamo, a tutta la comunità che rappresentate. Anche in un contesto, per dire la verità, che non sempre diciamo, ci aiuta tantissimo. Stamattina guardavo le le statistiche su quali sono gli incentivi in altri paesi europei, diciamo, se Giancarlo diceva bisogna sognare in grande, diciamo, anche dal punto di vista degli incentivi fiscali, tutto sommato qualcosa da fare ci sarebbe ancora. Ora, sognare in grande, dicevamo, quindi andiamo nello spazio, per questo chiamo sul palco con me il direttore generale del Club degli Investitori, Andrea Rota. Benvenuto Andrea.
E questo gira?
E questo gira come i satelliti. Ti lascio il palco, ricordo soltanto che tu oggi, è vero, sei il direttore generale del Club degli Investitori, ma sei stato un premiato Business Angel dell'anno, della seconda edizione se non sbaglio, terza,
esatto.
E quindi porta bene, insomma. Lascio a te
Grazie
presentare gli
mille,
ospiti.
buonasera a tutti, uno speciale in bocca al lupo ovviamente ai nostri finalisti del premio. Per pensare in grande e parlare di spazio è un onore questa sera avere con noi Samantha Cristoforetti, quindi un bel applauso. Ciao Samantha, ecco, magari dove vuoi. Allora, Samantha, mi dicono che questo comincia a girare, sarà un problema per me, non per te.
La caveremo sicuramente.
Ce la caveremo. E poi, anche per completare questo discorso sulla Space Economy, vorrei invitare sul palco Raffaele Mauro, che è il principale venture capital nel campo della Space Economy in Italia, e Renato Panesi, che è il co-founder di The Orbit. Era una startup, ora è una bella scale-up nel campo della Space Economy. Allora, però prima di parlare di Space Economy io ho alcune curiosità per Samantha, no? Abbiamo messo insieme alcune immagini sulla tua, adesso dovremmo vederle, ecco, sulla tua esperienza, e ti chiediamo di commentarle velocemente. Riesci, guarda, la vedi qua?
Ah, eccola là.
Questa è la tua Home Away from Home.
Ragazzi, questo è un pezzo di Torino, la cupola è stata fatta qui a Torino, a Thales Alenia, un pezzo d'Italia nello spazio, sulla Stazione Spaziale Internazionale, così come tantissimi dei moduli pressurizzati della ISS. Quindi abbiamo una grande tradizione in Italia in questo settore, ma dobbiamo continuare a farci valere, non adagiarsi sugli allori, ma insomma continuare anche magari appunto con nuove aziende che se la giochino nel contesto internazionale.
Ottimo, passiamo avanti diciamo, nelle tue esperienze. Qua abbiamo raccolto un po' di foto della tua prima missione.
Prima missione, quindi 2014-2015, una missione su un veicolo Soyuz che vedete lì a destra, quindi insomma lì dentro si sta un pochino stretti, un prodotto della tradizione sovietica, poi russa, e come si faceva spazio 10 anni fa, ma è cambiato molto.
Esattamente, e quindi infatti abbiamo tutti visto alcune foto, adesso andiamo alla prossima, questa è la tua più recente missione.
Seconda missione, esperienza molto diversa, quindi fast forward 8 anni soltanto. E sono partita non più su un veicolo russo, non più su un veicolo che appartiene a un governo, ma su un lanciatore e su un veicolo spaziale in cima al lanciatore che appartiene a un'azienda privata, SpaceX, dalla quale NASA, e quindi anche per conto nostro, che siamo un partner di NASA, ha acquistato un servizio per farci volare sulla Stazione Spaziale Internazionale, come tra l'altro, racconto sempre perché fa un po' sorridere, ma quando sono partita per questo secondo volo, siamo arrivati in Florida, saremmo dovuti partire 3 giorni dopo, perché così di solito funziona. Abbiamo aspettato un'intera settimana in più per poter partire, e il motivo è che su un veicolo identico al nostro di SpaceX c'erano i primi, non si può dire turisti, ma insomma i primi astronauti privati a bordo della Stazione Spaziale Internazionale, che non ci liberavano il parcheggio, perché non riuscivano ad atterrare, c'era troppo vento, e quindi noi là ad aspettare che ci lasciassero spazio per poter a nostra volta andare a fare la nostra missione.
Senti, io ho una domanda proprio di curiosità un po' ingegneristica. Tu sei stata ingegnere di bordo nella prima missione su Soyuz e specialista di missione nella missione in SpaceX. Qual è la differenza tra volare su questi due vettori?
Molto diversa. Basta pensare al tempo di addestramento che è necessario. Io per la prima missione mi sono addestrata quasi 3 anni, di cui mettendo insieme tutti i vari periodi di addestramento viene fuori più o meno un anno solo per volare la Soyuz. Quindi una missione di 6 mesi, di cui un anno di addestramento è dedicato solo alla fase di lancio, 6 ore, e alla fase di rientro, 4-5 ore. Perché è un veicolo che appunto è figlio degli anni 70, degli anni 80, in cui è previsto che l'essere umano sia in the loop e che gestisca soprattutto le situazioni di emergenza, le situazioni non nominali. Fast forward, SpaceX Dragon è un veicolo che è stato concepito con l'idea che ci possa volare chiunque in qualsiasi momento con un addestramento minimo. Quindi il veicolo fa tutto da solo o comunque si mette in sicurezza da solo fino a che da terra poi non mandano i comandi necessari. Quindi l'addestramento necessario per volare su una Dragon è di alcune settimane.
Direi che il sorriso delle 2 foto quando sei atterrata, penso in Kazakh a terra con la Soyuz o in mare è sempre bello. E senti invece, ma a livello proprio fisico di accelerazione è la stessa?
È proprio definito dalla fisica, dal profilo di volo, no? Quello è uguale. L'unica differenza appunto è l'impatto, leggermente più duro, se vogliamo, quando atterri nella steppa, come nel Kazakhstan, in acqua è un pochino più attutito. Poi ci sono i pro e i contro, perché poi l'acqua, no?
Poi
magari ti potrebbe venire la nausea se sei soggetto a questo tipo di cose, quindi ha anche dei vantaggi atterrare sulla terraferma, anche se l'impatto è un po' più...
Capito. Allora, grazie mille. Passiamo al tema, diciamo, dell'ambizione europea. Io ho guardato un po' di articoli, ve li metto senza troppi commenti. Il primo racconta che all'inizio del 2022, poco prima dell'aggressione della Russia verso l'Ucraina, qualcuno ha sabotato i cavi che collegano la stazione di ascolto satellitare alle Svalbard con l'Europa. No, questa è una cosa. Passiamo dopo. Ecco, nei mesi seguenti, la stessa società, SpaceX, in particolare Starlink, ha potuto e ha dovuto prendere delle decisioni quali chi poteva usare la sua banda per scopi bellici, quando e in che regioni, quindi decisioni fortissime. Se noi pensiamo all'aspetto economico, l'altra cosa interessante è che negli ultimi 2 o 3 anni c'è una nuova opzione per collegarsi a internet direttamente da casa, direttamente ai satelliti, e gran parte dei telefonini che abbiamo in tasca già possono connettersi, quindi bypassando tutti gli operatori nazionali. No? Ovviamente Amazon non sta a guardare e è Amazon stessa, società americana, che ha fatto, penso, il più grande ordine di slot di lancio di Ariane 6, che è il principale vettore europeo. Quindi gli americani vengono a comprare spazi di lancio da noi. Se guardiamo poi oltre l'orbita bassa, la Cina ha costruito una stazione spaziale, sta diciamo, trivellando la Luna e riportando a terra dei sample, dei campioni, per cercare terre rare, helium-3, eccetera. Allora, io come tanti europei penso, in passato ho vissuto lo spazio come una frontiera in cui grandi blocchi, America e Russia, lottavano per un primato tecnologico, ma non necessariamente rilevante nella vita di tutti i giorni. Ecco, mi sembra, forse non sono l'unico che si è sbagliato di molto, quindi ci racconti come si posiziona l'Europa e quanto è importante lo spazio per l'Europa?
Intanto tu hai dato tanti spunti, insomma, bisognerebbe andare a spacchettarli, però per prendere alcuni credo che ci siano almeno 2 cose che vanno dette per cercare di catturare questa evoluzione. Uno è che, almeno per quanto riguarda, per restare nel tema da cui siamo partiti, dell'esplorazione, il volo degli astronauti, le stazioni spaziali, eccetera, credo che nell'orbita bassa terrestre, dove c'è la stazione spaziale, quindi 400 km di quota, dove c'è anche la stazione spaziale cinese, dove ci saranno le future stazioni commerciali, siamo passati ormai, insomma siamo in transizione se vogliamo, ma ormai è una transizione avanzata, e lo dimostra l'esperienza con SpaceX di cui parlavo prima, da una fase di exploration a una fase di exploitation, cioè c'è una tendenza a dire ok, questo adesso è un ambiente che è un po' un'estensione della superficie terrestre o dei fondali, cioè fa parte del normale spazio economico, dello spazio sociale, anche dello spazio di conflitto che appartiene alla Terra. e quindi la frontiera di quella che è una vera e propria exploration si è spostato più verso il ritorno alla Luna, una futura missione su Marte, eccetera. È difficile adesso dire vado sulla stazione spaziale a fare exploration, che cosa esplori? Cioè è veramente più uno sfruttamento. Storicamente è stato più per ricerca scientifica, adesso ci sono anche come dire, una dimensione proprio di commerciale, di profitto, di presenza in un ecosistema che è interessante da tanti punti di vista. E quindi vediamo la presenza di SpaceX, ma anche grazie al cielo tante aziende italiane che o per iniziative loro, che siano start-up, che siano aziende established, come può essere Thales qui a Torino, sia in maniera autonoma che con partnership con aziende americane, cercano di posizionarsi in questi vari elementi di questo ecosistema che si sta creando nell'orbita bassa terrestre. Poi c'è tutta la dimensione della conflittualità, che da una parte è economica sicuramente, ma dalla parte proprio puramente militare. Hai parlato di Starlink, Elon Musk, l'Ucraina, penso che tutti quanti abbiamo un po' seguito le vicende e ci siamo resi conto di quanto imprescindibile sia stato rispetto alla resistenza ucraina il fatto che le nazioni alleate abbiano messo a loro a disposizione assetti spaziali.
Certo.
Che fosse Starlink per la comunicazione, che fossero, che ne so io, Maxar Planet per l'osservazione della Terra. Tutte aziende peraltro private, perché sono gli stessi, come dire, sono le stesse forze armate, sono gli stessi governi che sempre di più si appoggiano a queste aziende private per aumentare le loro capacità quando ce n'è bisogno, per aumentare poi la robustezza, la resilienza rispetto magari ad azioni ostili di attori avversari. Il fatto che siano assetti commerciali che sono intrinsecamente di uso duale, perché lo stesso assetto, se io sono una comandante militare, può essere il mio assetto di intelligence, se io sono che ne so, ho un campo insomma, faccio agricoltura, lo stesso assetto mi può dire guarda che oggi è meglio che irrighi lì perché la terra è più secca rispetto che altrove, oppure se mi occupo di protezione civile, lo stesso assetto mi può dire guarda, vai a guardare questo ponte perché mi sembra che sia poco stabile visto dallo spazio. Quindi sono tutti assetti che sono intrinsecamente duali. Quindi cosa vuol dire? Che se hanno una valenza militare sono anche dei bersagli potenzialmente, no? Rispetto ad azioni ostili avversarie. Vuol dire che sono assetti che vanno protetti non solo per garantirci le proprie capacità nel dominio spaziale, ma anche perché sono assetti da cui dipende la nostra normale quotidiana vita sociale ed economica.
Assolutamente, ma quindi assetti duali, no? E questa è una cosa un po' strana per noi investitori, no? Anche perché investire in aziende con una valenza di difesa per il mondo del venture capital, almeno in Europa, è una cosa molto nuova. Quindi, Raffaele, tu guidi Primo Space, fondo di venture capital dedicato allo spazio. Come vedi muoversi i capitali europei nei confronti della space economy e come vivono questa dualità?
Certo, c'è una dinamica molto interessante. Tenete conto che la dimensione della space economy a livello mondiale è di circa 570 miliardi di dollari, a seconda del metodo di calcolo, di cui circa 8 miliardi sono investimenti privati in start-up spaziali. Di questi, nel 2023, circa 850 sono andati in Europa. Okay? Questo è molto interessante perché fino a pochissimi anni fa, e alcune persone qui sul palco lo sanno bene, era molto molto difficile che il venture capital andasse a toccare il tema delle start-up spaziali. Era percepito come settore come troppo di lungo termine, troppo rischioso, troppo ad alta intensità di capitale. È ancora così, ma le cose stanno cambiando. E, di questi 850 in gran parte sono andati su alcune operazioni su tecnologie di lancio e sulla filiera manifatturiera, però c'è molto altro, c'è l'osservazione della Terra, c'è la logistica spaziale, ci sono le ground station, le telecomunicazioni e così via. E anche qui, fino a pochi anni fa, c'era soltanto un singolo attore, Seraphin Capital nel Regno Unito, poi è partito Primo Space e poi altri, Orbital Ventures, Alpine Space Ventures e così via. Questo che cosa ci dice? Che c'è un'opportunità per, potremmo dire, gli astroimprenditori o le astroimprenditrici che stanno cercando di prendere delle tecnologie, ricombinarle e applicarle all'ambiente spaziale. Questo perché? Perché l'ambiente spaziale è un vettore per altre industrie. Lo spazio è connesso con la logistica, con la tutela dell'ambiente, con l'agricoltura, con tante altre cose. Non è soltanto una tecnologia di per sé. E tanti soggetti stanno cambiando il mondo, stanno portando delle cose positive sulla Terra. Un'ultima nota sull'Europa che secondo me è fondamentale è il tema della cooperazione, nel senso che su alcune tecnologie chiave, quindi non soltanto spazio, ma anche tecnologie quantistiche, intelligenza artificiale, genomica, serve una massa critica e serve una visione di lungo termine, quando gli altri attori, gli Stati Uniti e Cina in particolare, hanno delle risorse, una scala dimensionale molto maggiore. L'Europa non ce la può fare se si ragiona in modo non coordinato, spezzettato, bisogna essere uniti.
Parlando quindi di cooperazione, quindi questo un applauso a Raffaele, assolutamente. In realtà c'è già tanta collaborazione, se vediamo abbiamo già Ariane 6, un vettore frutto di collaborazione, Vega, un vettore che ha una componentistica italiana molto forte, se posso avere la slide seguente, e poi abbiamo qua una foto, questo penso sia la firma dell'accordo per il progetto di cui tu sei responsabile per l'Agenzia Spaziale Europea, che è il Leo Cargo Return Service. Ci spieghi che cos'è l'esperienza, diciamo, di gestione di partner privati europei?
Sì, è un nostro tentativo in Europa di essere pronti, essere preparati a questa fase post-exploration, più exploitation. La chiamiamo, per dire un termine così breve che ogni tanto si sente, post-ISS, quindi dopo la Stazione Spaziale Internazionale. Quindi per adesso abbiamo la ISS, una piattaforma governativa, siamo tutti partner, proprio a livello di governi e agenzie spaziali, ma finirà nel 2030. È previsto che venga deorbitata in sicurezza naturalmente e che il suo posto venga preso da piattaforme e stazioni spaziali private. In che modo possiamo noi in Europa restare dei partner e non dei clienti potenzialmente soltanto di aziende non europee per i servizi di trasporto e per la permanenza in orbita, per poter continuare a fare esperimenti, ricerca, eccetera, su queste stazioni spaziali? Non vogliamo trovarci nella condizione di dover andare a comprare il biglietto da aziende non europee. Cioè, i nostri investimenti devono restare in Europa, devono far crescere le nostre aziende, devono dare lavoro ai nostri ingegneri e alle nostre ingegnere. Questa urgenza è stata riconosciuta, per fortuna, l'anno scorso i nostri Stati membri ci hanno dato il via libera di iniziare questo progetto, la fase 1 se non altro. E l'obiettivo qual è? LEO Cargo Return Service. LEO è Low Earth Orbit, quella di cui abbiamo parlato, l'orbita bassa terrestre. Cargo perché partiamo con il cargo. Non vi nascondo, ve lo dico subito, il mio sogno nel cassetto è che questo sia un primo passo e che dopo, sulla base di questa esperienza, si possa anche, dobbiamo sviluppare anche un veicolo abitato che possa portare astronauti. Perché, diciamoci, non è possibile che sono capaci di portare astronauti i russi e i cinesi e le aziende private americane e l'anno prossimo arriveranno gli indiani con Ganagnani, solo noi in Europa non siamo capaci, quindi chiusa parentesi, ma questo sarà il prossimo step, quindi per adesso cargo, return, molto collegato al crew, perché non deve essere solo questo veicolo capace di trasportare cargo verso lo spazio, questo in Europa lo abbiamo avuto per un periodo tra il 2008 e il 2015, deve essere anche capace di riportare il cargo in sicurezza a terra, perché se poi io su questo veicolo in futuro, con un'evoluzione successiva, ci voglio mettere gli astronauti, vi assicuro che a noi ci piace anche tornare a casa a un certo punto, quindi deve esserci anche questo momento del return. E poi service, cioè vogliamo introdurre questo approccio che la NASA ha pioneered, come si dice, ha già introdotto una quindicina di anni fa con SpaceX e con altre aziende, in cui non siamo noi che poi diventiamo i proprietari di questo veicolo, ma non siamo neanche noi che nella fase di sviluppo prendiamo tutte le decisioni di design, cioè l'industria rimane design authority, loro prendono le loro decisioni, devono coinvestire significativamente, 40% minimo, quindi devono credere al prodotto, al servizio che sviluppano, anche poi come business successivamente. E vogliamo entrare in un rapporto di partnership dove noi mettiamo una parte del finanziamento, ovviamente come possiamo supportiamo con expertise tecnica, ci interfacciamo anche con la NASA per favorire la certificazione per poi volare sulla ISS, la missione di dimostrazione, e poi ovviamente ci auguriamo che entrino in questo ecosistema di orbita bassa post-ISS.
E questo è lo spazio che ha fatto, il percorso che ha fatto SpaceX anni fa, prima cargo e poi quindi
pari pari.
Pari pari.
Tra l'altro abbiamo proprio 2 aziende sotto contratto che sono proprio lo spettro completo, perché una è Thales Alenia, quindi un'azienda molto established, con grande tradizione, grandi competenze, l'altra una startup che è nata 3 anni fa, quindi ovviamente con molta meno tradizione, molta meno heritage, diciamo, però insomma un gran dinamismo e gran voglia di arrivare con grandi, sentivo prima, no? Che si diceva ambizioni, ecco questa è un'azienda che ha grandi ambizioni.
Perfetto, allora Parliamo quindi di aziende con grandi ambizioni e di start-up, in realtà non più una start-up. Quindi Renato, di Orbit, tra l'altro scusa, qua hai una sala che ti supporta perché ci sono tantissimi investitori di Orbit.
Grazie. Grazie.
Vedo Mauro Ferrari che con l'investimento di Orbit, diciamo, ha vinto un premio Business Angel dell'anno, quindi, no? E anche qua investitori, quindi 1 e 2. Ecco, qual è la tua esperienza? Adesso siete una scale-up, alla 14ª missione, ce ne sono di successo di Ion che vediamo qua nella foto, altre 2 arrivano tra poco. Qual è la tua esperienza di lavorare nell'ecosistema europeo?
Ma Samantha prima menzionava il vecchio modo di fare spazio. Ecco, noi facciamo parte della New Space Community, quindi questo nuovo modo di fare spazio. Raffaele ha raccontato com'era difficile raccogliere denaro agli inizi perché nemmeno noi sapevamo di far parte di una cosa che poi si sarebbe chiamata New Space, però siamo fortemente europei perché anche se il nostro mercato è globale, siamo radicati in Europa con una nostra sede italiana, una sede nel Regno Unito che voglio considerare Europa, del resto è un membro di ESA, in Portogallo e recentemente una nuova sede in Grecia. In questi 10 anni abbiamo collaborato per espletare i nostri servizi di last mile delivery e di satellite as a service con aziende di tutta la filiera, dal segmento ground a chi costruisce i satelliti, a chi li opera nello spazio e tutta la value chain che c'è dietro, di tantissimi paesi europei. E abbiamo avuto modo di verificare quante nuove realtà ogni anno nascevano, come queste realtà crescevano e continuano a crescere, supportate dal venture capital e supportate anche dal sistema Europa, tramite le agenzie sovranazionali come ESA, tramite la Commissione europea, tramite le varie agenzie spaziali nazionali o gli enti di riferimento rilevanti che aiutano queste aziende a finanziare i loro sviluppi, quindi aiutando ad avere quella liquidità in più che serve e che non riescono ad ottenere dal venture capital. Noi stessi ne abbiamo beneficiato, ne stiamo continuando a beneficiare e così tutte le altre aziende europee con cui collaboriamo. Per cui abbiamo avuto modo di vedere come l'Europa sia protagonista e possa esserlo ancora di più in futuro, un po' in tutti i settori della space economy. Quello che temporaneamente è mancato è l'accesso allo spazio, ma adesso abbiamo recuperato col successo di Ariane 6 con Legacy che tornerà a volare probabilmente entro l'anno e con altri nuovi player in Germania, in Spagna, in Francia che dovrebbero volare entro i prossimi 12 mesi.
Quindi un momento, diciamo, di esplosione e di grande crescita positiva, ecco, il vettore è l'elemento chiave per sbloccare questa crescita, giusto?
Direi di sì, non è l'unico, però ovviamente l'accesso allo spazio è quello che abilita il nuovo marketplace che sono le orbite basse che menzionava prima Samantha. Noi vogliamo dare un contributo in più oltre ai servizi di last mile delivery e di space as a service, il nostro programma di logistica spaziale, dove noi per logistica intendiamo prendersi cura dell'asset del cliente nello spazio, prevedono anche servizi di in-orbit servicing, il tagliando in opera, la manutenzione e poi di end-of-life management. Altri pilastri su cui stiamo lavorando e su cui l'Europa punta molto sono il cloud computing, l'edge computing in orbita e la cyber security.
Ho capito. Senti, grazie mille. Raffaele, velocissimo, quali sono i settori in cui state investendo adesso, per cui tu vedi nel futuro, è il cannocchiale del VC, su cosa state investendo?
Certo, do 3 spunti, di cui il primo rinforza quanto appena detto, cioè logistica spaziale è un tema fondamentale, e non solo lato hardware ma anche lato software. Per esempio in sala da qualche parte vedo i Cosmic, che è una società qua di Torino che si occupa di cosiddetta Space Situational Awareness, cioè di capire cosa accade nello spazio e di evitare collisioni tra oggetti presenti in questo ambiente. Un secondo spunto riguarda la cyber security per lo spazio, anche qui già citata ma entro un po' in dettaglio, cioè il tema della geopolitica sta colpendo pesantemente l'industria spaziale. Il volume di attacchi alla superficie di vulnerabilità presente nello spazio è molto grande e sono spesso anche sponsorizzati da stati. L'infrastruttura spaziale, sia civile sia militare, è sempre più cruciale, quindi questo è un tema sicuramente da tenere d'occhio perché è molto importante. Terzo argomento riguarda l'applicazione di quella che è un po' il superpotere dell'infrastruttura dei satellitari in bassa orbita, che è l'osservazione della Terra. Cioè noi oggi possiamo avere una visione del nostro pianeta sempre più accurata, sempre più interessante e anche elaborabile in modo sofisticato da algoritmi, che serve dell'industria a terra. Una molto importante è la tutela dell'ambiente e il cambiamento, e la lotta al cambiamento climatico. Ci sono tante imprese che stanno lavorando su questo e quindi fondono dati idrogeologici con l'osservazione real time via satellite per risolvere questi problemi. Anche qui faccio un caso torinese, visto il pubblico, ed è Eolian, e loro fanno esattamente questo.
Dove sono? Sono
qua
in sala?
Non so se sono in sala, però sono un team fantastico, sono qui a Torino, e loro si occupano di rischio climatico sfruttando il tema dei dati satellitari. Quindi lo spazio serve alla Terra, serve anche a migliorare le nostre vite.
E c'è tantissimo ancora che non sappiamo del cambiamento climatico di cui abbiamo bisogno, quindi ottimo. Samantha, un po' di tempo fa abbiamo chiacchierato e tu mi hai detto: ma se c'è una platea di investitori e di imprenditori, gli racconto io, no? Quindi io lascerei farei fare a te ovviamente la chiusura. Qua hai imprenditori e investitori, venture capital, business angel. Allora, cosa possiamo fare noi come gruppo e cosa dobbiamo fare proprio per l'Europa e per...
Io faccio un appello che magari è meno orientato a un'analisi di quale possa essere, non lo so, l'addressable market, il return of investment, tutte queste cose, ma da europea che ha dei figli, come penso anche tanti in sala, no? E che magari spera, almeno io lo spero, che mio figlio e mia figlia un giorno crescendo possano guardare all'Europa come un posto dove possono restare per realizzare i loro sogni, che non devono necessariamente andare altrove, che siano gli Stati Uniti, un giorno che ne so io, la Cina, l'India, perché è lì che ci sono le economie di scala e le ambizioni sufficienti per realizzare grandi sogni. Vorrei che queste opportunità le possano avere in Europa, no? E quindi secondo me su tanti aspetti abbiamo bisogno di un cambio di passo, però secondo me anche l'ambizione quando vogliamo finanziare delle start-up, no? A volte secondo me c'è un po' la tentazione di andare a guardare qual è l'investimento quello più sicuro, dove il ritorno di investimento arriva di certo entro un tot di anni, e quindi magari ci si trova nelle nicchie, no? Nei low hanging fruits, nelle applicazioni, nel downstream. Ecco, io spero che ci sia qualcuno in questa sala che ha quell'ambizione di buttare un po' il cuore oltre l'ostacolo e dire: no, ma io i miei soldi li voglio mettere in qualcosa di grande, qualcosa che crea le fondamenta per un'Europa tra 10, 15, 20 anni che non ha perso il treno, che non è rimasta indietro rispetto alle grandi potenze, ai grandi paesi del mondo, che è una valida opzione per giovani e giovani europei di ambizione per creare il loro futuro qui e crederci. Ecco, quindi questo è poco da analista, è un po', se vogliamo, così, un appello accorato, se vogliamo, da europea.
Come gruppo di business angel noi investiamo con un occhio ovviamente sui ritorni e con un occhio sulla passione. Quindi, ultima domanda di rigore: quali sono i tuoi piani, diciamo, come astronauta?
Come astronauta mi vedo un attimo come si evolve la situazione. Non credo che avrò opportunità di tornare sulla Stazione Spaziale Internazionale, perché grazie al cielo abbiamo una nuova generazione di astronauti e astronaute, tra cui 2 bravissimi italiani, che sono ancora poco conosciuti, ma inizieranno anche presto l'addestramento, che sono Antea Comellini e Andrea Patassa, che sono bravissimi, e quindi insomma mi auguro che i prossimi italiani a volare nello spazio siano assolutamente loro, che si meritano la loro prima opportunità. Io intanto sono occupata giorno, notte, weekend, sempre col mio LEO Cargo Return Service, quindi il mio grande sogno è di portare a compimento questo progetto e di vedere questo veicolo volare. Ho detto al mio capo: se per caso ci fosse comunque un modo per cui posso essere sulla stazione spaziale quando i veicoli arrivano e sono io che apro la porta, non dico
Perché
di no?
Why no? Perché no? Allora, grazie mille Samantha, grazie Renato, grazie Raffaele. Adesso non so se questo si ferma, come scendiamo, io rendo la parola a Beniamino.
Grazie. Grazie. Ospiti, mi sentite? Sì? Come se fossi nello spazio? No? Ok, si sente. Grazie a tutti, ma in particolare davvero il messaggio che ha dato Samantha Cristoforetti è molto più, cioè quando noi parliamo di pensioni, demografia, alla fine parliamo sempre anche di spazio, evidentemente parliamo sempre dell'opportunità di avere in Italia e almeno in Europa un terreno competitivo. Back to business, diciamo, siamo alla finale, e alla finale perché davvero i premi sono lì, ma la giuria si deve ancora riunire, quindi adesso io andrò a chiamare uno ad uno i finalisti del premio Business Angel dell'anno, ma sappiate che davvero nessuno ha ancora vinto, quindi se la giocano in questo momento, non per mettervi pressione, ma insomma sappiate che poi la giuria uscirà dalla sala e andrà a decidere. Quindi partiamo con la prima finalista, vedremo il video, poi salirà sul palco Benedetta Arese Lucini.
Ciao! Ho iniziato a fare angel investing quando non sapevo neanche cos'era, perché a 12 anni andavo nell'ufficio di mio padre, che anche lui ha avuto una carriera imprenditoriale e poi ha cominciato a fare l'investor. Poi dopo un'esperienza sia con grossi imprenditori come Oliver Summer e Travis Kalanick, ho deciso che anch'io volevo cominciare a investire in imprenditori e ho portato avanti questa attività affiancando inizialmente altri colleghi con cui avevo lavorato che stavano cominciando le loro aziende. Si dice sempre che la vita è divisa in 3 parti, in learning, earning, serving, e in teoria il business angel spesso tante persone pensano che sia la fine della tua carriera. Invece io ho sempre visto il business angel un po' un misto tra fare learning, earning e serving. Per me la funzione del business angel ha un rapporto molto speciale con gli altri founders, prima di tutto perché sono ancora founder io, e quindi nel day by day ci si riesce a scambiare sulle varie difficoltà o obiettivi. Come business angel mi piace anche intervenire e aiutare i fondatori ancora prima che c'è il momento dell'investimento, quindi mi è capitato diverse volte, per esempio con Ambra, che era venuta a conoscermi ancora prima di avere un'idea precisa di che startup volesse fare, e forse gli ha aiutato anche parlandomi, avere il coraggio di fare quel passo e diventare imprenditrice, e questi sono i momenti che mi piacciono di più. Ho cominciato a investire in America specialmente, e un po' come dicevano i miei colleghi, da lì ho imparato un po' le best practice di cosa vuol dire fare l'angel all'estero, e ho voluto riportarle all'interno dell'ecosistema italiano, cominciando negli ultimi anni a investire sempre di più in imprenditori italiani sia all'estero che in Italia, ed essere anche parte dell'Italian Founders Fund. Quando fai il business angel ti piace parlare dei tuoi successi, ma a me piace anche molto supportare i fondatori che inevitabilmente hanno dei momenti di crisi o devono chiudere la loro startup, e in tante occasioni sono stata chiamata proprio per dare un supporto sia emotivo che operational a founder che avevano bisogno di chiudere l'azienda.
Un applauso quindi Benedetta Arese Lucini. Eccoci, benvenuta. Puoi scegliere dove stare, e passiamo al prossimo finalista.
Sono Paolo Giolito e mi occupo di well management da più di 20 anni. Nella mia carriera ho sempre avuto la possibilità di collaborare con istituti finanziari internazionali, e questo mi ha permesso di consolidare esperienze professionali in vari settori e di creare un'ampia rete. Ho iniziato a occuparmi di angel investing in Inghilterra un po' di anni fa, e ho continuato poi in Italia, sempre incuriosito e affascinato da quella che era l'idea di contribuire alla crescita di un progetto innovativo da parte di un imprenditore. La mia visione del ruolo di business angel tende ad andare oltre quello che è il mero apporto di capitale o a un principio di feedback. È un'attività, quasi una missione volta a promuovere l'innovazione nell'economia reale e a supportare imprenditori di talento nella realizzazione delle loro visioni. Riprendendo una citazione a me cara, mi è sempre piaciuto immaginare una startup come un punto di domanda che, trovata una risposta, diventa un punto esclamativo. Ritengo che il valore del supporto che offro all'imprenditore vada oltre l'investimento iniziale. Una startup ovviamente all'inizio dell'attività necessita di capitali, ma anche di un supporto di uno sparring partner che possa permettere di realizzare delle metriche e raggiungere in tempi brevi risultati di rilievo. Mi concentro quindi sulla parte finanziaria, di go-to-market e sviluppo del business, condividendo competenze, esperienze e relazioni strategiche. Contribuisco attivamente all'ecosistema organizzando eventi di networking, offrendo mentoring a giovani imprenditori e collaborando con incubatori e acceleratori come le Village, che è il posto in cui ci troviamo oggi. Nel tempo libero, compatibilmente a quello che sono le mie disponibilità, partecipo inoltre a attività di scouting e di valutazione di progetti con i principali gruppi di business angel. Ho conosciuto uno dei primi founder su cui poi ho investito durante una partita di golf, un contesto di sicuro un po' inconsueto ma che devo dire mi ha portato fortuna. Successivamente, dopo un po' di anni, con alcuni business angel ho cercato di ricreare questa esperienza fondando un'associazione, BAGA, Business Angel Golf Association, che si occupa di creare degli eventi di networking cercando di incrociare professionisti che a vario titolo si occupano di innovazione e PMI e startup innovative. Il tutto in un contesto estremamente bello e interessante.
Ecco, un applauso a Paolo Giolito. Benvenuto. Voi state sempre qui ad attendere e vediamo il terzo finalista.
Ciao, sono Giuseppe, vivo ad Amsterdam ma nasco pugliese a Barletta. Nasco abbastanza irrequieto e lascio Barletta a 14 anni per frequentare la scuola militare Morosini a Venezia. Nasco anche con una passione per il tech, ho studiato ingegneria elettronica, ma ho speso la maggior parte della mia carriera in consulenza strategica e nel mondo degli investimenti. Negli ultimi 4 anni ho guidato un fondo di investimento in Olanda focalizzato su startup di artificial intelligence e software. Ho fondato anche 2 startup ed è proprio a quel momento che mi sono ripromesso che avrei fatto il business angel per aiutare startup a ricevere l'aiuto che io non ho ricevuto. Credo che il business angel possa principalmente aiutare su 2 fronti. Il primo, dare accesso, essere un moltiplicatore sull'accesso a capitali, talenti e clienti. Attraverso il proprio network l'imprenditore può accedere a un network esponenziale di opportunità. Secondo è creare ecosistema. Per me essere business angel vuol dire 3 cose. Primis, give back. Give back all'Italia, agli imprenditori italiani, connettendoli un po' ai mercati internazionali e alle best practice. Secondo, imparare. Per me fare il business angel fa parte del learning budget. Terzo, vuol dire mettere a fattor comune gli errori e le best practice tra le startup per evitare che si ripetino. Contribuire alla crescita dell'ecosistema per me è molto importante. Lo faccio anche aiutando startup in cui non sono un angel investor. Secondo me investire nell'ecosistema vuol dire anche andare oltre gli interessi personali. Una volta ho aiutato una startup italiana a raccogliere da un fondo olandese ed è una cosa di cui sono molto orgoglioso. Ci sono 2 aneddoti particolari che ricordo con un grande sorriso. Il primo, con un founder in un deal molto competitivo, ho dovuto convincere la sua fidanzata a darmi accesso al suo calendar per avere 30 minuti e convincerlo che ero un buon angel da avere a bordo. Questo era ricordarmi che anche gli angel devono essere hustler. Il secondo è quando ho aiutato un founder in un momento di crisi con il cliente più grande pronto a cancellare e con pochi mesi di runway, portando la cena fuori e portandolo un po' fuori dal day to day. Quel founder ha raccolto, ha fatto l'exit e oggi ricordiamo con un grande sorriso quella cena.
Ecco, benvenuto Giuseppe. Last but not least, il nostro quarto finalista.
Sono Carlo Tassi, io ho fatto per oltre 25 anni l'imprenditore in settori tradizionali legati al territorio dal quale provengo, la provincia di Modena e Emilia Romagna, e poi nel 2014 ho ceduto l'azienda di famiglia e mi sono avvicinato al mondo delle start-up dal quale sono rimasto folgorato e da allora mi sono dedicato quasi a tempo pieno all'attività di angel investing. Sono due le cose che mi hanno sempre appassionato particolarmente nell'attività del business angel. La prima è sicuramente quella di essere a contatto con l'innovazione e la seconda, e forse più importante, è quella dei rapporti personali che si vengono a creare conoscendo persone sicuramente smart, sia lato founder che lato investitori, con i quali si riescono a sviluppare dei rapporti molto aperti e sinceri, che sono la caratteristica principale del rapporto che si crea in questo mondo e che lo rende così affascinante. Il mio rapporto con i founder è principalmente improntato sulla scarsa invasività del mio supporto, soprattutto in ambito strategico e in ambito di supporto al fundraising, sia ai founder delle startup nelle quali ho investito, ma anche e soprattutto a quelle nelle quali ho deciso poi di non investire. Fare il business angel è una bella attività, ma fatta in gruppo è ancora più bella. Dal 2021 io sono presidente di Italian Angel for Growth, che è la prima associazione di business angel nata in Italia e che raggruppa un numero elevato di angel che collaborano assieme, condividono l'esperienza dell'investimento e del supporto alle start-up, aumentando di conseguenza il valore dato alle start-up stesse e all'intero ecosistema. Chi mi conosce sa che io non baso mai i miei investimenti sulle previsioni finanziarie delle start-up early stage, perché le ritengo praticamente inutili, però all'inizio della mia attività, quando ho investito nella prima società Kippi, la mia decisione di investimento si è in gran parte basata sui loro piani finanziari. Li ho analizzati e ho valutato come potessero essere attendibili. Dopodiché nei 9 anni successivi nemmeno un terzo dei risultati previsti si sono realizzati, però nonostante questo abbiamo venduto la società nel 2023 con grande soddisfazione.
Un applauso a Carlo Tassi. Qua dobbiamo starci in due, quindi... Allora, le vostre... Intanto complimenti per essere arrivati fin qui, perché questa è la finale, ma i candidati erano molti di più. L'elemento che... ci sono tanti elementi comuni nelle vostre storie e anche tanti elementi molto diversi. Voi avete potuto scegliere per il supporto alla vostra candidatura un founder in particolare, un founder a testa, e quindi poi andremo a vederlo per ognuno di voi. Io vi chiederò di scegliere, di raccontare la storia dell'azienda che magari non ha fatto già la exit, ma che più vi ha insegnato qualcosa. Può essere l'azienda che poi parlerà nel video che vedremo, oppure no. Parto da Benedetta, così rispettiamo l'ordine.
Allora, l'ho detto anche nel mio video, non penso che ci sia un'unica azienda che ti può insegnare tutto. Io comunque ho cominciato a investire più o meno 6 anni fa e ognuna delle aziende che ho nel mio portafoglio, che sono più di 30, mi ha sicuramente insegnato qualcosa. C'è una cosa che tutti i founder comunque a cui mi avvicino mi insegnano e penso che sia questo concetto che to be a champion you have to do something extra. Cioè, tanta gente vuole fare startup, ma poca gente riesce a fare veramente il founder, secondo me. E quindi quando li incontri, queste persone che lo capisci, per me è quasi una cosa che capisci subito e che poi impari nel tempo, perché vedi come questi founder vogliono fare qualcosa sempre in più, cioè fanno qualcosa sempre in più degli altri, no? E anche nei momenti difficili ci si dice, sai, se fosse facile lo farebbero tutti questo lavoro, ma anche quello del business angel e non solo quello del founder. Quindi direi, al posto di un esempio unico, direi che per me il founder che io ho e con cui accompagno questo journey, they do something extra.
Dici chi è, così lo vediamo.
Il mio founder che ho scelto per raccontare è Gianluca Cocco di Comodo, che conosco da tanti anni, è stato un rocket internet guy come me, e quando ho cominciato l'azienda ci siamo sentiti da subito e ha voluto condividere con me questo progetto fin dall'inizio, quindi lo ringrazio perché imparo tantissimo da lui tutti i giorni.
Guardiamo il video.
Buongiorno a tutti, Gianluca, founder di Comodo. Sono qua per parlarvi del mio rapporto con la mia angel Benedetta Reselucini e non posso che parlarne bene, anzi strabene, nel senso che è sicuramente quella che è più knowledgeable rispetto a quello che facciamo, nel senso che si è instaurato un rapporto paritetico. Lei è founder di Otter, noi siamo founder di Comodo, di Gaetano, io sono anche angel in Otter, ma soprattutto abbiamo anche un background al di là delle posizioni attuali in comune. Lei era in Uber, io ero in Foodora, lei era in Rocket come me e Gaetano di fatto. Per cui cosa significa questo? Significa che rispetto al valore aggiunto di molti angel che sono prettamente legati alla capacità di fare introduzioni a atti commerciali piuttosto che talenti o opportunità di business, che lungi dal me è super utile, lei ha anche diciamo il valore aggiunto di darti un apporto nel tuo day to day, quindi banalmente che tipo di processi instaurare nel customer service, che tipo di persone assumere nel tech nel product team, come vengono fatte le interazioni con i team di prodotto, che tipo di policy di KYC e EML compliance mettere in piedi. È un partner a 360 gradi e questo non l'ho trovato così molto in altri angel o addirittura in altri fondi, per cui questo è un valore aggiunto incredibile che ci ha permesso di creare un rapporto fantastico. Noi ci sentiamo spesso e ci confidiamo anche tantissime cose. Ha portato qua nel primo round un investitore straniero. Il fatto di essere dall'altra parte della barricata ma con uno stesso ruolo ti permette veramente di portare valore aggiunto e di ottenere la fiducia da parte del founder. E non ultimo il fatto che sia donna, questo sicuramente le dà una sensibilità maggiore rispetto alla media dei business angel.
Ringraziamo allora anche Gianluca e passo a Paolo.
Grazie.
Qual è la storia o l'insegnamento che da una o più aziende hai imparato?
Allora, anch'io non mi sbilancio nominando una delle tante start-up nelle quali ho investito, però posso dire che un elemento che le accomuna è la relazione con il founder. Io sostengo che la differenza fra il semplice investitore e il business angel è la relazione umana che si instaura con un imprenditore che cerca di trasmetterci la propria visione, la propria soluzione e quindi scatena in noi una certa emozione che poi deve essere in qualche maniera razionalizzata. Razionalizzata perché comunque è un investimento finanziario, di sicuro, sul quale noi abbiamo un'aspettativa di ritorno e sul quale abbiamo anche un po' la presunzione di poter dare un contributo che magari si associa alla visione dell'imprenditore, si associa a quella che è la nostra esperienza, il nostro network. Io dico sempre che il business angel ha un'importante attività di smart money. Noi diamo capitale, ma diamo conoscenza, disponibilità, tempo, che forse è la cosa più preziosa che abbiamo, sperando di contribuire in qualche maniera in una storia di successo.
Chi ha chiamato a perorare la tua causa?
Allora, ho scelto Disap, quindi Valentina e Daniele, che sono qui stasera con noi, e penso che possiamo partire il video.
Ciao a tutti, sono Valentina Cerolini, CEO e co-founder di Disap. Paolo, oggi è il tuo giorno e sono contenta di essere qui a supportarti in questo raggiungimento personale super meritato. Con Paolo ci siamo conosciuti circa 3 anni fa e ho capito subito che sarebbe stata una persona importante nel nostro percorso di crescita come azienda ma anche come founders. Disap è una startup che opera nell'ambito del furniture resale per privati, negozi ma anche produttori dell'arredo. Grazie al nostro modello di economia circolare e sostenibile, noi estendiamo il ciclo di vita del prodotto, dando quindi alle icone di design una seconda vita. Paolo è il nostro champion e io devo personalmente ringraziarlo per l'estrema professionalità e attenzione con cui ha svolto questo ruolo in questi anni. Quello che maggiormente apprezzo in lui è sicuramente la generosità. Infatti, grazie al suo network di valore, ci ha sempre messo a disposizione i suoi contatti fatti di imprenditori, investitori, ma interlocutori in generale e soprattutto una grande capacità di intuire il giusto match. guidato sempre, immancabilmente, da una grande visione strategica. Con Paolo abbiamo fatto un percorso che ha avuto momenti belli, meno belli, tante sfide, ma abbiamo anche saputo celebrare i nostri raggiungimenti. Paolo, non posso dimenticare quando insieme abbiamo presentato DISAP alla finale del CIOS di Startup Italia. Grazie per esserci stato, grazie per esserci oggi. In bocca al lupo.
Grazie a Valentina allora. E passo a Giuseppe. Che cosa hai imparato? Vuoi scegliere anche tu come i colleghi?
Seguo la linea.
Segui la linea, va
linea,
bene, ho
non mi
capito.
differenzio.
Si fa così.
Credo che amo definire il business angel come un nano sulle spalle dei giganti e ricordarmi ogni giorno che i veri giganti sono gli imprenditori. È affascinante vedere lo spirito di sacrificio dal quale io imparo ogni giorno, con i quali i founder affrontano uno dei viaggi più difficili della loro vita, che fondamentalmente è rappresentato da una roller coaster. E quindi sicuramente quello che mi porto a casa è la dedizione, che per me è ammirevole e spero di poter rimettere in quello che io faccio tutti i giorni. Il secondo insegnamento che mi porta poi al video della giornata è quello che si lega alla frase che tutti dicono che qualcosa non si può fare fino a quando arriva qualcuno che non lo sa e la fa. E questo credo che racconti i founder ambiziosi che sfidano un po' i dogmi, tra questi Marco, che ho scelto come video di JetHR, che ha scelto un po' di cambiare il sistema dei payroll in Italia, che rappresenta un po' una legacy dei processi italiani.
Ha appena fatto un round importante, vediamolo.
Ciao, sono Marco Diengo, sono il fondatore di JetHR. Jet è una soluzione per automatizzare e eliminare la burocrazia dal fare impresa in Italia, quindi al suo cuore sono i cirolini e poi tutto il resto della burocrazia, gli stipendi, la corso sicurezza a basso rischio, visita medica obbligatoria, GDPR, eccetera, eccetera, eccetera. Abbiamo raccolto 4,7 milioni di euro nel pre-seed, in cui ha investito Giuseppe, ora stiamo chiudendo un round da 12 milioni di euro e siamo nel top 10% al mondo per velocità di crescita nel mondo B2B SaaS. Giuseppe ha investito, come dicevo, nel pre-seed, quando c'era un PowerPoint, neanche una riga di codice, neanche un dipendente assunto. Lo conoscevo poco, è stato un rapporto personale forte, è stato estremamente proattivo. Ad ogni investor report mi scriveva su WhatsApp chiedendo come potessi aiutare e quando io chiedevo di aiuto si sbatteva, sfruttava il goodwill del proprio network per andare veramente oltre e aiutarmi. Per esempio, nella ricerca per il direttore commerciale, non solo mi ha dato i nomi di persone che conosceva, ha chiesto in giro, ha rotto le palle al suo network per farmi avere più nomi e quando gli ho chiesto di organizzare back channel references su questi candidati, veramente mi ha aiutato a ottenerle, no? Quindi mi ha fatto intro, mi ha procurato referenze e ha chiesto a persone che conosceva di darmi nomi. Questo è veramente unbearable million. Nessun altro investitore si è sbattuto così tanto nell'aiutarmi per questa ricerca ed è un po' un approccio che Giuseppe ha avuto ogni volta che ho chiesto aiuto in generale, non lui specificatamente, lui ha alzato la mano, quindi sarei ben felice se Giuseppe volesse investire nella prossima azienda, sperando che non ci sia una prossima azienda e che questa sia l'ultima.
Grazie a Marco. Ultimo finalista, Carlo, che cosa tu hai imparato?
Allora, come ho detto anche nel video prima, questi 10 anni di angel investing è abbastanza intenso perché, come dicevo, è diventata la mia attività principale in questi anni e mi hanno permesso di imparare una valanga di cose che non avevo imparato nella vita precedente. Diceva prima Benedetta che ci sono dei momenti per imparare, dei momenti per restituire. Io ho iniziato a imparare quando in realtà dovevo restituire, però ho anche restituito nel limite delle mie possibilità. Ho imparato però anche a fare, tra virgolette, l'angel in questi 10 anni e loro hanno detto che hanno imparato tante cose. Vorrei focalizzarmi un po' su cosa ho imparato nel fare l'angel. Ho imparato a concentrarmi sulle persone. Ero partito concentrandomi sui business e dopo ho imparato a concentrarmi invece sulle persone, che sono l'unica cosa che fa veramente la differenza, come loro hanno detto, come i founder che hanno parlato fino ad oggi ci hanno già fatto capire. E questo l'ho imparato facendo molti errori, quindi non cito le start-up nelle quali ho investito e poi dopo le cose non sono andate come avrei voluto, o i founder che magari mi hanno deluso, che però mi hanno insegnato comunque tante cose, mi hanno insegnato come fare a capire le persone che hanno quel qualcosa in più, che sono quelle che noi poi amiamo supportare, nelle quali ci piace poi essere coinvolti e dare un aiuto, perché comunque è un mestiere difficilissimo quello di fare l'imprenditore. Io l'ho fatto, ma l'ho fatto in modo tradizionale. L'imprenditore start-up deve andare a una velocità che era inimmaginabile quando io ho iniziato a fare l'imprenditore, e quindi ci vuole veramente qualcosa, Giancarlo lo chiama l'occhio della tigre, ci vuole veramente qualcosa di speciale dentro. E non dico di aver imparato a individuarlo, però ogni giorno imparo qualcosa di più per riuscire a farlo meglio.
Chi andiamo a vedere?
Andiamo a vedere Marco, che è uno dei 2 founder della prima startup nella quale ho investito, che hanno fatto la exit l'anno scorso. Io sono stato il primo investitore, li ho supportati per parecchi anni e mi hanno fatto fare un ritorno di investimento per me molto rilevante, che mi ha coperto tutti gli investimenti di questi 10 anni, e quindi grande riconoscenza a Marco.
Vediamolo.
Ciao Carlo, ciao a tutti. Mi presento, sono Marco Brunetti, sono uno dei 2 soci fondatori di Kippi. Kippi è stata costituita nel 2013 ed è stata venduta nel 2023, quindi esattamente 10 anni dopo la sua costituzione. Che cos'è Kippi? Kippi era una startup innovativa operante nel settore del pet, siamo stati i primi, al mondo a creare un GPS tracker e activity monitor per animali domestici, cani e gatti, e abbiamo avuto la grande fortuna, l'immensa fortuna di incontrare nel nostro percorso Carlo Tassi. Carlo Tassi è stato il nostro primo investitore, che nel 2014 ha creduto nel progetto, che ha creduto in me e Simone. Si è seduto con noi in CDA dal primo giorno all'ultimo giorno, quindi dal 2014 al 2023, fino a che non abbiamo ceduto la società. È stato un consiglio, è stato un consigliere straordinario. La sua esperienza, il suo carattere, i suoi consigli sicuramente sono stati utilissimi, quindi non potevamo avere una fortuna più grande di questa che incontrare Carlo Tassi, ma soprattutto umanamente. Umanamente ci ha appoggiati in tutte le decisioni difficili o meno complesse che abbiamo dovuto affrontare, come tutte le start-up abbiamo avuto sicuramente momenti anche complicati, e Carlo ci è sempre stato assolutamente vicinissimo. Quindi io l'ho già ringraziato n volte, Carlo per me è diventato un amico in questi anni, e oggi ho l'opportunità di ringraziarlo pubblicamente. Grazie mille Carlo, sei stato fantastico, un angelo.
Grazie anche a Marco Brunetti. Abbiamo 5 minuti e chiedo a ognuno di fare un esercizio di sintesi importante, perché avrete 1 minuto a testa. Tutti avete parlato di tempo, non per stare sulla mia deadline, ma perché davvero quello che voi date alle imprese e alle persone su cui andate a investire è il tempo. Al tempo stesso il tempo è denaro, e quindi la gestione è scarso per definizione, e quindi soprattutto quando avete tante società da seguire, tanti investimenti da seguire, ecco che c'è bisogno di un metodo molto rigoroso, che alcuni hanno detto sì, guardiamo gli Excel, ma fino a un certo punto. Allora voglio che ognuno di voi mi dica un elemento di metodo per la gestione del vostro tempo, perché poi in sala ci sono magari gli angel investor di domani. Facciamo il giro inverso, quindi parto da te.
Io parto dalla cosa che mi fa risparmiare più tempo, ricevendo molte proposte da imprenditori che mi chiedono di valutare i loro progetti. Io ho ormai sviluppato una modalità, come credo poi molti altri, di segnali che colgo già dai deck, e questo mi consente di scremare già sul pitch che mi viene mandato la maggior parte delle opportunità dove non riscontro temi di interesse, e quindi di concentrarmi su quelli che ritengo più interessanti. Ovviamente è un metodo che fa scappare qualcosa dal setaccio, le maglie del setaccio sono un po' larghe, quindi qualcosa può scappare, però l'alternativa sarebbe quella di dedicare tantissimo tempo magari a cose di scarso interesse e perdersi invece obbligatoriamente quelle buone. Quindi questo è il mio, diciamo, elemento metodologico per risparmiare tempo.
No, faccio il percorso in Giuseppe.
Credo che ci siano due elementi, uno è scientifico, uno è più emotivo. La parte scientifica alla fine si può mappare con una scorecard, quindi fondamentalmente per me è importante capire prima di vedere qualsiasi opportunità what good looks like, cosa sto cercando. Questo mi aiuta a non essere biased nella decisione. Però la verità è che c'è anche un fattore emotivo di connessione con il founder che spesso complementa la parte decisionale. E quindi bilanciare questi due fattori diventa importante per la gestione del tempo. Però il primo sicuramente è un filtro più importante, il secondo è una condizione sine qua non per continuare a condividere questo percorso.
Ottimo. Paolo?
Allora, anche per me è un mix di elementi qualitativi, quantitativi, pratici, psicologici. Di sicuro lavorare con un club di business angel aiuta molto perché ottimizza il tempo, due diligence, valutazione, confronto con altri. Avere delle regole interne tipo dare valore alla persona, all'imprenditore, al prodotto e alla performance. Questo, diciamo, rende molto essenziale la prima valutazione, cioè si sa se nel prodotto c'è una visione, c'è una possibilità di mercato, di salire, ma si riesce anche a capire se quello che abbiamo davanti è un imprenditore che è consapevole della difficoltà del percorso che sta iniziando.
Benedetta.
Io non sono bravissima a gestire il tempo perché mi piace trovare i founders quando non hanno ancora deciso di fare i founders e quindi ci passo un sacco di tempo a convincerli. Però diciamo che come decido poi di investire spesso non è tanto, cioè è tantissimo la parte emotiva, ma poi è tantissimo la parte intellettuale di dire ma veramente il mio check ti può aiutare, cioè i soldi che ti do non ti cambiano la startup, quindi ti devo dare qualcosa io, quindi mi devo mettere in una situazione in cui con i founders mi sento che davvero posso contribuire qualcosa a quel progetto. Se fanno, mi piacerebbe tantissimo investire nello spazio, ma non ne capisco niente, quindi cerco di stare nel mio e quindi ottimizzare un po' quello che io posso dare ai founder.
Ottimo, chiedo a tutti di fare un applauso ai nostri finalisti. Adesso bastava alzarsi e si è fermato subito, bene, vi lascio tornare ai vostri posti e soprattutto chiedo ai giurati di seguire Silvano Bernardi e Arianna Floris, vi riunite per andare a decretare il vincitore. Potete litigare in maniera civile e soprattutto anche a voi chiedo il rispetto dei tempi perché insomma, i tempi poi contano. Faremo un salto linguistico invece ora perché mentre la giuria si riunisce se prima siamo stati nello spazio, ora proviamo invece a guardare tutto quello di cui abbiamo parlato con i finalisti, c'è alla fine la scena dell'investing e delle startup in Italia con uno sguardo un po' esterno, quindi invito sul palco i miei ospiti, Morgan Parmel e Stefano Bernardi. I'm gonna switch to English, but I'm pretty sure this is not a big problem. Now we have some space here, so okay. We have 15-20 minutes to let the jurors do their work and assess a big theme for us. For years and years, we complained about how small was the startup scene in Italy. Now we see some progress, luckily, but of course the comparison with the rest of the world and the US especially, and then with other countries in Europe has been not very good for many years. You have different paths, but Italy is part of your history or path now. So first of all, will you tell us about you, and then we'll go into deep and understand if Italy is improving.
Okay, Grazie. My name is Morgan Palmer. I'm an entrepreneur from the United States, although I was born in London. I've been lucky in my career. I was able to found a tech company 27 years ago and grow it all the way to a unicorn exit, which is a lot of work, but it's also a lot of luck. I recognize that. But the lucky part also is that I've experienced all the phases of that growth, all the way from the initial bootstrapping, angel investing, all the way through to a deal with Goldman Sachs and going for a big exit. So with that, I have a perspective on what the US brings. And over the last year, I've been involved in angel investing in Italy. And I have a small perspective of what it's like to do angel investing here as well.
And you live in Italy now, right?
I'm living in Italy, correct.
Okay. Later on, we'll go on and discover your activities in Italy. Stefano, tell us about your path.
Yeah, so hi everyone, my name's Stefano. I actually born and raised in Italy and studied and started my first job here, which was in venture when there wasn't really that much venture going on because I'm getting old, and this was 2010. And I lasted around a year, and then I decided to move to the US to see how it's actually done. And so there I did startups, Y Combinator, I launched my own fund, and then to raise the family and to expand the family, we decided to move back to Italy. So now I live in the mountains in Trentino. And we've been there since 2016, minus an Australia year. But I run now, so I've angel invested full-time since I've been back. And now I run a small venture fund called Unruly Capital, which is a 25 million fund that we invest 60-40 Europe-US.
Okay.
And we also have 3 portfolio companies in Italy, plus a few other angel investments, which I'm happy to talk about.
Yeah, go ahead. How is Italy doing, especially looking at the angel investing part?
Yeah, so I don't want to be too harsh, but it's not great. I think it's growing. It's the really good thing, because in startups and in everything, you have to look at the rate of growth. You don't have to look at where you're at, right? And so the rate of growth is growing. We have, awesome examples of people that have done something and then they brought it back and are now helping out. And I think that's really the thing that has lacked, whereas in France, in Germany, in the Nordics, there were quite a lot of unicorns, even though, maybe comparable to Europe. To Italy, the founders just decided to reinvest the vast majority of what they had made. And they sparked, essentially from scratch, their startup scenes in all these countries. And here, we lacked that. The few people that did unicorns at the time, they just, got a boat and chilled out. And so now the good thing about now is that now you can see that that's actually happening. And so you have, especially a lot of other founders that have been abroad and maybe launched their startup in the US or in Europe, in the UK usually mostly, they then start to really reinvest over here because they have an edge. They know the culture, they know the language, they know the people, and so it's easier for them to make this decision. So I think for me, I still have not made that many investments in Italy because I just kept the foreign network. But what I'm starting to see now is I'm starting to see a lot more people engaged and a lot more quality as well.
Yeah, it takes time. I'm going to have a question about excuse we do used to make to ourselves not to do something, but later. Tell us your point of view.
So my experience, so I've been thinking about it since we were going to talk about it. My experience is that the startup process is well known around the world, and Italy does it just as well as anyone else. The club is an excellent representation of taking a startup through the process. Bring great people, great ideas, a great market together, and you fund it so it can become the market leader. Everyone can do it. I think the element that's missing not just in Italy, but is very well taken care of in the United States, is speed. The American velocity for bringing a startup through the process is incredible. And so I was thinking, what is it that makes the American market, the American investment market, so fast?
Help us with some examples. I mean, I'd love to hear more about it.
Well, I can tell my personal story, but before I go there, to me, what makes a big difference is trust. The Americans really have a lot of trust in other business people. I don't know about the individuals on a personal level. I think that's probably the same around the world. When it comes to business deals, business agreements, there's a lot of trust. And trust brings speed. So it's trust in the type of founders, right? They're willing to trust founders that are basically unknown, not with the right trusted connections or the right trusted background. They're willing to believe in a shared success, that both the investor and the founder are working together for success, and not one's going to take advantage of the other. They're willing to believe and trust that a startup can become a market leader. So they're willing to take big risks and make big bets. So there's a lot of trust that is prominently used, I guess, in America, and you see that less in Italy. And I think that's a reason why the process is slower, and therefore fewer opportunities funded, and also the success of each opportunity takes longer to realize. So the investments take longer to get redeployed.
Usually what we now do is say, okay, that's a cultural issue, and when people used to tell this to me, I'm very worried because it takes ages to change culture. It is a cultural issue, or no?
I'm sure it's a cultural issue. Yes.
Okay. Damn.
Yes, and as we all know, culture eats strategy for breakfast, right? So culture rules everything. That's unfortunate, hard to change, but we're also business professionals. This is not a personal thing. This is a business thing. Angel investing is a business thing, and so we should use best practices, best processes. And I don't know how to make the change, it's just an observation, but trusting in people, trusting in the founders, I think is a first important step.
That's a big point. Now let's try to find some excuses, right? I was saying this earlier. This morning I was preparing this afternoon panels, and I was looking at the differentiation between the models of tax incentives around the world, around Europe, to be honest. And Italy has done something for this community, but if you compare to other places nearby, it's not enough, clearly. And I think especially about the UK. How can we change that?
I don't think that's the end goal. I think the end goal is to have something where people would invest in startups just because it's the best. So just not putting sticks in the wheels, as we say in Italy, right? But in the UK, there's a lot of these EIS, SEIS things, and we do see a lot of capital going to that. But the best startups that we see, they don't raise that kind of capital. They raise professional capital, sophisticated investors that don't particularly care because that stuff doesn't apply to them. And so I think what Italy has done has been great, but it's always done in a very Italian way. So there's a lot of rules. We like to regulate everything. We like to do the l'albo of innovative startups, only place in the world. So I think that's the main issue. It always adds friction, and if you want to aim for speed, which is the only way that a startup can win, that is all like a little bit of work, that extra work and extra mental overload that you have to do every day. So to me, rather than do fiscal financial incentives, it would be just like destroying all of the bureaucracy that startups have to go through.
That's harder. That's harder.
Well, but hopefully with the new, the Draghi report, there was the idea of the European, because in Germany, it's absolutely the same. We've essentially stopped investing in Germany because we can't deal with the notaries. And Germany and Italy are sadly very similar in that. But to me, that's the number one thing.
The same question, basically. Do you think tax incentives can do something or not?
I think institutional changes are very important, and in Giancarlo's book, there's a whole list of things that should be done, which I think are fantastic. But in addition, there needs to be a change of mentality. And angel investors and investors as a whole are an important force in the Italian economy. They have a voice, and they should push for the changes that need to be made. So both institutional changes and just a change in approach, I think, would be helpful.
Let's hope for that. I'm very thankful to Morgan Palmer and Stefano Bernardi. Thank you for your honest opinion. Have a good night. I'm gonna switch again to Italian. Bentornato Giancarlo Rocchietti.
No.
Allora,
grazie. Tutto bene, no?
Tutto bene, abbiamo imparato qualcosa. A me la parte sul metodo poi interessa sempre perché ognuno, diciamo, cioè il tempo è uguale per tutti, ecco, quindi quella parte lì mi è interessato, e anche, diciamo, il giudizio onesto che ci hanno dato su alcune delle nostre scelte. Però ci siamo, perché la giuria mi hai fatto il segno, quindi vuol dire che...
Ho fatto il segno. Nel frattempo guardavo l'ora, ma la guardavo sul Nokia.
Ma ti arrivano ancora le email?
No, nel senso che l'abbiamo caricato un mese fa, è ancora carico, giuro. C'è l'ora, c'è la data, ci sono le app. Insomma, questo era lo smartphone 10 anni prima, ragazzi.
E che non ci guardi Instagram. Quindi,
no, quello no. E fra l'altro non bisognava scaricare il software tutte le volte. Cioè, il software era fisso, non toccavi più per tutta la vita dell'apparecchio. Vabbè, torniamo al futuro invece.
Chi dobbiamo invitare sul palco?
Allora, io vorrei invitare 4 persone che sono i nostri sponsor e coloro che ci hanno dato il patrocinio, e inviterei Alberto Cirillo per un saluto, partner di KPMG. Poi inviterei Renato Miraglia, responsabile del Wealth Management e Private Banking di Unicredit, la cravatta in tono. E poi inviterei Davide Turco, consigliere d'amministrazione di Italian Tech Alliance, e invito Massimo Carnelos, direttore dell'innovazione del Ministero dell'Economia. L'economia è altro, no? Perché è lunga. Niente, grazie a voi questo premio si è potuto realizzare. Prima che mi dimentichi, però, si è potuto realizzare anche grazie al team del Club degli Investitori. Le persone, diciamo, che hanno lavorato di più sono dietro nella regia, Gabriel e Elena, a cui vorrei fare un ringraziamento, e anche ovviamente ad Andrea e tutti i ragazzi del team, che ormai sono già 7, no? E quindi niente, Alberto, solamente un saluto, vedere tanti anni che sei qui.
Grazie come sempre meglio, sempre più bello, sempre migliori gli ospiti, i candidati, tutti. Giro da solo.
No, devi girare tu.
Niente, vi lascio con il motto che è quello che unisce KPMG al club, e il nostro motto KPMG, che è Together for Better. Mi sembra che sul Better voi siete messi benissimo, quindi complimenti e all'anno prossimo.
Complimenti a tutti, non a noi. Roberto, Renato.
Giancarlo, io mi unisco ai ringraziamenti e devo dire che questo premio è bellissimo per noi come Unicredit, perché rappresenta un po' quello che vogliamo rappresentare: vicinanza alle famiglie imprenditoriali che investono e vicinanza alle aziende che innovano, e si parte dalle start-up. Quindi un connubio che è da 16 anni che portiamo avanti con il club e da un po' di anni con il premio, che siamo contenti di rinnovare.
Grazie molto. Davide.
Sì, grazie Giancarlo, mi fa molto piacere essere qui stasera. Io sono questa sera come membro del consiglio direttivo insieme a Giancarlo, tra l'altro, che è un caro amico, e ci fa molto piacere. I business angel sono fondamentali nell'ecosistema, quindi Italian Tech Alliance, che mette insieme startup, VC e business angel, è presente. Grazie e congratulazioni ai finalisti.
Grazie, siamo quasi 1000 business angel rappresentati dentro l'associazione. Massimo, è la prima volta che il Ministero degli Esteri ci dà questo patrocinio, grazie.
Grazie, non potevamo non patrocinare il club, che da Club degli Investitori di Torino si è internazionalizzato, quindi è diventato internazionale, che poi è il nostro core business, cioè portare l'Italia nel mondo, internazionalizzare le imprese e portarle fuori dall'Italia per rafforzarle, riportarle qui per rafforzare l'Italia e lanciarle nuovamente per conquistare il mondo. Quindi complimenti e grazie a tutti.
Grazie Massimo. Adesso dobbiamo ringraziare la giuria e poi il premio.
È lunga la lista. Io ringrazierei
intanto vorrei ringraziare Massimo, Davide, Renato, Alberto.
E li facciamo anche andare.
Sì, perché tutti qua non ci stiamo.
Siamo in tanti.
Grazie. Velocissimo, li vedete lì, i giurati che ci hanno aiutato non solo a votare, ma ci hanno aiutato a selezionare. Fausto Boni, Paola Bonomo, Chiara Buratti, Massimo Carnelos, Alberto Cirillo, Mario Costantini, Gianluca Dettori, Elisa Di Stevo, Lorenzo Ferrara, Lorenzo Franzi, Marco Gai, Domenico Ioppolo, Edoardo Gentili, Paolo Geses, Elena Paolo Lanati, Roberto Marsella, Fabio Mondini, Laura Morelli, Marco Nannini, Guido Panizza, Laura Orestano, Francesca Perrone, Stefania Quaini, Silvia Rimoldi, Marco Santucci, Diana Saraceni e Davide Turco. Farei un applauso.
Un applauso a tutti, a chi c'è in sala e chi no.
E adesso chiamiamo
Adesso dobbiamo chiamare prima il presidente della giuria, Roberto Marsella. Eccolo. E poi chiamiamo i finalisti, quindi di nuovo Benedetta Reze Lucchini. Sì, tutti sopra. Giuseppe Lacerenza, Paolo Giolito e Carlo Tassi.
Due parole a Roberto.
Sì. Ci siamo quasi,
Roberto, a te, cos'è successo quest'anno? Sei stato il vincitore per un anno, hai avuto questo trono. Cos'è successo quest'anno? Cosa hai visto?
Tante belle società. Superata l'emozione iniziale ovviamente e poi penso che la qualità delle start-up sia decisamente migliorata. Rimane un tema dove possiamo tutti fare qualcosa e l'aumento del capitale necessario, no? Perché va bene aumentare le start-up, ma la qualità delle start-up, ma come abbiamo visto negli interventi precedenti, è una battaglia, una guerra là fuori e la si vince col capitale, quindi cercare di fare tutto quello che si può e vediamo chi sarà il prossimo business angel nell'anno a cui spetta questa responsabilità, tutto quello che possiamo fare per aumentare il livello di capitale che va in questa direzione.
Bene, grazie.
Bene.
Roberto?
Grazie Roberto. A decretare il vincitore però non sono né io né tu, c'è un video che ce lo racconta, quindi buio e possiamo aprirlo. Complimenti a Carlo Tassi. Allora, complimenti per la vittoria. Ti faccio...
Devo dire qualcosa.
Devi dire ancora due cose. Dire ancora due cose perché insomma il vincitore ha diritto di parola. No, parole tue. Okay. Guarda che nelle finali dovresti avere il discorso del vincitore e il discorso della sconfitta.
Okay. Innanzitutto devo fare i complimenti agli altri finalisti. L'amico Paolo Giolito, con il quale condividiamo la passione anche del golf, e quindi io sono il suo vicepresidente nell'associazione Baga, e mi ha coinvolto dal primo giorno, e mi ha fatto molto piacere che oggi qui con me ci fossero Giuseppe e Benedetta, perché io e Paolo rappresentiamo un po' la generazione, diciamo, precedente, e loro invece sono la generazione, diciamo, della quale l'angel investing in Italia ha veramente bisogno di persone che hanno fatto start-up e oggi, diciamo, si mettono anche dall'altra parte, e secondo me era più difficile 10 anni fa che ci fossero persone che avevano questa expertise, e secondo me oggi loro possono dare un grande contributo e noi lo sfrutteremo, noi il club, noi come IAG, noi tutti Angel, che ci teniamo a far crescere questo ecosistema e a farlo diventare un po' più vicino a quello degli altri paesi che, come abbiamo sentito e sappiamo bene, sono un po' più avanti di noi in questo.
Grazie.
Grazie a tutti.
Io allora ringrazio tutti, e vi faccio anche scendere dal palco, e vi ringrazio alla fine il pubblico per chi è stato con noi finora, e ancora il Club degli Investitori per l'invito che hanno fatto a me di moderare questa serata. La ringrazio ancora il Presidente Giancarlo Rocchietti. Italian Tech Week è appena il primo giorno, quindi insomma spero che ci vedremo anche nei prossimi giorni. Buona serata a tutti.